Somewhere in the dark, beneath Himeji Castle, there is a woman counting plates, 1 through 9, every night. But she never reaches 10, because the 10th plate is missing. It always was. And when the count fails, she screams. Her name is Okiku. She was a servant, murdered and thrown into a well about 400 years ago. And in the Japanese tradition, that is more than enough to produce an angry ghost. But what makes this story remarkable is not the story itself. It is how unremarkable it is. What I mean by that is, Japan has thousands of ghost stories just like this one. They're not weird curiosities or campfire tales. They emerge from a set of ideas about death that run through the entire culture. That the dead remain present, that violent or unresolved emotion at the moment of death leaves a residue in the physical world, and that places absorb what happens in them in ways that are not just metaphorical. In a lot of cultures, ghosts are rare exceptions, but in Japan they're predictable outcomes of specific conditions. And Japan has spent centuries developing the rituals, stories, and the frameworks for understanding exactly how and why the dead refuse to move on. Today we're going to have a look at the most haunted places in Japan, all the way from castles to forests and everything in between. So if you spend the next hour with me, we can meet a few ghosts. Anyway, before we get on to that, we are a crowd-funded channel here, which means no ads, no sponsors, no interruptions, none of that, which is good. And we can do this because we're supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and donations, merch store. All the links are in description and pinned comment if you want to see them. If not, give us a like, comment, and subscribe, and that really, really helps us out. Anyway, thank you in advance. Now that's all out of the way, let's begin. First up, we're going to begin with something quite, well, I think is quintessential in terms of spooky Japanese places, and that's Aokigahara, at the northwestern foot of Mount Fuji. It spreads across approximately 3,500 hectares of the Fuji volcanic zone, is the forest that the Japanese call Jukai, the Sea of Trees. From the air, the canopy of Aokigahara is dense enough to obscure the ground entirely. A green ocean rolling across the ancient lava flows of 864 CE's eruption of Mount Fuji that had formed its substrate. Inside the forest, the experience of the landscape is genuinely quite strange. The lava rock underfoot is uneven and deceptive, covered by a thin layer of soil and moss that disguises the contours. The tree roots are forced to grow horizontally across the surface, rather than down the rock, and this creates a maze of raised roots that catch the feet. The canopy overhead is so dense that the light filters through in a way that makes the time of day difficult to judge. And the compasses, in many parts of the forest, simply won't work. The high iron content of the volcanic rock produces a magnetic anomaly that deflects compass needles, a fact which has contributed both to the forest's mystery and, in practical terms, to the number of people who have become lost there. Now, of course, you think about back in the days before we had the explanations in scientific terms for these things. If you're walking around in a forest and all of a sudden your compass needle starts spinning around on its own, well, of course, you'd certainly be thinking something was pulling the strings, right? Well, the pre-modern history of Aokigahara is interwoven with the practice of ubasute, ubasute, the alleged abandonment of elderly relatives in remote places when they could no longer contribute to the survival of the family during periods of famine, which is obviously terrible, but this is just the real world. Whether ubasute was actually practiced in Japan to any significant extent, that is contested. It's really hard to tell. No one was really putting their hand up to admit to it. It does appear in folklore and literature, including the 15th century no play Obasute, but the historical documentation of the practice is thin, and of course things like this are bound to be not widely talked about. But what is not contested is that the legend attached itself to Aokigahara with particular force, establishing the forest in the Japanese imagination as a place where the abandoned went to die, and where their spirits, the unmourned, unresolved, remained. The concept of muen botoke, spirits without ties to the living world, without family to perform memorial rites, or without connections that would give them a reason to move on, is central to the Japanese understanding of dangerous ghosts. And the Ubasute legend made Aokigahara a landscape preceded with exactly this type of spirit. Now, it's bad enough that this is what was happening before modern times, but modern times bring their own issues. The modern history of Aokigahara is dominated by different and more concrete forms of death, and the Forest Association, with people going there to take their own lives, is both genuine and, in the way it was amplified and transformed by media and literature, partly the product of that amplification. The writer, Seicho Matsumoto, published his novel Nami no To, Tower of Waves, in 1960, in which two lovers die in Aokigahara, and the romantic dimension of the novel's treatment of the forest's deaths attributed to a significant increase in the number of people who chose the location for taking the self-checkout line in subsequent years. Of course, I have to talk about these terms gently due to the YouTube's algorithm, so please forgive me. Now, a second book, a 1993 work by Wataru Tsurumi, describing various methods of taking one's own life and explicitly recommending Aokigahara as an ideal location to do so, accelerated the trend further. Of course, the Japanese government had to step in after a while. They stopped publishing statistics on deaths in the forest in 2011, partly as an attempt to reduce the association with this in the public mind. But the counts conducted by police and volunteer search groups have estimated between 70 and 100 bodies found every year in the forest. But the total was likely a lot higher. The specific phenomenology of being inside Aokigahara, that is the sensory experience of the forest, phenomenology, if you've not heard that word, new one for me, I'll admit, explains something about why it has accumulated its associations, independently of any ghostly or supernatural framework. You see, the forest is very, very quiet. The dense canopy and thick root network absorb sound in a way that creates an unusual environment. Voices carry strangely, and the normal ambient sounds of wildlife and wind are dampened. Visitors who have written about their experiences in the forest consistently describe a quality of silence that feels qualitatively different from the silence of other forests. It's more absolute, even has a kind of directionless quality. The lava caves and tunnels that run under parts of the forest create a further strangeness. Openings in the ground that exhale cold air, unexpected voids beneath a surface that appears solid. For the living visitor, the forest presents a landscape that's genuinely disorienting, beautiful, and difficult, in which the usual navigational cues of landscape and compass don't function reliably, and in which the conventional boundary between the surface world and what lies beneath is physically permeable. The volunteer organizations that periodically comb sections of the forest have documented in their searches the traces left by those who entered Aokigahara and did not return. They have abandoned belongings, camping equipment set up near places of death, ropes, notes, things like that. Now these traces create their own category of haunted object within the Japanese tradition. The concept of tsuku mogami, the spirit that inhabit objects after they've been used for a long period or abandoned with strong emotion. Bit of a Shinto concept. Perhaps Shintoism is a video for another time. Well, it applies with particular force to the possessions of the dead and the objects found in Aokigahara. Well, in the framework of Japanese spiritual belief, the emotional charge of the moments in which they were last used is very important and gives it some kind of permanence. Some visitors to the forest report a specific unease associated with the occasional discovery of these little trace objects. I mean, they're not there by accident, right? It's not the generic unease of a dark forest. I mean, I think we all get that. But it's a directed feeling as though the objects are still connected to the people who left them. Well, whether this constitutes a haunting in a traditional sense or simply the natural human response to evidence of suffering, the distinction may be less important than it appears. As for the yurei of Aokigahara, the Japanese word for ghost, well, one of them will meet a few other different kinds. Well, the yurei in the Japanese tradition would be the most dangerous type. Muen bodoke, without family connections, without memorial rites, or any of the social infrastructure through which the dead are maintained in proper relationship with the living. The volunteer groups that conduct annual searches of the forest for bodies perform, in a sense, the first step of a memorial process, that most of the dead in the forest have been denied. The recognition of the individual, the documentation of the death at the beginning of the process by which the dead can be acknowledged. At the forest entrance, signs have been placed by health authorities and volunteer organizations, urging anyone in distress to call a helpline. How many people actually call the helpline? Well, we don't know. But we assume that some people ignore the signs. Also, the signs are translated into English and Chinese as well as Japanese. And that's an acknowledgement that the reputation in Aokigahara has become global, which, for what it is, that's a little concerning. But the forest continues in all seasons to receive its visitors. Most come as tourists or researchers. Some come as nuisance streamers and certain YouTubers who made quite a joke of the whole situation a few years ago. You know who I'm talking about, but we don't need to harp on about that. But of course, some will walk in and never walk out. And somewhere in the dense canopy, perhaps there's a compass in someone's pocket right now, still wildly spinning around. Don't believe it? Well, maybe get some camping gear and spend a night there yourself. You'll find out if there's anything supernatural going on. Who knows? Next up, we've got the Well of Okiku at Himeji Castle. We mentioned it, of course, in the introduction, but, we go in a bit more detail, huh? Himeji Castle is the largest and most complete surviving feudal castle in Japan, a UNESCO site and a national treasure. Its white walls and layered roofs visible for kilometers across the surrounding plain of Hyogo Prefecture. And it is also home to one of the oldest and most formally told, most culturally persuasive ghost stories in the Japanese tradition. A story that's been adapted for kabuki theater, bunraku performance, which is like puppets, basically, woodblock prints, novels, films, and in the 20th century, the Ring films, whose Sadako was a direct descendant of the tradition. You know, crawling out of the well, all that sort of thing. Scared the hell out of me. I saw that one when I was, what, maybe 9 years old? Little too young for that, maybe. Oh well, you can't unwatch it. Well, the story of Okiku is a story about 10 plates, a well, and the specific weight of an injustice that cannot be resolved. The version of the story is set at Himeji, of course. There are multiple regional variants across Japan, of course, and they all share the same essential structure. It involves a castle servant named Okiku, who was employed in the household of a samurai named Aoyama Tesan. Aoyama desires Okiku as a lover, but she's not too keen on Aoyama. She repeatedly refuses him, doesn't want anything to do with the fella despite his samurai status. Well, of course, Aoyama is not too impressed with this. Whether it be by vengeance or frustration, Aoyama hides one of a set of 10 valuable plates for which Okiku is responsible, and then he accuses her of losing it. The punishment for losing such a plate was, of course, quite severe. Okiku was thrown into the well on the castle grounds. A ghost rises from the well each night and counts the plates, and breaks into a shriek when she can't find the 10th one. In some versions, a spectator eventually calls out 10 before she reaches the critical moment, and this completion of the count allows her spirit to rest, at least for that night, maybe. In others, the counting just goes on forever. The specific cultural significance of Okiku's story rests in what it exemplifies about the Japanese concept of onryo, the vengeful ghost. Now remember, we have Yurei, we've got onryo, and those are the two main sort of ghost characters. Now an onryo is not simply a dead person whose spirits failed to move on. It's a dead person whose death involves justice, well, rather injustice, betrayal, or passionate emotion at such intensity that the emotion itself survives as an animating force. The onryo's power derives directly from the intensity of the emotion that generated it. Okiku's counting is not simply just a memory or a habit. It's basically a demonstration of the wrong that was done to her, endlessly repeated, because it's never really been acknowledged or remedied, especially by Aoyama. One of the specific mechanics of the kabuki play Bancho Sarayashiki, which codified the Okiku story for the mass theatrical audiences in the Edo period, emphasized the injustice in careful detail, establishing the audience's sympathy for Okiku before her death and her haunting, so that the ghost's persistence is understood not as malevolence, but as a reasonable and perhaps even a just response to what was done to her. So the well at Himeji Castle, identified as Okiku's well, called Okiku Ido, is visible to visitors near the castle's keep, a stone-rimmed opening in the ground that is, by any physical measurement, just a well. That's all it is. It's just a well. Well, well, well. Now what makes it something more is the history of attention it's received and the story that's made it a specific named location, rather than just an anonymous feature of the castle grounds. It's become this kind of tourist site within the tourist site, you know. The designation of a place as haunted in the Japanese tradition is not primarily about evidence of supernatural acts. It's about naming, acknowledgement, of recognizing that something significant happened there and that nothing was really resolved. The well is visited by thousands of tourists each year. The story of Okiku is invariably a part of any guided tour of the castle, and everybody looks forward to it. You never get tired of hearing stories like that. So the ghost is, in a sense, an active participant in the site's continued cultural life. The lineage in popular culture extends in a direct line from the Edo period ghost tradition, through to the most internationally recognized horror imagery in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Of course, we've got Sadako of the Ring films. She's not simply a general ghost, but she is the Okiku archetype, a wronged woman, the watery death, and the long black hair of the traditional yurei, along with that repetitive and unstoppable quality of the haunting. The Ring's international success translated this specifically Japanese ghost topology into popular global culture. But the tradition it draws on is rooted in the moral aesthetic of the Bancho Sarashiki and the earlier folk traditions in which the play itself drew upon. So Okiku tonight is probably going to count the plates at Himeji again, and Sadako is going to climb out of the well in the television. The water, the injustice, and the counting are one continuous tradition, 4 centuries deep, and who knows how the story will develop over the next few hundred years. I don't think they'll be forgetting it any time soon. Next up, we have Mount Osore. There are places in the world that seem to have been designed for their associations with death, and Osore-san, Mount Osore, or more precisely the Caldera complex, a complex rather of which the mountain is a part, located on the Shimokita Peninsula of Aomori Prefecture in northern Japan, is one of them. The approach to the site passes through sparse, windswept landscapes of a kind unusual even by the standards of northern Honshu, where there's a fair bit of this kind of stuff. Birch forest thinning as the elevation increases, the air changing in quality before you can identify exactly how. And then the caldera opens before you, and what you see is simultaneously geological and theatrical. A landscape of sulphurous, grey and ochre earth, bare of vegetation, with fumaroles, that's a difficult word, releasing pale steam into the sky, and at the center, the still, dark water of Lake Usuruyama. Now, the hydrogen sulfide that the fumaroles release smells of rotten eggs. It's not very nice at all. The ground in places is hot underfoot. The rivers that drain the caldera have been named by the Buddhist tradition that has tended this site since the 9th century, after the rivers of the afterlife. It is by any fair assessment one of the most otherworldly landscapes in Japan. The association of Osore-san with death and the afterlife long predates its formalization as a Buddhist site, and the site's power derives from the layering of indigenous Japanese spirit beliefs. The Shinto-rooted understanding of kami, spirits that inhabit particular features of the natural world, with the Buddhist framework of death, judgment, and the transmigration of souls that arrived from China via Korea, at the beginning of the 6th century CE. The 9th century Buddhist monk Ennin, who established Bodaji Temple at the site, is said to have recognized the landscape as a manifestation of the Buddhist hell realms, the sulfur and heat and the dead earth, making it a physical representation of the theological underworld. Now, the name itself, Osore, means dread or fear. The local topography, the multiple rivers, the lake, the grey shores, mapped with unusual precision onto the Buddhist understanding of the landscape the dead must navigate after death. And the site became, in the religious geography of northern Japan, a place where the boundary between the world of the living and the dead was unusually thin. The figures most associated with Osore-san in its living religious practice are the Itako, blind female shamans who serve as mediums between the living and dead, channeling the voices of the departed for grieving family members. The Itako tradition is ancient and has declined significantly over the past century as the number of women entering the training has fallen. But the summer festival of Osorayama Taisai still brings Itako to the site, where they set up small booths around the temple complex and receive clients. Everyone's got to make a living, right? The consultation is called Kuchiose, mouth summoning. The client sits with the Itako, provides the name and approximate age of the deceased, and the Itako enters a trance and speaks in the voice of the dead person. Observers who have documented these sessions report the Itako speak in different registers for different deceased, using vocabulary and speech patterns appropriate to the person's generation, gender, and social position, and that grieving family members often find the sessions profoundly consoling, regardless of any question about the literal truth of communication. The physical landscape of Osore-san serves as a stage for the ongoing drama of grief and memory that is conducted season by season by the living relatives of the dead. The shores of Lake Usoriyama are lined with the small stone Jizo figures, the Buddhist protector deity associated specifically with the souls of children and the dead in general. These are left by families and for relatives that have died, particularly children. The figures are dressed in red bibs and small knitted caps. The red of the garments, a traditional offering color associated with Jizo. Pinwheels are placed beside the figures, and they spin in the wind off the lake. The accumulation of these small shrines, hundreds of them by the way, in various states of preservation, some very old and weathered, some clearly quite recent, it creates one of the most quietly devastating landscapes in Japan. The visible record of grief that extends across decades and generations, each Jizo a specific person's loss, and each cap a family's act of continued love. The specific geology of Osore-san matters to its haunted character in a way that the social construction of haunted places usually does not. The landscape is genuinely strange by any measure. The soil is barren and the water is acidic. The volcanic gases that seep from the fumaroles are toxic in concentration. Animals do not inhabit the central caldera. They couldn't. The silence of the site is different from normal silence because it has no ambient biological noise that characterizes most of Mother Nature. The steam that rises from the ground creates an intermittent visual ambiguity. Shapes that form and dissolve without pattern, that in the right conditions of light and weather produce exactly the kind of uncertain visual stimulus that the human pattern recognition system tends to resolve into figures. Whether or not anything supernatural is present at Osore-san, and the tradition, maintained across more than 1,000 years, that the site is a gateway between worlds, living dead, or the physical experience of the place is entirely sufficient to explain why it was understood as something beyond human comprehension. Next up, we are moving off the mainland a little bit. From a boat, Hashima Island looks like a warship. The concrete walls that were built around the perimeter to protect the island from typhoons give it a low, armored silhouette that has earned the popular name Gunkanjima, Battleship Island. And the name has stuck, even though the actual occupants of the island were not soldiers but miners, and the actual activity conducted there for most of its history was the extraction of submarine coal from seams running under the floor of the East China Sea. The island itself is tiny, 6.3 hectares, located approximately 15 kilometers from Nagasaki. At the peak of its occupation in 1959, its population density was the highest ever recorded for a permanent settlement anywhere in the world. 5,259 people on 6.3 hectares, a concentration of human life per square meter that the urban planning literature struggles to contextualize. If you want to put it into layman's terms, it's worse than Hong Kong. That's all I can tell you. And Hong Kong's crowded. Well, then, in 1974, the coal ran out, and the company that owned the island shuttered operations. The population left in a matter of months, but the buildings did not. It's not that you can take them away. The history of Hashima as a coal mining site begins in 1887, when the Mitsubishi Corporation acquired the island and began to extract the high-quality coal deposits that lay beneath the seabed. The island was progressively built up across the following decades. Concrete apartment blocks rising 9 and 10 stories, a school, a hospital, shops, a cinema, swimming pool, a Shinto shrine. They had it all, creating a self-contained urban settlement whose physical density was necessitated by the fact it was surrounded on all sides by the ocean. The coal mines ran horizontally under the seabed, at depths of up to 1,000 meters below sea level, and the miners descended into galleries of oppressive heat, humidity, and gas concentration, working in conditions that were, even by the standards of the mid-20th century industrial mining, extremely hazardous. The island's company records document a continuous toll of accidents, illness, and deaths throughout its operational period. Mining, of course, being one of those trades that are not known for its safety, especially back in those days, but you do what you have to do, don't you? The darkest chapter of Hashima's history is the period of the Second World War, during which the Mitsubishi Corporation used the island as a site for the forced labor of Korean and Chinese workers, conscripted or rather kidnapped under the Japanese wartime labor mobilization program. Estimates of the number of forced laborers on Hashima during the war period range from several hundred to over 1,000 at any given time, and the conditions under which they worked were considerably worse than those experienced by the Japanese miners. Longer hours, reduced rations, severe physical punishment for infractions or resistance. Contemporary accounts and post-war testimonies describe the island as a prison from which escape was impossible. The ocean surrounded it on all sides, remember, and the water between the island and the mainland was patrolled. The deaths among the forced labor population were substantial. The Nagasaki city government documented 122 Korean deaths on Hashima during the war period, though survivor testimonies and other sources suggest the actual figure would have been quite higher. The abandonment of Hashima in 1974 left the structures intact, but exposed to the elements, and the subsequent decades of tropical storms, salt air, and the slow failure of concrete and steel have created a landscape of collapse and decay that photographers and documentary filmmakers have extensively documented. The buildings have deteriorated in ways that are simultaneously dramatic and precise. The shells remain standing, while the interiors have fallen through their floors, leaving open vertical shafts visible from outside through empty windows and frames. The vegetation that could not exist on the island when it was occupied, concrete having replaced all the soil, has begun to re-establish itself in the cracks and gutter deposits that 50 years of neglect have accumulated. The effect is of a city simultaneously arrested in 1974 and visibly aged since then, a place where the ordinary markers of time have been suspended, while biological decay has continued. The ghosts of Hashima, in the traditional Japanese belief, would be of a specific and especially troubling type. The forced laborers who died there without proper memorial rites, without family to observe their deaths, without any of the social and religious infrastructure that the Japanese tradition requires. to allow the dead to transition appropriately from the world of the living. They are, by the framework of Japanese ghost belief, precisely the category of spirit most likely to become dangerous. The violently dead, the unjustly dead, and the unacknowledged dead. The UNESCO inscription of Hashima as part of the site's Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution in 2015 generated significant controversy. South Korean representatives objected to the framing, which made no reference to the forced labor history, and the subsequent negotiations produced a Japanese commitment to measures to honor the memory of the victims, including information panels at the relevant sites. The adequacy of those measures itself has been contested, along with a lot of the other stuff that Japan did in the Second World War. In the meantime, the island receives tourists on guided boats that circle the perimeter, and the concrete walls that give it the silhouette of a battleship continue to slowly erode into the sea. And that erosion is just going to keep going. One day it'll all be gone. So you may as well go while you have the opportunity. Well, next up we're going to remain in the modern era. The Battle of Okinawa, fought between April and June of 1945, was the largest amphibious assault in the Pacific theater of the Second World War, and also one of the most catastrophic concentrations of violent death in a geographically bounded area that the conflict produced. Now, the statistics are pretty bad. Approximately 110,000 Japanese military personnel killed, approximately 12,000 American military personnel killed, and the number that haunts the island the most, between 100 and 150,000 Okinawan civilian deaths, representing roughly a quarter of the island's pre-war population. Many of the civilian deaths occurred in conditions of extreme violence in the final weeks of the battle, when the Japanese military's defensive strategy, which made use of extensive networks of tunnels and caves in the limestone karst of southern Okinawa, drove the conflict literally underground. The caves and tunnels of southern Okinawa are the physical containers of a density of violent death for which the Japanese concept of tatari seems to those who apply that framework entirely appropriate. And just quickly, tatari is kind of like the supernatural punishment or curse that arises from a deeply wrongful death. The Himeyuri Peace Museum and the adjacent cave system that was its origin point are among the most visited and most affecting of Okinawa's battle sites. The Himeyuri, the name literally means Princess Lily, by the way, princess being Hime, and refers to the combined student bodies of two girls' schools, were a group of 240 students and teachers who were mobilized in the final year of the war to serve as nurses in the Japanese military field hospitals in the cave systems of southern Okinawa. The girls, aged between 15 and 19, had been students. They found themselves amid the most extreme combat conditions of the Pacific War, tending to the catastrophically wounded in caves without adequate medical supplies, under periodic gas attack, and with minimal food or water. In the final days of the battle, the military hospitals were dissolved, and the students essentially got abandoned. Of the 240 who served, 136 of them died, some killed by American fire, some by Japanese fire, but many taking their own lives by grenade when the situation became hopeless. The Himeyuri Monument and Cave mark the location of one of the field hospitals, and it's one of the most intensely emotional sites in Japan, visited by hundreds of thousands of people annually. The broader landscape of southern Okinawa contains dozens of sites where the specific horror of the battle's final phase is inscribed in the landscape. The cave systems, natural limestone formations that the Japanese military had expanded and connected into a network stretching for kilometers, were used as military headquarters, field hospitals, and as hiding places by civilian populations who had been told by Japanese military propaganda that American soldiers would torture and kill all of the Okinawans. The civilians who sheltered in the caves faced an impossible situation. The caves were targets of American flamethrower and explosive attacks, and the Japanese military did not uniformly protect civilian populations sheltering inside them. There was also the ordering of mass suicide occurring in multiple caves, carried out with grenades-edged weapons, and in some documented cases by family members killing each other, driven by the conviction instilled by the Japanese military propaganda that capture was worse than death. The Okinawan concept of muen bodoke, the spirit without ties whose death is unacknowledged and unresolved, applies with particular force to the battle's civilian dead. Many of the dead in the cave systems were never recovered. The limestone geology and scale of the destruction prevented systematic retrieval, and the physical remains of battle dead are still being found in Okinawa today. The Okinawa Prefectural Peace Memorial Museum reports that identification and repatriation of remains continues annually, with bones still emerging from construction sites and agricultural fields in the southern part of the island. Each set of remains represents a person who died in violence and has been physically present in the ground for 8 decades, without the memorial observances that Japanese tradition requires. The religious concept of vengeful spirits arising from mass violent death is, well, an active framework within which the island's relationship with its past has to be managed. The physical archaeology of the Battle of Okinawa continues in the contemporary period, in ways that makes its status as historical event unusually present. Okinawa's Office of War Remains Disposal, funded by the national government, conducts ongoing excavations at battle sites across the island, and has recovered and repatriated hundreds of thousands of individual bone fragments since its establishment in 1952. The process of identification, determining from skeletal remains whether a set of bones belongs to a Japanese soldier, an Okinawan civilian, or an American serviceman, is conducted through a combination of physical analysis, dental records when you can get them, and DNA testing. Many sets of remains defy identification and are interred collectively at the Okinawa Memorial Park at Mabuni, in a ceremony that acknowledges their presence without being able to name them. The sheer scale of this ongoing recovery operation, 70 years after the battle, communicates something about the concentration and nature of the violence that occurred there that any historical account, however detailed, struggles to convey at the same register of immediacy. The Kujimuna, the mischievous tree spirits of traditional Okinawan folklore, are one indicator of the degree to which Okinawa's ghost tradition differs from the mainland Japanese framework. It reflects the island's distinct cultural history as the Ryukyu Kingdom before its annexation by Japan in 1879. Do you remember the Okinawans? As far as I can tell, they see themselves as different to the mainland Japanese. And if you ask them where they're from, they'll say, I'm from Okinawa. I'm Okinawan. At least the more patriotic ones. But the battle has overlaid this indigenous tradition with the more recent and more massive set of haunted associations that operate within both the mainland Japanese and specifically Okinawan frameworks at the same time. The cave systems of southern Okinawa are not simply tourist sites or historical monuments. They have become places where the air still contains, in the understanding of the people who grew up knowing their history, the presence of those who died. Prayers are offered, incense is burned, and ultimately life has to go on. But the religious infrastructure of memorial is maintained with an intensity that reflects the unresolved scale of what happened there. Next up we have the Yoshiwara, the licensed pleasure district of Edo, the city that is now Tokyo. And from its establishment in 1618 until the abolition of licensed prostitution in 1958, it was one of the most densely inhabited and most carefully regulated sites of commercial sex industries in the history of the world. At its peak in the Edo period, the Yoshiwara enclosed within its moated and gated perimeter several thousand women, organized in a hierarchy of status and price that extended from the highest-ranking oiran courtesans whose cultural accomplishments and aesthetic refinement made them figures of genuine celebrity, to the cheapest and more exploited workers in the district's low-level establishments. The Yoshiwara was a place of pleasure, art, fashion, and of extraordinary suffering, and the women who died within it, from disease, exhaustion, and the specific violence that attaches to the commodification of human bodies, were disposed of it in ways that left their ghosts, in the Japanese understanding, without the social infrastructure necessary for proper transition. The Jokanji Temple in the Minoa area of what is now northeastern Tokyo, is known colloquially as the Nage Komidera, the throwaway temple. And the name is not metaphorical. I think you see where this is going. Courtesans who died in the Yoshiwara without family to claim them, without the means for private burial, and without the legal status that would have entitled them to the ordinary ceremonies of death that were brought to, ordinary ceremonies of death were brought to Jokanji and interred in mass graves in its grounds. Excuse me. Now, the temple estimates that approximately 25,000 bodies were recovered in this way across the Edo and Meiji periods. The mass graves have never fully been excavated, and I suppose no one really putting their hand up to volunteer. The temple continues to hold memorial services for the women buried there, whose individual identities are largely irrecoverable. The ghost tradition of the Yoshiwara is, at its core, a tradition generated by exactly this anonymity and exactly this scale of unacknowledged violent loss. The oiran of the Yoshiwara occupy a complex position in the tradition, appearing in kabuki drama and woodblock print tradition as figures of tragic glamour, whose deaths are typically the product of betrayal. The man who promised to buy out her contract and failed to appear, the daimyo who loved her and then married according to family expectations instead, or maybe the patron who withdrew his financial support when she got a little bit old and her beauty faded. He found some new young thing to get with. The onryo of the Yoshiwara is always beautiful, always wronged, and always dangerous, and the visual tradition of the Yoshiwara ghost is so thoroughly embedded in the Japanese ghost aesthetic that it's difficult now to see it as historically specific. But it is. It really is. It reflects the specific social conditions of the Yoshiwara, the specific categories of wrong that occurred there, and the specific emotional logic that the Japanese tradition uses to explain why the dead became ghosts in the first place. The Otori shrine within the former Yoshiwara district holds an annual ceremony for the spirits of the courtesans who died without memorial, and the Yoshiwara Benzaiten shrine was maintained by the district's establishment as a collective act of propitiation toward the supernatural forces associated with the trade that involved, of everyone involved rather, understood to carry significant moral and spiritual risk along with it. We also mentioned that concept of tatari. Remember, that's the curse or the supernatural punishment arising from the disregard of the dead. Well, that was an important part of it. The memorial services, shrines, and specific religious institutions dedicated to the women of the Yoshiwara were not expressions of sentiment toward people whose lives were the district's economic structure, but they were more practical precautions in this spiritual sense. You can't just leave ghosts wandering around unacknowledged. The present-day neighborhood of Senzoku in Asakusa bears little obvious resemblance to the Yoshiwara that preceded it, but the old district's geography is still legible if you know where to look. There's an irregular street pattern that reflects the winding of the old moat, the specific placement of temples and shrines that serve the district population. The Jokanji temple sitting quietly among residential streets with its mass graves beneath the surface. The ghost tradition of the Yoshiwara is more than just historical. It really is an active element of this neighborhood's relationship with the past. And like everything else, I don't think they're going to be forgetting that anytime soon. Next up, we have the village of Inunaki, Dog's Cry. It does not exist in the form which it is described in the legend, and has not existed in that form at any point in documented history, which makes it simultaneously the most widely circulated and the most thoroughly fictional of Japan's haunted places. The legend, which spread across Japan primarily through the internet in the late 90s and 2000s, describes a remote village in Fukuoka Prefecture, in Kyushu, that is separated from the modern-day world by an old tunnel whose entrance bears a sign reading, "The laws of Japan do not apply beyond this point." Beyond the tunnel, the legend claims, lives an inbred community cut off from the outside world for generations, practicing violence against strangers. It's kind of like that movie Wrong Turn. You ever seen that one? Very scary. Of course, this community gets blamed for a series of murders that the authorities have never investigated because, well, read the sign. It's out of the Japanese jurisdiction. Problem is, the sign does not exist. Neither does the community. And neither do the murders. Or maybe that's what they want you to believe. I don't know, maybe. But what does exist in Fukuoka Prefecture is the Inunaki Shrine and the Inunaki Pass. They are real locations in the mountains of the Itoshima area, with a genuine history that's considerably less dramatic, we have to admit, but still quite interesting. You see, the pass takes its name from a legend about a dog whose howling guided travelers safely through the mountain path in ancient times. And the shrine at the top of the pass is dedicated to the kami, the spirit of that dog. The old tunnel that features in the urban legend is a genuine structure, an abandoned road replaced by a newer one in the 90s, and the physical reality of an old, dark, unused tunnel in a remote mountain location, well, that provides a good sensory stimulus from which these kinds of legends seem to grow from, kind of like a liminal space situation. Urban legend scholars studying Inunaki have documented how specific, verifiable physical features of the location are incorporated into the narrative structure of the legend and presented as evidence of its supernatural claims. The Inunaki legend belongs to a category of Japanese urban legend that academic folklorists call forbidden places, i.e., locations that are narratively designed as outside boundaries from the normal social order, where the rules of ordinary Japanese society don't comply. The designation of a place as legally or socially anomalous is itself a haunting mechanism. It creates a category of space that is simultaneously Japanese and un-Japanese, familiar in its physical features and alien in its claimed social order. The proliferation of this type of legend in the Internet era shows both the increased connectivity that allows regional legends to become nationally circulated and the specific anxieties of late 20th century Japanese society about the relationship between the ordered surface of social life and what might lurk beneath it. Japan's reputation as a highly ordered, rule-governed society creates a specific category of dread associated with places where that order has broken down. The relationship between the fictional Inunaki legend and the real Inunaki pass is a compressed case study in how haunted places are made. The real location, a mountain pass with a genuine folklore history, an abandoned tunnel and remote atmosphere, acquires a fictional narrative whose connection to the physical reality is minimal, but whose use of the physical location's genuine features gives it a referential solidity that purely invented settings seem to lack. The legend then circulates primarily among people who have not visited the location, who encounter it through the internet transmission, and for whom the gap between the story and the physical reality is invisible. Some visitors then travel to the location specifically to experience the legend, and their accounts of visiting, which typically document the genuine atmosphere of the old tunnel without encountering the fictional village, contribute further layers to that circulating narrative. The haunted place is a collaborative fiction. We can say that for sure. But the collaboration includes the physical landscape, whose genuine features do a lot of heavy lifting in making the story believable. Now, the murdered people, the inbred villagers, the extra legal zone of the Inunaki legend, they are distanced from the old tradition, a kind of contemporary genre of horror. And it shows how Japan's haunted landscapes got reshaped in the internet era. And there was quite a big culture of that, I remember in the 2000s. Yes, quite a big culture of that. The traditional ghost required specific conditions, and the resulting haunting was intelligible within a moral and religious framework. The internet era haunted place requires only a creepy atmosphere and inaccessibility, and it generates not spirits with specific histories, but a generic, unspecified threat that draws on international horror genre conventions as much as on Japanese spiritualist traditions. Inunaki is interesting, partly as a haunted place and partly as a document of how the meaning of hauntings rather change when the cultural framework that previously structured it is no longer dominant through the medium of which ghost stories travel. But, things always change. Anyway, that is all we have time for today. There's a few other places, I know. But, that's all we're going to talk about for today. I hope you've enjoyed. I remember the first time when I went to Japan when I was about 19, maybe 19, 20. A long time ago. Had an absolute ball. Me and a friend went there. And we were in Kyoto. I remember we were at Kurasama Dori Station, so Kurasama Street Station. And we were thinking, how do we get to our hotel? And there was a woman who came up and asked us if we needed help. And I spoke Japanese quite well, well enough for those sorts of situations. And said, oh, where are you going? And I said, whatever hotel. And said, what road? And I said, oh, it's this road. And the road was Kurasama Dori, just a little bit off it. And she pointed on the map on the wall where it was and said, oh, it's exit 2 or whatever. I said, oh, okay, all right, thank you. Arigatou gozaimashita. And then she asked us for a tip. And I sort of thought, oh, I'm not giving you a tip. That's not what we do here. So I thought maybe this is a scammer or something. So yeah, we sort of just said, oh, no, but thank you. And then she dropped to the ground and she burst into tears, started crying and punching the ground, and we made ourselves scarce quite quickly. But me and my friend, after a little while, we thought, good Lord, is this one of those like ghosts in the train station who, if you don't give them a tip, they come back in the middle of the night and bloody rip your throat out or something? So we put a few little coins on the bedside table and crossed our fingers that if she came back for a tip, she would know where to look. Anyway, that's that's my little possible ghost encounter in Japan. I have not been to Japan in about a year or so. I should go back. Not Tokyo, though. Anyway, I'm rambling now. You don't want to hear that. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for those keeping everything ad and sponsor free. We appreciate you. And yeah, see you next time. Good night and sleep well. Don't let the ghosts get you. Ooh. I assume you clicked on this because you've already heard a story. And that's a story of a Hungarian countess who bathed in the blood of young women to preserve her youth. Hundreds of victims in a castle of horrors. The most prolific female serial killer in history. And that's a spectacular story. And parts of it are certainly true. There are also parts of it that are certainly not. It's within the distance between the truth and the lies where things get genuinely interesting. First off, Elizabeth Bathory was real. The raid on her castle happened, the dead and dying women found inside were real, and the trial testimonies of her accomplices are documented, albeit it should be mentioned they were extracted under torture. But the bloodbaths, the count of 600, those details appear nowhere in the original trial documents. In fact, they were added later by people with their own reasons for making the story worse than it already was. So what exactly is the truth? There's a few things that perhaps we'll never know for sure, but there is a lot that we do, and that's what we're here to talk about today. It's one of those myth-busting videos, I suppose, but it's good fun, and it doesn't mean that the real story is not just as interesting. So let's talk about the life of Elizabeth Bathory today. Welcome to the channel, everybody. Thank you for keeping this ad-free and crowd-funded to those who are supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and donation links. All of that's in the description and pinned comment if you want to go there. And thank you to anyone who took the time to like, subscribe, leave a comment, tell your friends. That's the only way we can really grow, by your good word. So, with that being done, let's get down to it. So here we are in the Kingdom of Hungary, and it's the year 1560. Hungary was, by that date, a very complicated place, a kingdom in pieces. Of course, most of Europe was in pieces then, these small little principalities being cut up by local nobles and lords. Very complex. Well, following the catastrophic defeat of the Hungarian army by the Ottomans at the Battle of Mohács in 1526, in which King Louis II, by the way, drowned while fleeing the field, and the flower of the Hungarian nobility was destroyed in an afternoon. Not a good day for them. The medieval kingdom had been carved into 3 separate zones. So you had the Ottoman-occupied Central Plains, the Habsburg-administered Royal Hungary in the north and west, and then there was the semi-autonomous Principality of Transylvania in the east. So what about the Bathory family? Well, they straddled all 3 of these zones through their various branches, which gave it both extraordinary influence, but also extraordinary exposure to the specific violence of a disputed frontier. This was not the stable ceremonial world of a long-established court. This was a world of active warfare, constant political negotiation, and not to mention the ever-present threat of an Ottoman advance. a world in which the ability to hold and defend a castle, to organize the extraction of agricultural surplus from a peasant population, and to navigate the competing loyalties of the Habsburg and Ottoman patronage, well, they were the primary requirements of aristocratic survival, not to mention the knives in the dark, many heads looking over many shoulders, sore necks even before the heads get cut off. So here comes Elizabeth Bathory, born August 7th, 1560, into this world, the daughter of Georgi Bathory, of the Etsed branch of the family, and Anna Bathory, meaning Elizabeth's parents shared a surname because they were cousins, a circumstance that was not unusual among the great noble households of the period, and that reflected the deliberate concentration of family wealth and lineage through strategic marriage within an extended clan. She was born and spent her earliest years in the family estate of near Bathory in northeastern Hungary. Her education was, at least by the standards available to a noble girl of her time and region, remarkably thorough. And I'm not kidding. She was literate in Hungarian, Latin, German, and Greek. Pretty impressive, especially at a time when most of her male contemporaries could barely manage their native language and one other. It's pretty impressive. I mean, 4 languages. I only speak the 2. Maybe one day I'll add a third to it. Well, kind of 2.5. Anyway, she would write letters for the rest of her life. Competent, detailed, administratively precise, and the letters are among the most important pieces of evidence in her story. Now, both for what they establish about her character, which is quite important, and for what they reveal about the specific circumstances of her crimes. The Bathory family had another significant characteristic, that the sources note with varying emphasis the specific relationship between her wealth, isolation, and their impunity. The great noble estates of Upper Hungary in the 16th century were effectively autonomous jurisdictions. The noble who owned the land was also the judge who tried cases, the administrator who collected taxes, the military commander who raised troops from it, and the employer of, well, everybody who lived on it. When you've only got one boss, don't get fired. A peasant serf on a Bathory estate had no external authority to appeal to or against the treatment of a Bathory clan landlord. The local court was a Bathory court. The regional office was a Bathory office, and the institutions that might have provided oversight in a more developed state, and there were more developed states, at least in legal terms, were either absent or dependent on Bathory cooperation to function, which made it all null and void anyway. This is the specific institutional context that's very important to realize, because that's where Elizabeth Bathory was operating, and it is the specific institutional context that made possible what she did for so long. The question of why no one stopped her is primarily a question about this institutional structure, not about individual moral failure. When the whole system is corrupt, it goes on for so long. Think about a few things in the modern era. Systems have gone on for so long at high levels of government that they've been ignored by those in power because the whole structure is corrupt. Anyway, we won't get into that. The Bathory clan's specific roots in northeastern Hungary are worth placing in a more historical context, as we do need to look at them. Now, the region of near Bathory and the surrounding area of what was then called Upper Hungary sits at the edge of the Carpathian Mountains, in territory that has been contested between Hungarian, Transylvanian, Ottoman, and Habsburg interests for most of the preceding century. The Bathory family's wealth derived primarily from vast agricultural estates and the labor of the peasants and serfs who worked them. supplemented by the revenues of local administrative officers and the rewards of military service. But it was mainly agricultural, wealth built on the backs of peasants. The family's Calvinist Protestant faith, adopted in the mid-16th century as part of the broader Reformation that was reshaping Hungarian religious life, topic for another time perhaps, added a further dimension of complexity to their relationship with the Habsburg crown, which was Catholic and viewed Protestant Hungarian nobles with a combination of political necessity and theological eyebrow-raising. Elizabeth Bathory grew up with the intersection of all these tensions, a Protestant great noblewoman in a confessionally divided kingdom, with all the wealth and connections that made her simultaneously powerful but vulnerable to politically motivated prosecution. The Bathory family also had a bit of a tradition, noted with varying degrees of concern by contemporaries and historians, of members whose behavior crossed the conventional lines of acceptable conduct. Andrew Bathory, one of Elizabeth's uncles, was noted for violence that went beyond the ordinary aristocratic license for brutality. Other family members attracted rumors that the sources are too hostile and too distant to fully assess. It's worth exercising a bit of caution here too, by the way. Attributing hereditary madness to the Bathorys has been one of the more easier ways for subsequent writers to explain Elizabeth without engaging in the specifics of the case. But it is worth noting that contemporaries who knew the family described a certain intensity, a certain tendency toward the extreme as this Bathory family characteristic. But we don't really know whether that's genetic, cultural, or simply a pattern that extreme power and zero accountability tends to produce in human beings across every era and culture. Once again, modern era. We got to look at that too. In 1575, at the age of 14, Elizabeth was betrothed to Ferenc Nadasdy, another son of one of Hungary's great noble houses, and they were married in the same year. Ferenc Nadasdy was a man of considerable military ability and conventional aristocratic character. He was brave in battle, politically capable, and apparently quite content to leave the management of his extensive estates to his wife Elizabeth while he pursued the military career that would eventually earn him the nickname the Black Knight of Hungary, which is perhaps the coolest nickname he could have been given. While the marriage appears, from the surviving correspondence between them, to have been functional, and at moments even warm. Elizabeth wrote to her husband with practical affection and real administrative competence, and he wrote back with intermittent attention and occasional expressions of concern for her health. They produced 4 surviving children: Anna, Katalin, Andras, and Paul, and the correspondence suggests a working partnership between two people who respected each other's specific competences. Ferenc's primary seat was Sárvár Castle in western Hungary, and it was at Sárvár that Elizabeth spent most of her early years of the marriage, managing the Nadasdy estates in her husband's frequent absences. The Nadasdy lands were extensive, covering large portions of western Hungary, including multiple towns, villages, and smaller fortresses, and their administration required exactly the combination of literacy, organizational ability, and forceful personality that Elizabeth possessed. She handled financial accounts, corresponded with royal officials, managed the farms and mills that produced the estate's income, supervised the large household staff, dispensed a bit of local justice, including the corporal punishments of servants and serfs that was a standard function of noble estate management in the 16th century. But as this last activity, the punishment of serfs, That's where the accusations against her will eventually become specific. And it's worth noting that some degree of physical punishment of household staff was not only legally permitted, but expected of a great noble lady running a large estate in this period. The question is not whether Elizabeth Bathory punished her servants. Everybody was doing that. It was just normal. The question is the nature and the scale of the punishment, and whether it crossed the line from brutal but legally permitted into criminal. Now, of course, this all is different for individual nobles. We can't imagine that there were too many nobles who were angels and treating everybody with, constant respect. I mean, it is the time period it is, and it is the place that it is. But some people would find certain treatments a little bit beyond the pale. And on the one spectrum that you will have nobles that are nicer than others, you'll also have nobles who are the complete opposite, who are a lot nastier. The specific form that Bathory's violence apparently took, before it escalated to murder at least, is attested in multiple sources and fits a pattern that was in its initial expressions within the broad range of what noble households in this period practiced. The physical punishment of female servants, female servants, by beating, pinching, burning them with candles or iron. That appears in the testimony of former servants who had left the household before the worst episodes and had described treatment they found severe, but at the time they didn't really understand it as criminal. They say hindsight is a beautiful thing. But what the testimony describes is a pattern of escalation. Punishments that began as conventional forms of household discipline began progressively to get more extreme, more inventive, and frankly more disconnected from any practical disciplinary purpose. The woman who testified about the earlier period described Elizabeth participating in the punishments directly, while not merely ordering them, and that is a detail that distinguishes her conduct from the merely harsh management practice of many noble households, and suggests something more personal in her relationship with that infliction of pain. The sources are, however, not reliable enough to build a psychological portrait on her, but they are consistent enough to establish that violence was not purely instrumental. The specific nature of Elizabeth's household management during the long years of Ferenc's military absence is worth examining, because, well, it establishes both her competence and the degree to which she operated without meaningful external oversight. The great noble household of this period was a substantial institution. The Nadasti Bathory household at Shavar included cooks, seamstresses, stable hands, stewards, guards, ladies in waiting, and the various servants who maintained a large and fortified residence. A lot of jobs. Managing this institution required the ability to organize labor, manage finances, disputes, discipline infractions, and represent the household's interest in dealings with local officials, merchants, and neighboring nobles. And Elizabeth did it all. The correspondence of the period suggests she did it with a competence that her husband recognized and relied upon, enough that he could go away for months at a time and know that everything was under control. Well, the same correspondence that shows her administrative effectiveness also begins in the years before Ferenc's death to show the first traces of the behavior that would eventually define her. References to the punishment of servants that go beyond the routine notation of discipline, suggesting something a little more systematic. So, a bit of a spoiler alert there. Yes, Ferenc did die. January of 1604, reportedly from a wound or illness contracted during his military campaigns against the Ottomans. He had been one of the primary military commanders of the Long Turkish War. the series of campaigns between the Habsburg Hungarian forces against the Ottomans that had defined Central European politics since 1593. And his death left Elizabeth a widow at 43, in sole control, as well, of substantial estates and a household of several hundred servants. It was in the years after Ferenc's death, the decade from 1604 to her arrest in 1610, that the accusations against her became numerous and specific. Ultimately, they were impossible for the authorities to continue ignoring. Well, let's begin the examination with the people who were actually in the room, or rather the accomplices who were tried, convicted, and in most cases executed alongside or instead of their mistress. Their names appear in the trial testimony repeatedly. Ilona Yo, also called Yo Ilona or Helena Yo, an older servant woman who had been the nurse of Elizabeth's children. Dorothea Sentes, also known as Dorko, another household servant of long standing, and Janos Ficko, a young male manservant. And again, we have Anna Darvulia, described in the sources as Elizabeth's closest confidant, the woman who in subsequent legend building becomes the primary enabler of the crimes, though Darvulia had died of illness before the investigation begun, which conveniently exempted her from giving testimony. Bit of a missed opportunity, I'm afraid. The testimony of these accomplices, extracted under torture in the case of Ficko and others, is the primary source for these specific details of the crimes attributed to Bathory. Now, this creates an immediate problem with evidence that any honest account of the case has to acknowledge. Testimony extracted under torture is notoriously unreliable. Of course, we know this now, but they didn't really know it back at the turn of the 17th century, but hey, the more you learn. Torture produces the account that the interrogator wants to hear, shaped by the questions asked and the pain applied in response to answers that do not satisfy. The correct answer is the one in which the person asking it wants to hear, not the truth. The accomplices' confessions were taken in circumstances that guaranteed they would describe something dramatic and implicate Elizabeth. What they described, the beatings, the burnings, the stabbings, the girls imprisoned in dungeons, it may be entirely accurate, or partially accurate, or it could even be substantially invented under the pressure of interrogation by officials who arrived with a specific conclusion already in mind. The historical record does not allow us to distinguish reliably between these possibilities, and any account that presents the accomplices' confessions as straightforward fact is misrepresenting the situation on the ground. But what the trial testimony does establish with reasonable confidence is that there were deaths at the Nadasti Bathory estates, that the deaths involved young female servants, and in some cases, young women brought to the estates under various pretexts, that multiple people were aware of these deaths and found them to be quite disturbing, and that the physical treatment of servants in Bathory's household was extreme even by the standards of the era. Testimony from witnesses who had not themselves been accused, local clergy, minor nobles, former employees, corroborates a general pattern, even where specific details diverge. Well, the cumulative weight of independent witness accounts pointing in the same direction gives the core accusation considerably more weight than any single piece of testimony would have done alone. The specific numbers and the specific methods, that's less certain. But the fact of significant, sustained violence is not. So here's the standard account of Elizabeth Bathory's crimes. It runs as follows. She tortured and murdered somewhere between 100 and 650 young women over a period of roughly 25 years, primarily targeting servant girls from the local peasantry, but in the later years extending to the daughters of minor nobility, lured to her castle under the pretext of places in her household. She beat them, she burned them, she pierced them with needles, forced them into extreme positions of stress until they died. There is a famous version of the legend, and that's the one you've all heard, that she bathed in the blood of young women, believing that would preserve the youthfulness of her skin. Maybe. We'll talk about it later. She was discovered, however, when she made the tactical error of extending her violence to girls of noble birth, whose disappearance provoked official investigation, while the peasant girls had not. So before assessing what the evidence actually shows, it's worth talking about one more piece of context about the victims. The young women who entered service in Elizabeth Bathory's household came primarily from two sources, as the local peasant families around the villages of Shavar and Kashtitsa, who sent daughters into service as a normal economic arrangement, and somewhat later from families of the minor gentry who sent daughters ostensibly for education and social polishing. Both categories of girl occupied position of almost total social dependence. A peasant girl in service in a great noble household had no meaningful recourse against mistreatment. Her employer was also her judge. Her employer's word outweighed hers in every forum. And her family's economic dependence on the estate made complaint potentially catastrophic for everyone that she loved. The girl from the minor gentry was in a bit better of a position, at least legally speaking, but still socially dependent on the patronage of the great noble house for any advancement. The combination of structural powerlessness and physical isolation, that is the context that made Elizabeth Bathory's claims possible against years and decades without effective intervention. The documentary record supports a subset of this account and casts serious doubt on other parts. The deaths of servants and young women at the Bathory Nadasti estates are corroborated by multiple independent sources, including the testimony of a Lutheran pastor, that is, Istvan Magyari, who had been publicly accusing Elizabeth of crimes against her servants years before the formal investigation began. Bit of a trailblazer, and extremely brave, to be honest with you. The bodies of young women were being buried with suspicious frequency at the estates around Kashtitsa, a circumstance attested by local clergy who were asked to conduct the burials. The violence was real, and on a scale that penetrated local consciousness. People in surrounding villages knew that something was wrong at the castle. They knew that women sent there sometimes did not come back, and this had been generating rumors for years. This is well established. There's not many people who are saying that Bathory did nothing wrong. I've not really encountered anyone saying that. But that's not really the argument, it's all about scale. But then there's the claim that the prosecution was specifically triggered by the extension of violence to daughters of the minor nobility, and that's at least partially substantiated on record. It's a little bit sad, because the peasant girls, well, at least on paper, they weren't as valuable as the noble girls. No one cared if one of them went missing, and that's sad. Anyway, the formal charges include the names of several young women from minor gentry families who had been sent to Kashtitsa, ostensibly as students, in a school for young noblewomen that Elizabeth is said to have operated. The disappearance of the girls from families with social standing to make complaints is almost certainly the contributing factor to the timing of the investigation. Those complaints seem to have been finally taken seriously by regional administrators. The register of victims that Kata Benetsky claimed was found in Elizabeth's possession, from which 650 figure divides, well, that's never been found. Yes, disappointing, right? Its existence is attested only in the testimony extracted under duress, which means that it occupied the same evidential status as everything else the accomplices said under those conditions, basically screaming out whatever they thought would stop the torture as the rack stretches them out. Or the number 650 itself, which appears in the most lurid accounts, almost certainly overstates the actual death toll significantly. The formal trial proceedings, which are the most reliable documentary source, discuss specific named victims in numbers considerably lower, while the total number of cases establishes the court's satisfaction, being in the dozens rather than the hundreds. Now, dozens of murders is monstrous enough. The inflation to 650 serves the legend rather than the history. The blood bathing deserves the same scrutiny. The earliest written reference to blood bathing in connection with Elizabeth Bathory appears in accounts written decades after her death, and it draws on oral traditions of uncertain origin. And by the way, nothing in the trial testimony, in Turzo's letters and reports, or on the investigation records mentions blood bathing at all. The accomplices, who describe the murders in considerable detail and under interrogation, do not describe it. And by the way, blood coagulates really quickly. It just wouldn't work. I know the word bloodbath is one of those terms that we have, but it would be more like a bath of jelly or something, which is pretty horrifying. Anyway, the bloodbath is 99% legend, and it should be said plainly. But then again, who knows what she did in her free time? Experiments and all the rest. Who knows? But it wasn't on the trial record, so yeah. Anyway, moving on. Well, the crimes attributed to Elizabeth Bathory had been known in their general outlines for years before Turzo arrived at Kastitsa in December of 1610. He's the investigator, the top character. Now, Magyari had complained publicly, at least as early as 1602. Local court clergy had been burying suspicions of bodies for years. Well, the rumors had reached the court of Emperor Rudolf II in Vienna no later than 1610. The specific questions of why the authorities acted when they did, rather than a decade earlier when the evidence was already there, has an answer that is at least partly political and financial, and acknowledging this does not require exonerating Bathory of anything, we should say. Now, at the time of her arrest, Elizabeth Bathory was one of the wealthiest individuals in the Kingdom of Hungary. The Nadasti estates included large tracts of land, multiple fortified castles, and revenues that made her independently powerful, which, well, were quite unusual for a widow in this period. She had also, critically, become a substantial creditor of the crown. Her husband, Ferenc, had lent significant sums to the Habsburg monarchy to fund the long Turkish war, and those debts remained unpaid at his death. The prosecution and conviction of Elizabeth Bathory and the confiscation of her estates, that would logically have followed a finding of guilt, offered the Habsburg court a mechanism for eliminating a debt and acquiring substantial assets simultaneously. This convergence of genuine crime and political opportunity is a well-established historical pattern. Powerful people are frequently protected from consequences for genuine wrongdoing until the political calculation shifts and their crimes become useful to the people prosecuting them. The specific political situation of the Hungarian nobility in 1610 adds a bit of more texture to the prosecutor's motives. The long Turkish War had ended in 1606 with the Peace of Bathory, and the Hungarian nobility was negotiating a complex post-war settlement with the Habsburg crown, in which the specific rights, privileges, and properties of the great noble houses were all in play. George Torso was himself a creditor of Elizabeth in some accounts, having lent her money during the years of the war. And of course, the specific financial entanglements between Torso and the Nadasti families give his prosecution of her a texture that pure moral outrage doesn't really explain fully. This doesn't mean that the prosecution was simply a financial operation. That's a bit too simple. But it does mean that the financial and the moral were entangled in ways that contemporaries would not have experienced as a contradiction, and that we should not pretend were more separate than they actually were. The specific mechanism by which Torso managed to prosecute Elizabeth without exposing the full extent of the problem is itself a study in early modern political management. He arrived at Kastitsa before Christmas with a party that included his own men, officials from the royal court, and representatives of the Bathory family, specifically representatives from the branches of the family most concerned about the reputational damage of a full public trial. It's funny, that's what they're concerned about, not all of the dead bodies. Priorities of the rich and famous. The presence of Bathory family members at Torso's party was not incidental. It was part of the arrangement by which the family agreed to cooperate in Elizabeth's confinement in exchange for the investigation being managed quietly and gently, without the kind of public proceedings that would have required the full evidence to be aired and tested. The family signed documents acknowledging the situation and authorizing the confinement. In doing so, they became complicit in both the justice and the injustice of what followed. The justice of ensuring that a woman who had killed was contained, and the injustice of ensuring that she never received the trial she was entitled to under Hungarian law. Torso's conduct of the prosecution bears the marks of this political calculation throughout. He moved quickly to arrest her, but simultaneously worked to prevent the full extent of a public trial. He seems to have been concerned that a complete public proceeding would expose the scale of what had been happening in ways that would embarrass the nobility as a whole, including members of the Bathory clan who were still politically powerful. The compromise he arrived at was simultaneously sufficient to destroy her and insufficient to produce full public reckoning with evidence, basically executing the accomplices, imprisoning Elizabeth without formal trial on the authority of her own family and a palatine's office. The political management of the case explains some of its strangest features, including the significant gap between the severity of the accusations and the relatively opaque legal process that followed. So the legal proceedings against Elizabeth and her accomplices took place in January of 1611 at Bicha Castle, Torso's own seat. It took 2 sessions. The accomplices were tried formally. The court heard testimony, examined the evidence, and issued the sentences. Ilona Yo and Dorothea Sentes Dorko were found guilty of murder and were burned alive after having their fingers torn off with heated tongs, which was the prescribed punishment for multiple murder under Hungarian law of the period. I mean, points for creativity, I guess. Janos Fitzko was beheaded before burning, a concession to his youth, and claims that he had acted under compulsion. Kata Bitsnetsky, described as a minor accomplice, got life in prison. The testimony that came out of the formal proceedings against the accomplices produced a catalogue of violence that the court found credible enough to execute 3 people over. Fitzko's account, taken under physical duress, described methods of punishment that escalated over time, initial beatings giving way to more inventive cruelties, including forcing girls to stand naked in the cold, inserting needles under their fingernails, burning their skin with heated coins, and in some accounts, coating a girl in honey and leaving her outside for insects. Whether all these specific details are accurate, or whether some was suggested by the interrogators and confirmed by a young man desperate for the pain to stop, is impossible to determine at this distance. We just don't know. That being said, honey is one of those things that preserves for quite a long time. So perhaps if we find a pile of honey with a bunch of insects in it, attached to some skeleton, who knows? I mean, it's not something you want to find. I'm just saying. Anyway, there is a pattern, though, and that pattern is escalation over time, increasing inventiveness, methods detached from any disciplinary purpose, consistent with what the independent witness testimony suggests about the general character of violence. So they beheaded Fitzko, January 1611. Whatever he had done, whatever he'd been compelled to do, and whatever he'd been made to say, well, he was 20 years old when he faced the consequences for it. Elizabeth Bathory herself was not formally tried. Turzo had decided before the proceedings began that a public trial of a woman of her rank and family connections, with its attendant publicity, its requirement to produce and test evidence and possibility of acquittal or of revelations damaging to the broader Bathory clan, was politically undesirable. Instead, he arranged for her to be confined in Kastitsa under a form of noble imprisonment that was technically not a judicial sentence. So she was placed in a set of rooms that had their doors and windows bricked up, with slits left for the passage of food and light. This arrangement would constitute the remainder of her life. The specific legal tradition Elizabeth Bathory was invoking in her protest letters was the Golden Bull of 1222, the foundational document of Hungarian noble rights, roughly analogous to the Magna Carta in English tradition, which established that Hungarian nobles could not be imprisoned without formal judgment and could not be deprived of their property without due process. The Palatine's authority to confine her without a formal judicial proceeding was, as Elizabeth's letters correctly argued, of questionable legality under this framework. Her lawyers made these arguments in formal documents that were submitted to the appropriate authorities, and, as far as the surviving record shows, were simply ignored. The authorities were not aware of the legal problem her confinement represented. They had calculated that the political cost of acknowledging it was lower than the political cost of a full trial. That calculation proved to be correct. She died in her rooms, with this legal question never being resolved. Elizabeth Bathory protested from the beginning. She wrote letters demanding a proper trial, asserting her innocence, appealing to the rights of a noble accused under Hungarian law. The letters are among the most fascinating documents in the case. The precision of her arguments, the legal knowledge she deployed, the absolute refusal to accept a situation that she regarded as unjust. She was not passive. She argued, appealed, and continued to assert her rights until the end. But all the letters were unanswered, or were answered with platitudes that resolved nothing, kind of like getting back a response like, "Oh, we've received your email, we will look into it." No, you won't. Anyway, whatever else she was, she understood the law a little bit too well, if you know what I mean. Like she had prepared for this eventuality and studied up on a way to get out of it. But that's just my personal conjecture. Either way, she understood that the process used against her was irregular, and it was. Like in legal terms, it certainly was. She was correct on that specific point. She was confined without a formal verdict in a proceeding that did not give her the opportunity to challenge the evidence against her. And that irregularity does not mean that she was innocent. It just means that she was right that the process was unjust. Two things can be correct at the same time, you know. Well, let's look at the specific physical conditions of her imprisonment, because that's been a bit of subject of disagreement in the sources. There is the traditional account, derived largely from later Jesuit and Habsburg histories with their own polemical interests, describing a darkness so complete, an isolation so total, that the imprisonment amounted to a slow and deliberate death. The documentary record is somewhat less dramatic than that. She had servants, at least initially. She received visitors on occasion. Her children would come see her. And there are records of correspondence. The bricked up windows and doors appear to have been partially opened over time, as the immediate political pressure to maintain her complete isolation began to diminish. She was confined. She was not comfortable, at least not as comfortable as before, and that distinction matters for understanding what her final years actually turned out like. Her children's relationship to their mother's imprisonment was complicated, and the sources treat it even-handedly. Her daughters had married into the noble families before the arrest, and the primary concern was, and that of their husbands, limiting the damage to their own social and legal positions from their mother's disgrace. Her son, Paul, was a minor at the time of the arrest and was placed under the guardianship of Thurzo. The visits to Kastitsa that the sources record are infrequent, and the surviving correspondence does not give us a clear picture of what was actually said. What the record does preserve is a letter from Elizabeth to her daughter Anna, written after the arrest. It's among the most extraordinary documents in the case. It's precise, practical, focused on the proper management of the family's financial interests, and, of course, the inheritance disputes. Its entirely absence of the self-pity that one might expect from a woman who had been walled up in her own rooms. She was, to the end, most herself when dealing with administrative reality. She spent 3.5 years in those rooms at Kastitsa. In the summer of 614, a guard reported that she had been acting strangely, eating poorly, and distressed in ways that were beyond her usual state. On August 21st, 1614, one of her guards found her dead, face down on the floor of her chamber. She was 53 years old when she died, and the cause of death is not yet established. There was no formal examination. She was buried without cemetery at the buried without ceremony in the church of Kastitsa. And whether she died naturally, as seems probable for a woman of 53 who had been confined for years under significant stress, not to mention a vitamin D deficiency one can imagine, or whether the end was accelerated by other means, we do not know. She was buried, and the stone over her grave was eventually lost. So it's not like, before you're about to ask, we can exhume her and give her an autopsy for poisons. For a woman who had been one of the most prominent nobles in the Kingdom of Hungary, it's an extremely obscure ending. Her legacy to her children was complicated by the confiscation proceedings that followed her conviction. The Nadasti estates that she had managed with such energy and competence were distributed among a combination of Habsburg crown rulers and other Nadasti heirs, with the children receiving less than they would have inherited from an undistressed state. The specific financial and property consequences of her prosecution were, as expected, substantial. Large debts owed to the Nadasti family by the crown were just cancelled, through legal proceedings confirming the financial dimensions that had helped precipitate the prosecution of her in the first place. Her daughters married respectfully into the Hungarian nobility. Her son Paul became a soldier and an administrator of modest distinction. The Bathory name survived her disgrace, as names attached to sufficient wealth and established power generally do, but it also retained, increasingly as the decades passed and the legend metastasized, its own association with the woman in the sealed rooms at Kastitsa who killed all those people. Not exactly the legacy they wanted, but it's what they got. The specific form of Bathory's legend was largely manufactured in the 100 years after her death. The countess who bathed in blood and murdered hundreds of virgins in the pursuit of eternal youth. And the mechanisms of its manufacture are themselves historically instructive. The primary vehicle was the 1729 publication of Tragica Historia by the Jesuit priest Laszlo Torozze, which drew on oral traditions, earlier manuscript accounts, and the author's own embellishments to produce the version of the story that subsequent centuries would elaborate. Torozze was writing in a specific context, the post-Reformation period, in which the Calvinist Protestant Bathory family was a symbol of heresy, from the perspective of the Habsburg Catholic establishment at least, and in which the elaboration of a monstrous Protestant noblewoman served obvious polemical purposes. The bloodbath motive appears prominently in Torozze. Its absence from the trial record and its presence in his account tells you a little something about where it comes from. The 19th century added dimensions that have most durably shaped the popular image. The Romantic movement's enthusiasm for the Gothic, the female monster as a figure of this kind of transgressive sexuality, for the aristocratic predator as a symbol of decadent old regime violence against the peasantry. While all of these are found in Elizabeth Bathory's story, she's kind of a convenient archetype. Of course, she was inserted into early vampire fiction, linked to the emerging Dracula mythology. Bram Stoker had read accounts of her, and some scholars argue for her influence on his creation. That's fair enough. Well, she also became a fixed point in the emerging genre of true crime that the Victorian period was developing with considerable energy. Really a golden age for that kind of literature. Each retelling added elements, sharpened that bloodbath motive, increased the victim count, and deepened the specifically female and specifically sexual dimensions of the crimes attributed to her. By the early 20th century, she was firmly established as the world's most prolific female serial killer, a designation that conflates the legal category of serial killing with the political violence of the early modern period in ways that obscure more than they clarify, I guess. But the cultural persistence of the bloodbath motive itself is really what's worth examining, because it reveals something about the specific anxieties that Bathory's case had been used to express across different eras. In the early modern period, the bloodbath expressed anxiety about the corruption of the aristocracy, noble privilege taken to its logical and horrifying extreme. In the 19th century Gothic tradition, it expressed anxiety about female sexuality and the threat of the consuming woman. In the 20th century, it was recycled into horror films that were simultaneously interested in and uncomfortable with the combination of female desire, violence, and narcissism. The specific image of a beautiful woman bathing in blood, that's got to be the most extreme expression of the broader cultural anxiety of women who prioritize their own desires over social obligations. An anxiety that has nothing to do with Elizabeth Bathory, sure, but actually everything to do with what the people who told and retold her story needed it to represent. And so the legend of Bathory is not primarily about Elizabeth herself. It's about what different eras needed the archetype of a monstrous female killer to be. And so it's quite obvious that the truth is more complicated than either the monster of the legend or the innocent victim of a completely revisionist account. I suppose there's a few of them around, but yeah, I don't think many people are saying that she's completely innocent. If there are, then, tell me. Because maybe we can look into it. Maybe there's a few arguments, but we'll see. In any case, she was born into this world that regarded the physical punishment of servants as just an exercise of legitimate authority that provided no meaningful legal protection to the peasant or minor gentry girls who entered service in great households, and that had, across her lifetime, been consuming hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in the long Turkish war without any real moral crisis. And she grew up in a family with a tradition of extraordinary privilege and a specific history of individuals whose exercise of that privilege exceeded even the era's standards. And then she married into circumstances that placed her in sole charge of this huge responsibility, this geographically dispersed household, and with legal authority over its members and no immediate supervision. He was by all accounts intelligent, determined, administratively capable, and possessed of a personality that contemporaries variously described as strong-willed, but also prone to sudden and extreme anger. And so I suppose her place in world culture is considerably larger than the historical record that produced it. She has generated novels, films, operas, albums by metal bands. I remember when I was a kid seeing the picture of Elizabeth Bathory on Cradle of Filth's album. I think it was, I forgot, was it Cruelty and the Beast? I think it was Cruelty and the Beast. I think so. Opened up with the song Cruelty Brought the Orchards. Yeah, it was a banger at the time. They've fallen off a bit since, but no, this is not a video about that. But the bloodbath motive has entered a general cultural vocabulary as a synonym for extreme vanity and violence in ways detached from whatever Bathory actually did in her rooms at Kashtitzer and Shavar. She's become a screen onto which successive eras project their anxieties against aristocratic violence and this relationship between beauty and cruelty, the specific terror of the killer who looks entirely ordinary from the outside but hides those dark secrets. Well, I won't hide any secrets from you. Anyway, that is the end of our video for today. And I hope that the reality of the situation, as far as we can understand it, doesn't subtract from your interest. Another character that really gets this sort of rewriting, this mythology around him is Vlad the Impaler. He gets that too. Really, a lot of historical characters seem to get this. It doesn't mean that it's bad or good. It just means that there's a truth underneath that should be talked about. So it's important that we go through the details. Who knows if we're going to find more bodies under Kashtitzer? Who knows? Maybe. I don't think anyone's looking for them at the moment. Last thing you want to find under the ground is the bodies of kids. That's not good. Anyway, thank you so much for listening to our video today. It's about time I go and cook myself a meal. I'm a little hungry. So I will see you in the next video whenever you want to come back and join us. Oh, and thank you for those supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, keeping us ad-free and crowd-funded. And thank you for liking and subscribing or commenting, telling all your friends about us. Yeah, something like that. 18th century Dublin. It was one of the grandest cities in Europe, but also one of the most wretched. and quite often on the very same street. The north side had wide boulevards, classical architecture that could rival anything in London. But a few blocks away, families of 6 occupied single rooms in houses built for single families, in districts where the gutters served as sewers and the air tasted of tallow and animal waste. The population tripled across the century, from 60,000 to nearly 200,000, driven by rural migration and a pull of a city that served as Ireland's parliament, its colonial administration, and its commercial hub all at once. So naturally, people came from far and wide looking for work. Many of them found it. But the work was brutal, the pay was uncertain, and the living conditions, well, they were as harsh as anything that the pre-industrial European city could produce. What made Dublin's poverty different from London's or Paris was not its severity. It was all about the specific causes. A colonial system that shaped who could own property, who could work freely, and who could participate in public life. All of this layered on top of the ordinary mechanisms of urban inequality. So today, we're talking about what all of this looked like. Dublin, right from the bottom, in the poorest of places. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you back for another slum exploration video. Hope you're enjoying them. And just quickly, a quick reminder, we are crowdfunded here, proudly so. We don't take any ads or sponsors. This is because we are supported on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and donations. So pinned comment if you want to find those links. If you don't, that's fine. But give us a quick like, comment, and subscribe. Pushes us out in the algorithm and makes things a lot easier for us. Anyway, let's begin now. Get nice and relaxed. First off, let's talk a little bit about the geography. And I think you'll see that there's a bit of a split between the two versions of Dublin. The River Liffey has always divided Dublin into north and south. But in the 18th century, that division carried a weight of meaning that went well beyond geography. The north side developed in earnest from the 1720s onwards under the influence of the Wide Streets Commission and the ambitions of Anglo-Irish grandees, became the address of fashion of the professional classes and the great town houses of nobility. The nice area. Henrietta Street, completed in the 1730s, was for a time the most fashionable address in the city. Wide, ordered, its houses built on a scale that announced the wealth and self-confidence of an elite that was constructing its own world in brick and stone. The north side's expansion pushed outward towards Montjoy Square and beyond. A planned city, growing deliberately on the city's edge. And then there was the south and the west, which told a different story. Here, in the liberties, a term referring to the jurisdictional zones outside the medieval city walls where different legal regimes applied and where craft guilds and authorities had historically competed, was the beating heart of the industry of the city. The Coombe, Thomas Street, Francis Street, the Bottle River Valley. These were the addresses of the weaving trade, the tanning industry, the smiths and coopers and butchers, whose labor sustained both the city's consumption and export economy. The liberties had never been planned in a real sense, not least like how the north side was planned. They had rather grown organically, by accretion over centuries, and their street planners reflected the logic of an earlier city. Narrow, winding, interrupted by courts and laneways that served as extensions of the domestic space for families whose houses could not contain their actual living requirements. The medieval street grid persisted persisted long after the buildings lining it had been subdivided and repurposed beyond recognition. Between Liberties and the river lay the Old City, an area within or immediately adjacent to the medieval walls, where some of the densest and most desperate housing in Dublin was concentrated. Streets like Fishamble Street, where Handel had actually premiered The Messiah in 1742, in a venue a few hundred yards from some of the most overcrowded tenements in Europe, gave a sense of the way grandeur and squalor coexisted at an almost absurd proximity. The Christchurch area, the Corn Market, Cook Street, these were addresses that appeared in the parish registers of baptisms and burials with a frequency that tells its own story about the density of population and the regularity of death. The geography of Dublin's poverty was not a single zone, but a dispersed condition, present in pockets throughout the city, concentrated in Liberties and the old core, but there was no place where it was entirely absent, and expanding outward as the century progressed and the population grew faster than the housing stock could accommodate. Outside the areas of fashionable development, the physical fabric of the city was in a condition that horrified most visitors who commented on it. Jonathan Swift, who served as Dean of St. Patrick's Cathedral at the Liberties in 1713 until his death in 45, and who had close acquaintances with Dublin's poor, more than most of its class did, wrote repeatedly about the physical conditions of the streets around his cathedral. His famous Modest Proposal of 1729, a satirical suggestion that the Irish poor should eat their own children as a solution to poverty, was not written in the abstract. Swift was describing people he saw daily, people who brought their petitions to the deanery door, people whose children he watched die in the streets around St. Patrick's, with a combination of horror and institutional helplessness that drove him to the sharpest satirical writing in the English language. The geography of the city was the geography of his despair. But he's a very good source for a video like this. So thank you for your fine work, Mr. Swift. Now, the characteristic form of working-class housing in 18th century Dublin was the subdivided tenement. And understanding what that meant requires setting aside any modern associations with the word that might carry and thinking about the physical reality of a house designed for one family, now occupied by 8 or 10. The typical tenement had began its life as a merchant's or tradesman's house, 2 or 3 stories, perhaps 4 rooms in total, with a yard behind giving access to a privy shared originally by a single household. As the original occupants moved to more fashionable addresses, as landlords subdivided leases and sublet to multiple tenants, as economic pressure drove families into the cheapest accommodations, each room became a separate household. The parlor became a family's living and sleeping space. The kitchen served another. The upper rooms, accessed by a stair that belonged to nobody in particular and was maintained by no one at all, that would house further families. The yard privy, designed for one family's use, now served a building containing 40 or 50 people. Below the ground floor, the cellars had become habitations in their own right. The cellar dwelling was the lowest rung of Dublin's housing ladder, and the people who occupied them were the most vulnerable in the city's population. A cellar in 18th century Dublin tenements was typically below street level, accessed by steps from the street or from the house's internal passage, unventilated except for a small window at street level, through which passed the feet of pedestrians and, in heavy rain, the water flowing along the gutter. The floors were beaten earth, or where a previous occupant had been prosperous enough, a bit of flagstone. The ceiling was the underside of the ground floor above, close enough to touch in the low-ceilinged examples. Light was whatever came through the small window, or from a tallow candle when the household could afford one. And then there was the dampness. That was the permanent condition. The physician John Cain, writing about Dublin's health in the early 19th century, but drawing on conditions that had changed little since the previous, described cellar dwellers as existing, quote, in a state of perpetual moisture, their clothing never fully drying, their bedding absorbing the water that seeps through the walls. Good Lord. Okay. Well, speaking of bedding, the question of beds, who had them, what they consisted of, and how many people shared them, that is one of the most revealing in the social history of Dublin poverty. In bed, rather the bed in its most minimal form, was just a pile of straw on the floor, perhaps covering a piece of sacking or an old coat. A step above that was a modern wooden frame holding a sack filled with straw or chaff, shared by a couple and their younger children. Older children would sleep where space allowed, on the floor, under a table, against a wall, wherever they could find it. In the very poorest households, the distinction between sleeping space and working space barely existed. The same floor on which a family slept at night was the floor on which a weaver's loom stood during the day, or on which a hawker spread her goods for assessment before the morning's work. The sharing of beds between unrelated individuals, i.e. lodgers taken in to support income, or simply the accommodation of homeless neighbors in a gesture of solidarity, perhaps, that was common enough to attract the attention of medical observers, who were worried about its role in the spread of disease. We'll get to disease a bit later. The back courts and laneways behind the main street tenements consisted a second layer of habitation that the contemporaries found particularly disturbing. These courts typically reached through a narrow archway from the street, invisible to the public thoroughfare, contained structures that had begun as outbuildings, stables, or workshops, and had been converted to human habitation as demand pressed every available space into use. The court dwelling was in many ways worse than the street tenement, further from any natural light, entirely dependent on the single archway entrance for whatever air movement occurred, and far from the eyes of any constable or magistrate who might otherwise have provided some nominal check on conditions. Maybe. The courts of the liberties were well known to Dublin's reform-minded observers at the end of the century. A 1798 survey by a grand jury described one such court off Thomas Street as containing 11 separate dwelling housing on estimated 11 separate dwellings housing an estimated 93 people, sharing one privy, with no drain and no connection to the city's rudimentary water supply beyond a standpipe in the street 50 yards away. Sort of makes you appreciate what you got, huh? So the liberties of Dublin in the 18th century were above all else a manufacturing district. If you want to make money, you've got to make stuff. And the trade that defined the area's character and its miseries was mainly silk and wool weaving. The weavers of the Coombe and the surrounding streets had been a significant presence since the Restoration, their numbers swelled by the arrival of Huguenot refugees after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685, and they had developed a craft tradition of real sophistication, producing figured silks and patterned woolens whose quality was recognized across these islands and beyond. But there's a problem, and it was a catastrophic one. The problem was that English wool and silk trades had a powerful interest in preventing Irish competition, and the English Parliament obliged them. The Wool Act of 1699 effectively destroyed Irish wool exports. The Silk Act followed in its wake. and the Irish weaving trade spent the 18th century in a state of chronic, periodically acute crisis, lurching between brief periods of relative prosperity and extended periods of unemployment that drove thousands of skilled workers into destitution. So what does unemployment mean in a world without any social safety net to speak of? In 18th century Dublin, it meant falling through a series of increasingly desperate strategies. A weaver thrown out of work might first draw on savings if they had any, which they probably didn't. They might apply to their guild for relief, if he was a guild member and the guild had funds, which increasingly it did not. He might send his wife and older children to earn what they could through casual labor, washing, carrying, selling small items on the street. He might take in lodgers and sleep 4 to a room instead of 2. He might pawn his tools, his loom furniture, his wife's second dress, his own second coat, working down through the household's small stock of assets until there was nothing left to sell. And then he might join the vast informal economy of the streets, the world of the hawker, the carrier, the odd-job man, or the beggar, who maintained the distinction between begging and other forms of survival labor with a precision that the comfortable classes rarely bothered to observe. The street economy of Dublin was enormous and extraordinarily varied. The city's markets at Thomas Street, Corn Market, and the Smithfield Cattle Market, and the fish market on the quays, generated a peripheral economy of people who lived off the markets without being formal participants in them. The women who bought bruised fruit and resold it at a discount, the men who collected the offal from the butcher's stalls and processed it into something edible or saleable, the children who gathered horse dung off the street and sold it as fuel or fertilizer. This was the informal economy. The oral tradition of the Dublin street trades was carried in the cries of the vendors. Hot coddle, water fresh from the Leafy, a cry whose optimism about the Leafy's water quality became increasingly detached from the reality. Mackerel alive, for sale. And these cries, some of them preserved in the broadside ballads of the period, give us one of the few direct acoustic records of how the poorest Dubliners announced themselves to the world. Women's labour in the slum economy deserves a bit of attention too, partly because it's been systematically underrepresented in the records, and partly because in many poor households it was the more reliable source of income. Men's work, particularly in the weaving trades, was cyclical and vulnerable to the kind of mass unemployment that the periodic trade depressions produced. Women's work in the street economy, the sale of foodstuffs, the taking in of washing, keeping of a shebeen, the binding of books or making of candles at home for cash, the care of other people's children, and of course, the other trades. It was less well paid, but it was steadier. The Dublin street trader, the Liberty woman, who held her pitch in the market against all comers, with a physical and verbal ferocity that became proverbial, was a figure whose economic importance to her household was as large as her cultural visibility. The court records of the period contain numerous cases involving women defending their trade pitches, their stock, or their right to operate at a particular location, and the aggression with which they prosecuted these disputes suggests that the economic stakes were high enough for them to fight pretty hard for. At the very bottom of the economic hierarchy, below the street traders and casual labourers, were the beggars, a population whose size and visibility were among the features of Dublin that most struck visitors and most preoccupied the city's governing class. The distinction between the, quote, deserving and undeserving poor, a distinction that the 18th century commentators drew constantly and then encoded a moral judgment whose actual relationship to the causes of poverty was essentially nil, was applied to the beggar population with particular force. The workhouse on James Street, established in 1703, was intended partly as means of processing the city's beggars into more productive pursuits, and partly as a deterrent. You see, the conditions were designed to be worse than the worst voluntary employment, on the theory that nobody who could find any other means of surviving would voluntarily enter. The theory was not entirely wrong. The workhouse was known in the Liberties as a place you entered when everything else had failed, the end of the line, and the stories that circulated about its conditions, many of them, it must be said, accurate, ensured that it functioned as a measure of a last resort rather than a systematic solution to the problem of poverty. Of course, we did a full video about the Victorian workhouse about, I don't know, a year ago, I think. Good video. You should watch it. But yeah, perhaps we'll have to do notorious workhouses because this is, of course, before Victorian times. But you've got to eat and drink, so that's the next factor. The diet of Dublin's poor in the 18th century was, as you would expect, monotonous, insufficient, and calibrated to the minimum necessity for work. It's no surprise the potato. That takes center stage. It had become the dietary staple of rural Ireland by the mid-17th century, and it was well established in the urban diet too. Though the city poor had access to a somewhat wider range of foodstuffs than their rural counterparts, access being the operative word, because the markets that made variety theoretically available were markets from which the very poorest were effectively excluded by the price barriers. Still, access, but it's not always realistic. I mean, we have access to everything, right? You have access to, Rolex watches. Doesn't mean you can't go and get one, it just means that at the moment perhaps you can't get it. Now, the basic diet of a working family in the Liberties in the middle of the century was potatoes as the main starch, supplemented when money allowed by oatmeal porridge, salt herring, occasional small quantities of offal or the cheapest cuts of meat. Milk, where available, was a luxury. Butter appearing in the diet, mostly as a flavoring in tiny quantities, was the occasional produce of a domestic economy stretched to its limits. The bread market in Dublin was the yeast of their problems. Anyway, well, I should say it was a source of chronic tension between the poor and the city's bakers, the millers and their political patrons. Well, white bread, the bread of the comfortable classes, was beyond the reach of most working families. The bread the poor bought was darker, heavier, made from cheap grain, and its quality was a recurring subject of complaint in the popular press and in the records of the city's grand juries. Adulteration was common. Bakers added chalk, alum, various other substances just to make the flour stretch. A practice that was technically illegal but practically universal. The bread riots that broke out periodically in Dublin across the century, most dramatically in 1740 and 41, during a catastrophe known as the Year of the Slaughter, which sounds as bad as it is, when a combination of severe winter weather, crop failure, and subsequent epidemics killed an estimated 300,000 people across Ireland, with Dublin's poor dying at a rate that overwhelmed even the city's capacity to bury them. Well, certainly not good times, and Ireland has a very rough history, of course. They were coherent responses rather than mob fury, especially not irrational mob fury, to a food supply system that was visibly failing the people that most depended upon it. I mean, what else are people going to do? Just lay down and starve to death? I don't bloody think so. The Year of Slaughter deserves quite a bit of more study, I think. It was the worst demographic catastrophe in 18th century Ireland, and because its impact on Dublin's slums were particularly severe. The crisis began with the Great Frost of 1739 to 40, the most extreme cold snap in recorded Irish history, which froze the rivers, destroyed the stored potato crop, killed livestock in the fields, and paralyzed the transport network on which the urban food supply depended. The famine that followed through 1740 and 41 killed people across every social class, but it killed the poor with particular efficiency, those with no stored food, no credit, no land, or access to networks of charitable relief that the better connected poor might have tapped into. Well, they were simply just left to starve to death. Bad luck. The streets of the Liberties filled with the bodies of people who had come to the city seeking food and found none. Contemporary accounts speak of bodies in doorways, of families found dead in their rooms with no food or fuel, of the workhouse refusing admittance to applicants because it was already beyond capacity. And you know it's a problem when you can't even get into the workhouse. Swift, who died in 1745, and whose own mental deterioration in his final years has been attributed partly to the horror of what he witnessed in those times, spent his own money feeding the people at the deanery door, and wrote with a rage that had moved well beyond satire into something rawer and more vicious. For most of the century, outside of the acute crisis years, hunger in Dublin slums was a chronic rather than an acute condition, the permanent background feature of life rather than a sudden catastrophe. The seasonal rhythm of food prices meant that late winter and early spring were the hardest months, when the last year's potato crop was exhausted and the new seasons had not yet arrived, when the credit extended by the local chandler or grocer had reached its limit, and when the combination of cold, hunger, and the diseases that cold and hunger encourage reached their annual peak. The bodies of children were particularly legible as records of chronic nutritional stress. The parish burial registers of St. Catherine's, St. Nicholas Within, and other Liberties parishes show elevated child mortality in spring, with a consistency across the decades that speaks not to individual misfortune, but a structural pattern of seasonal deprivation. And then there were the diseases. They were not random misfortunes either, but rather consequences of overcrowding, poor nutrition, contaminated water, bad sanitation, and the specific vulnerabilities that poverty creates in the human body. Typhus, known in the period variously as jail fever, camp fever, or simply the fever, was transmitted by the body louse, which flourished in conditions of overcrowding and irregular access to washing facilities. In a city where an average tenement room might house 8 people, sharing bedding that was never washed, the louse moved freely between bodies, and typhus moved with it. The fever could reach epidemic scale with quite a bit of speed. A household in a court dwelling infected one family, who shared a privy with 3 other families, who shared a water standby with the street, and within weeks the infection had spread through the entire network of interconnected poverty that the court structure represented. Dublin experienced major typhus epidemics in 1708, 18, and 28, and the early 1740s, compounding the famine mortality, and again in the 1770s. A drumbeat of mass death that recurred with horrible regularity. Smallpox was the great killer of children. By the middle of the 18th century, smallpox inoculation, the practice of deliberately infecting a patient with a material form mild case, in the hope of producing a controlled infection that would confer immunity, that was available to those who could afford it, and who were prepared to trust the procedure. Of course, this was all very new in those times, but in practice it meant that the better off, who could pay a physician, who could afford the period of illness that the inoculation typically produced, and who had the social networks through which knowledge of the procedure had spread. For the children of the liberties, smallpox remained essentially unmedicated throughout most of the century. The introduction of Edward Jenner's cowpox vaccine in 1796 was all too late for a century's worth of children who had already horribly died. Its practical implementation in Dublin's poor communities was, in any case, a slow and incomplete process that extended well into the 19th century. The medical geography of death in Dublin's slums can be read with care from the burial registers, the hospital admissions, the bills of mortality that were published with increasing regularity as the century progressed. Now, speaking of the bills of mortality, they are particularly revealing, though they need to be handled with caution. They captured deaths that occurred within certain parish boundaries, and often missed deaths in the most transient and most impoverished households, and categorized causes of death with a diagnostic inconsistency that shows both the limits of contemporary medicine and the speed at which overworked parish clerks process their paperwork. So, with those caveats in mind, what they show is a city in which the infant mortality rate in the poorer parishes was consistently above 50% in the first year of life. So for those who are not math magicians, that means that more than half of the children born in the worst streets of the Liberties didn't even get to their first birthday. Now that's horrifying. Life expectancy at birth in these areas adjusted for this mortality, and it was somewhere around 30 years. A man or woman who survived childhood and reached 40 in the Coombe had, in statistical terms, outperformed most of their contemporaries by a substantial number. The Rotunda Hospital, founded in 1745 as the first purpose-built maternity hospital in the British Isles, represents one of the genuinely significant 18th century medical interventions in Dublin's poor population. Its foundation was driven partly by humanitarian concern, and partly by the practical recognition that the maternal mortality rate among women giving birth in tenement conditions without skilled assistance or clean instruments or any means of addressing complications was a serious enough problem to demand an institutional response. The Rotunda offered free delivery to poor women, and its records, which survive in remarkable completeness, give us one of the best windows we have into the physical condition of Dublin's poor female population. The hospital's physicians noted with a consistency that makes the pattern impossible to dismiss as a coincidence that the poorest patients arriving for delivery were significantly smaller, significantly more likely to have pelvic deformities caused by childhood rickets, and significantly more likely to experience complicated labors than patients from more comfortable circumstances. Poverty, in other words, was inscribed on the body across a lifetime before it became visible at the moment of a crisis. The relationship between poverty and crime in the 18th century was, as in every city in the period, complex enough to resist simple summary. But a few things can be said with reasonable confidence. Property crime, i.e. petty theft, pickpocketing, and receiving and selling of stolen goods, that was endemic to the poorer districts, and the line between the criminal economy and the informal street economy was often quite difficult to draw. The person who bought a stolen coat and sold it on was performing an economic function not entirely different from any other second-hand dealer. The person who lifted a loaf of bread from a market stall and ate it that evening was making a rational response to hunger. The moral framework of the law and the framework of the slum differed on these questions in ways that the wealthier classes found alarming, and the poorer classes found just obvious facts of life. The city's formal mechanisms of law enforcement were, throughout most of the century, conspicuously inadequate to the task of policing a rapidly growing urban population. The Watch, a body of men nominally responsible for keeping order in Dublin's streets, was chronically underfunded, undermanned, and under-respected. The watchmen themselves were often elderly men, unable to find any other employment, poorly paid, and with limited authority and even more limited ability to enforce it physically against a population that outnumbered and frequently outran them. The popular image of the Dublin watchman in the ballads and the chapbooks of the period is a figure of comedy and contempt, slow, drunk, asleep in his box, easily outwitted by anyone with the energy to try. This was exaggerated, of course. Got to sell those papers, right? But not entirely without foundation. The establishment of the Dublin Police in 1786, one of the earliest professional urban police forces in the British Isles, represented a significant shift in the state's approach to urban order. But its impact on the slum districts was initially more about surveillance than about any improvement in safety for people who live there. The courts that processed Dublin's criminal population operated a system whose brutality was calibrated to the perceived necessity of deterrence in a city where the conventional wisdom of the governing class held that only the severity of punishment stood between order and chaos. Public whipping at the cart's tail through the streets of the offender's own neighborhood was a common sentence for minor theft, its purpose theatrical as much as punitive. The procession through the familiar streets, the crowd that gathered, all the noise and the blood, it was intended to communicate to everyone watching that the price for crime is public humiliation and physical pain. The pillory served a similar function, with the added element that the crowd was invited to participate by throwing whatever they had on hand, which ranged from eggs and vegetable refuse to stones, and which occasionally killed the person pilloried when the crowd's mood turned ugly enough. Transportation to the American colonies, and later to Australia, removed persistent offenders from the city permanently, which the authorities regarded as a feature rather than a deficiency of the system. What the formal record of Dublin's court captures only partially is the internal order that poor communities maintained among themselves, independently of and often in explicit opposition to the formal mechanisms of the law. The street communities of the liberties had their own hierarchies, their own codes of obligation and retribution, their own understanding of which transgressions warranted community sanction and which didn't. The weaver combinations, the proto-trade union organized that the liberties weavers developed across the century, and the authorities regarded with undisguised alarm, exercised a form of labor discipline that included the physical punishment of weavers who undercut agreed wage rates, the destruction of the looms of those who broke combination rules, and on at least one documented occasion in 1721, the kidnapping and forcible processing through a vat of dye of a master weaver deemed to have treated his workers with exceptional bad faith. The old version of throw him into the wood chipper. Fair enough. He was mistreating the workers, so I don't feel bad for him. We've all had a boss we don't like. Well, this episode, known as Dragging, was a piece of collective direct action that occupied the uneasy territory between industrial dispute and criminal assault, and the difficulty the authorities had in prosecuting it shows the extent to which jury sympathy in the liberties lay firmly with the workers. And, well, it's no wonder that it did. The role of alcohol in the life of Dublin's slums also requires a careful handling, because it's been subject to some equally distorting treatments in the historical record. The first of the two is the moralistic treatment of the temperance reforms, who from the late 18th century onward produced a literature that attributed poverty, crime, and the entire catalogue of social misery to the drinking habits of the poor, as if the whiskey were the cause of destitution rather than one of its symptoms and consolations. The second is the equally romantic counter-tradition that treats the Dublin pub as an uncomplicated site of community, warmth, and solidarity, ignoring the damage that chronic alcohol use inflicted on an already fragile people. The reality, as usual, sits between these positions, somewhere in the middle, but is a whole lot messier than either tradition would suggest on a surface level. So what was the drink? Whiskey. That was the drink, and its availability, variety, and price were shaped by one of the more remarkable phenomena of Irish economic history, the explosion of illicit distillation. The excise system that taxed legal whiskey production created an immediate economic incentive for illegal production, and the geography of Dublin, its courts and laneways, crowded tenements with multiple exits, its dense social networks that made police informers both rare and socially dangerous, made an ideal environment for the small-scale operation. The shebeen, the unlicensed drinking house operating from a private dwelling, was the characteristic drinking establishment of the Liberties, and its keeper, typically a woman, who used the trade to supplement whatever other income the household generated, was a figure of considerable social importance in her immediate community. She extended credit, held information, and provided a warm space in which the business of the neighborhood was discussed and conducted. The quantity of whiskey consumed in the Liberty was by any standard remarkable. Contemporary observers estimated that in some streets every second or third house contained a shebeen. And while this was almost certainly an exaggeration driven by anxious reformers, I suppose we could say, the density of unlicensed drinking establishments was genuinely quite high. A Dublin grand jury report from 1760 estimated that there were over 1,200 licensed and unlicensed drinking premises in the city, for a population of perhaps 120,000, giving a ratio of one drinking establishment per 100 people that placed Dublin among the most heavily provisioned cities in Europe in this respect. The social costs were real. Household violence associated with drunkenness appears regularly in the records of the Dublin courts, the magistrates' notebooks, and the accounts of the charitable institutions that dealt with its consequence. But the social functions, they were also real, and the judgment that the drinking culture of the libertines was simply self-destruction tends to obscure the extent to which the tavern and the shebeen serve their own functions, for which, frankly, no other institution really existed. The weavers' combination meetings took place in taverns. The decisions about to strike, about wage negotiations, about which masters to work for and which to boycott, they were all made over whiskey, in rooms that the authorities were reluctant to enter and the landlords were motivated to keep out. Well, the chapbooks and the ballads that circulated through the liberties were sold and distributed through the taverns, the popular literature of the illiterate and semi-literate poor read aloud in groups. Disputes were settled there, marriages arranged, news from the wider world filtered through. It was all processed and interpreted. The shebeen keeper and the tavern landlord, they were nodes in the social network, whose importance was entirely disproportionate to their official standing in the city's formal institutions. The religious life of Dublin's poor was shaped above everything else by the penal laws, the series of legislative restrictions that deprived Catholics of right to own land above certain value, to attend university, hold public office, carry arms, practice law, or to have their clergy officiate publicly in most of the circumstances that made religious practice a visible social fact. The penal laws, whose specific provisions varied and were applied with varying strictness across the century, did not succeed in converting the Catholic population to Protestantism, which had been one of their intentions, of course. What they did succeed in doing was driving Catholic religious practice into a form of organized invisibility, shaped the character of Catholic community in life, a community life rather, in ways that persisted long after the laws themselves were relaxed in the 1770s and 80s. Mass was celebrated in Dublin throughout the period, but the character of its celebration reflected the legal constraints under which it had to operate. The Mass house was the domestic space, an improvised venue for Catholic worship, a converted room or yard, or in the most precarious periods of enforcement, a location only known to the congregation that changed regularly. The priest who said Mass was a man of considerable courage, ordained abroad, typically in France or Spain or the Low Countries, at one of the Irish colleges that the diaspora had established to maintain a trained clergy. Returning to Ireland to serve the community that could not legally support him openly, and that maintained him through a system of voluntary contributions his organization required. Exactly the kind of social solidarity that poverty tended simultaneously to demand and erode. Then there was the Hedge School, the formal educational system through which Catholic literacy and Irish language were maintained in the countryside. They had their urban equivalent in the clandestine teaching of reading and the catechism in private houses throughout the Liberties. The Protestant population of the slums, and there was one, concentrated particularly in the Huguenot weavers and their descendants, in the Dublin-born Protestant artisan community, and in the poorer end of the Church of Ireland congregation, occupies a different relation to institutional religion, but a relationship that has all of its own complications. The Church of Ireland parishes of the Liberties, St. Catherine's, Verburg, St. Nicholas within, were among the most deprived in the diocese. Fabric decaying, their clergy sometimes of limited quality, and their capacity to serve a large and mobile poor population stretched by the same demographic pressures that strained every other institution in the district. The Methodist that John Wesley introduced to Ireland from Methodism from 1747 onward, found some of its most receptive audiences precisely in this population. The Protestant poor of the urban class, for whom the established church was physically and socially distant, and for whom Wesley's emphasis on personal conversion, lay preaching, and the explicit address of poverty as a spiritual condition resonated with an immediacy that the established church rarely could manage. Now, beneath and across the formal religious distinctions, the community life of Dublin's poor operated through a set of informal networks of mutual aid, whose importance in maintaining survival is difficult to overstate and impossible to quantify. The loan of food between households in temporary difficulty, the care of neighbors' children, and collection of small sums for burials, these kinds of things. This last a matter of great moral weight, of course, in a culture that attached profound importance to the proper disposal of the dead. These were the social practices that held communities together, at a level below any institution. The pawnbroker, who occupied a curious position between the formal and informal economy, was also a node in this network. The ability to pledge a coat or a pair of shoes against a small sum that would buy food for the week, and to redeem the pledge when wages came in. That was a financial service whose importance to marginal households was enormous, and whose disappearance would have an already precarious existence, making it significantly worse. Of course, this is all to say that the historical record of Dublin's poor is fundamentally unbalanced, and that is not accidental. The people who lived in the tenements of the Liberties and the cellars of Cornmarket were mostly illiterate or semi-literate, mostly outside the institutions, the courts, the hospitals, churches, and guilds, whose records historians depend on or mostly uninterested in or unable to afford the production of the kind of written testimony that archives are made of. What we know about them comes primarily from the people who are observing from the top down. Physicians, magistrates, clergymen, this kind of thing. The visiting writers and reformers who describe their conditions with varying degrees of accuracy and sympathy. This is a familiar problem in the social history of poverty, and it requires specific attention to the sources that might partially compensate for the absence of first-person testimony. The broadside ballad is perhaps the closest thing we have to the voice of Dublin's street culture in the 18th century. The ballad circulated in enormous numbers. Estimates suggest that individual successful titles might have sold tens of thousands of copies across multiple printings, and their actual reach extended far beyond the copies sold, since they were read aloud, of course, sung in taverns, memorized and transmitted orally. And of course they were recycled to a living popular culture that didn't really have any libraries or really the need for them. The ballad repertoire of 18th century Dublin covered an enormous range of subject matter, but what it returned to most consistently was the daily texture of life on the streets, the cries of the vendors and all the little disputes, all the good, all the bad, little dramas of neighborhood existence, and that's something that formal records will always pass over entirely. It's just the way it is. But the ballads are not straightforwardly documentary. They do carry within them the information about daily life that's available nowhere else. The ballad describing the execution of a pickpocket from Meath Street gives us the geography of the street's criminal's world. The ballad celebrating the exploits of a particular shebeen keeper gives us her name, address, and her character. The ballad lamenting the departure of a weaver for transportation gives us, in its specific grief, a record of the social relationship that transportation served. By the way, transportation's when they ship you off to Australia to be on a penal colony. It's a kind of nice name for an unwanted holiday. But then again, what they're going to do is send you back to the slum. That's a punishment of its own, right? Now, reading across a large body of this material, I think you can see an impression of Dublin's poor that no single source can really provide. And you've got to bring a picture of it into your mind, right? Crowded, resourceful, combative, capable of great solidarity and equally great resentment. I suppose they are possessed of a relationship to the English administration and the Anglo-Irish elite that range from sullen compliance to open contempt. Can't really blame them for that. Jonathan Swift's relationship to the poor of the Liberties is worth returning to because it shows the most complex and instructive case. Swift gave money, systematically, though for many years, to the poor who showed up and asked for it. His account books record hundreds of small disbursements to individuals in the streets around St. Patrick's, given not as occasional charity, but as something closer to a regular obligation that he took quite seriously. He campaigned publicly for the economic interests of Irish workers against the English mercantile restrictions, most notably in his Drapier's Letters of 1724, which helped defeat a scheme to introduce a debased copper coinage into Ireland by mobilizing popular opposition across the classes. He left his estate to found what became the first dedicated psychiatric hospital in Ireland, St. Patrick's Hospital, whose original purpose was explicitly the care of people whom he described as having lost their reason through poverty and despair. And yet the modest proposal remains his most lasting engagement with the questions of Irish poverty. Remember, that was the one saying that the Irish poor should just eat their own children. It's a piece of writing so extreme in its satirical logic that it's never been out of print since its first publication in 1729. Swift did not sentimentalize any of this. He was just making a very bold-faced observation, quite clear-eyed for that, perhaps. It's a little too honest, but he didn't look away from it either. And in that refusal to look away, he left us something a lot more useful than comfort, I think. Well, what the slums leave us with immediately is a study in the relationship between a modernizing city and the people who fall through the cracks. There's never a one-size-fits-all, and just because you're building a city, it doesn't mean that everyone's going to be better off. In fact, it rarely means that. The city that surrounded the poor was building its Georgian squares and great public institutions. It was writing its poetry and staging its theatre, conducting its debates, all in full view of conditions whose causes were not mysterious and whose remedies were, in principle, available. That those remedies were not applied was not an oversight, but a choice made by people who benefited from the system as it was, and who found adequate justification for leaving it undisturbed. But, unfortunately, I think there's always going to be classes. There's always going to be an upper, middle, and lower class. And of course, in these days, the middle class is somewhat disappearing. The upper class is consolidating. The lower class is expanding. So perhaps we want to have a look at our current system and think, well, what can we do better? In any case, that decision is all up to you. Well, as for me, that's my job done for today. I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope you've learned a little bit, transporting yourself back to the Dublin slums. Probably not the best place to spend an hour in, but hey, gives you a little bit of perspective. I think we can all be appreciative of what we have while striving for better, not just for ourselves, but for all the people we love, the people around us, and for the general condition of humanity. Because we should all do our best. Always someone in a worse position than you. Perhaps we can do what we can to help them. Anyway, I've been your host, and thank you so much for joining me. Thank you to our supporters keeping us ad and sponsor free. And thank you for listening. Good night. Farewell. In Victorian London, death was everywhere, and it was not polite about it in the slightest. Infant mortality was in a number that would be unthinkable today. Cholera swept through in waves, killing tens of thousands at a time. And industrial accidents created new and avant-garde ways to die. Poverty created more. The dead went in large numbers, often violently, frequently without explanation, and always within arm's reach of families whose grief had nowhere adequate to go. So the dead came back. Not literally, don't get me wrong, but in the cultural imagination of a city that could not stop producing corpses and couldn't satisfactorily explain where the people inside them had gone. You see, Victorian London did not believe in ghosts despite its modernity, but it believed in ghosts because of it, because the specific conditions of urban industrial life created a relationship with death that older frameworks couldn't quite manage. And this all resulted in one of the most elaborate ghost cultures in human history. and quite a unique one at that. And that's what we're talking about today. It's bound to be quite a transparent topic, if you get what I mean. Anyway, welcome to the channel. Good to see you all. And if you can just do a quick like, subscribe, and comment, that helps us in the algorithm. Also, thank you for those supporting us financially, keeping it ad-free, sponsor-free, entirely crowd-funded. Thank you very much. Links are in the pinned comment and description. Anyway, let's get on with it. So let's begin with the specific relationship in Victorian times with death and the dead. This relationship was unlike anything in modern Western experience. You see, death was a lot closer, a lot more frequent, and more physically present, and ultimately more surrounded by elaborate ritual and cultural meaning than anything we now routinely encounter. These days, deaths happen in private. They're sort of tucked away in the corner. But the death rate in Victorian London's poorest districts, Whitechapel, Bermondsey, St Giles, things like that, was a fact of daily life that everyone who lived there knew in their own family and in the families around them. The average life expectancy at birth in Whitechapel in the 1840s was approximately, wait for it, 27. That's not very old. And that just shows the catastrophic infant and child mortality of the slum districts more than the lifespan of adults who survived childhood. I get it. But still, it nonetheless represents a world in which a majority of children born did not reach adulthood, and in which adults lost children, siblings, and parents to disease with a frequency that modern Western experience has almost no equivalent for. And think about it psychologically too. You know, like people losing that many family members, that many children and friends and all the rest, it's bound to take a toll. Really. Anyway, the Victorian response to this intimacy with death was not to look the other way, but rather to look extremely carefully, to surround the experience of death with an elaborate ceremonial and aesthetic culture whose specific features were distinctive enough to make Victorian synonymous with a particular style of funerary excess. The mourning dress that a widow was required to maintain for 2.5 years after the death of her husband was a public statement that identified the wearer's grief and her community's obligation to acknowledge it. Now, it was basically black bombazine for the first year, and then gradually it would be modified through half-mourning shades of grey and purple over the following period. So it would change after a while. The elaborate funeral processions, with their black horses and professional mourners, glass-sided hearses, there were theatrical performances of loss whose specific scale was calibrated to the social status of the deceased. The post-mortem photography that preserved the image of the dead in posed arrangements that suggested sleep rather than death. Well, that was a specifically Victorian technology of grief management, keeping the dead present in the household's visual memory even after their physical presence had been removed. The Victorian ceremony was itself a new institution and a revealing one. The great garden cemeteries that were established around London in the first half of the 19th century. You got places like Kensal Green in 1833, West Norwood in 1837, Highgate 1839, Abney Park in 1840, and then you had Brompton and Nunhead in 1842. Not 1842, I mean 1840 as well. Well, they were responses to the specific crisis of urban burial that the rapid growth of London's population had created. The old parish churchyards in the city's interior were full beyond capacity, with bodies buried so close to the surface that the smell of decomposition was a recognized public health problem in the surrounding streets. Certainly would have put the property values down too, one would assume. The new cemeteries moved burial out of the dense urban center to the edges of the built-up area. providing a model of dignified disposal that combined the picturesque landscape of aesthetics of the gardens with the more practical requirements of hygienic burial at scale. Highgate Cemetery, which was to become the most famous haunted location in Victorian London, and eventually the site of the Highgate vampire panic of 1970, was deliberately designed as a landscape of Gothic beauty. Perfect place for a vampire panic. Its Egyptian avenue and the Lebanon circle of catacombs, providing the aesthetic framework for death that was, impressive and also quite unsettling. I suppose it depends how you view it. Now, the theology that was supposed to make sense of all this death was under quite a bit of pressure in the Victorian period. People were Christians, right? And the traditional Christian account of the afterlife, heaven for the saved, hell for the damned, and resurrection at the last judgment, was being challenged from multiple directions by the geological evidence for an ancient earth that made the Bible's early pages chronologically untenable, and also by Darwin's theory of evolution, which removed the need for a divine creator of human beings. And then there was the specific emotional inadequacy of a theology that placed most of the dead in eternal damnation for failures of belief rather than of behavior. The Victorian engagement with ghosts was in part an attempt to populate the space between the living and the dead, kind of making their own purgatory. After all, they'd moved away from the Catholic Church, right? It was something more emotionally satisfying than the theological tradition provided. Something in between. It preserved the connection between the living and those they had lost. That suggested the dead continued to exist and maintain their relationships with the living, and offered the possibility of communication across the boundary that death had established. Because after all, how many times has someone died and their loved ones say, "I just wish I could speak to them one more time"? Well, perhaps ways and methods would be developed. The specific form that the Victorian engagement with the ghost took in its most organized expression was the spiritualist movement, which arrived in Britain from America in the early 1850s, becoming one of the most significant popular movements of the Victorian era. The immediate trigger for the American spiritualist movement was the Fox sisters of Hydesville, New York, who in 1848 claimed to have established communication with the spirit of a murdered peddler through a system of knocks and rappings. Well, this specific claim, not that ghosts existed in an atmospheric, undefined sense, but they could communicate in code with the living through physical manifestations that could be observed, counted, and recorded, was the innovation that gave the spiritualist movement its distinctive character. And also, quite a lot of charlatans, but we don't want to ruin the fun, don't we? This was, its proponents insisted, not superstition, but an empirical investigation of the survival of personality after death, conducted under conditions that could be evaluated and discussed. The appeal of spiritualism in Britain was broad enough to encompass both the genuinely bereaved and the intellectually adventurous, who found in the spiritualist movement's claim to empirical investigation a way of taking the question of post-mortem survival seriously, that orthodox religion was just not willing to even entertain. Among the prominent Victorians who engaged seriously with spiritualism were Alfred Russel Wallace, the co-discoverer of natural selection, by the way. Also the physicist William Crookes, Arthur Conan Doyle, you'll know him from writing the Sherlock Holmes novels, and Prime Minister William Ewart Gladstone, who actually attended a séance, and that's the ones that he wrote down. Perhaps he attended other things, but who knows, maybe just keeping them secret. He can do what he wants on the weekend. Well, the specific attraction for men of science was possibly that the spiritualist phenomena could be investigated using methods of empirical inquiry, that if the phenomena were genuine, they could be observed They could be measured and eventually explained rationally in terms of natural laws that science had not yet discovered. The materialist worldview that Victorian science was developing did not require the non-existence of post-mortem survival. It simply required that any survival claim meet the same standards of evidence as any other empirical claim. So this was not seen as something beyond the pale. This was just a new science in a time when, well, new sciences were cropping up everywhere. The world was all of a sudden moving very quickly in terms of technology, science, rationalism, sometimes irrationalism, who knows? In any case, the ball was rolling. The Society of Psychical Research, founded in London in 1882 by a group that included Cambridge philosophers and scientists alongside spiritual enthusiasts, was the most sustained and most intellectually serious Victorian attempt to investigate these ghost questions systematically. The SPR itself, which we will abbreviate it to from now on, set itself to the task of collecting, evaluating, and analyzing reports of spontaneous psychic phenomena, apparitions of the living and the dead, telepathic experiences, poltergeist activity. They did this with the same critical attention to evidence that would have been applied to any other empirical investigation. Their great compendium, Phantasms of the Living, published in 1886, collected over 700 cases of apparent telepathic communication and apparition, evaluated each case on its evidentiary merits, and attempted to apply statistical analysis to the question of whether the reports represented genuine anomalous phenomena or could be explained by chance, coincidence, and mistaken memory. The work was serious enough to engage the attention of the American philosopher and psychologist William James, who co-founded the American Society for Psychical Research and wrote extensively on the evidence for and against survival. The SPR's specific contribution to the cultural history of Victorian ghosts was to give the phenomenon a respectable institutional home and a vocabulary of investigation that separated the serious inquiry from the obvious fraud. While Victorian spiritualism was riddled with it. Mediums who produced physical manifestations in darkened rooms were among the most creative and comprehensively dishonest entrepreneurs of the era, and the SPR's exposure of specific fraudulent mediums was a significant part of its investigative work. But the existence of fraud did not, for the SPR's serious members, settle the question of whether genuine phenomena also existed. The specific attitude of educated Victorian uncertainty is one of the most intellectually honest positions in the entire history of inquiry, and it was peculiarly Victorian in its combination of empirical rigor and openness to the possibility that the dead were still in some sense with us. The SPR's census of hallucinations, conducted in 1889 and involving questionnaires sent to 17,000 people in Britain, asking whether they had ever, when in good health and not asleep, had a vivid impression of seeing, hearing, or being touched by a living being or inanimate object without any direct physical cause, received affirmative responses from approximately 10% of respondents, a figure that has been replicated in subsequent surveys in multiple countries, and that establishes the hallucinations of the recently dead as a sufficiently common experience to require a non-supernatural explanation, even if the supernatural explanation is not available. But if we're going to talk about haunted London, I suppose the first stop is the Tower of London. Can't have a video like this without that. The specific character of its hauntings make it special. And, well, it's the way in which the ghost served as a vehicle for preserving and dramatizing the traumatic episodes of British history that is in a form that's simultaneously emotional, accessible, and also culturally useful. I remember when I was a kid, I had a book about the Tower of London. I was fascinated by it. Grimly fascinated, but fascinated nonetheless. You see, the tower is special. It had been the site of some of the most violent and politically charged deaths in English history. You had the execution of Anne Boleyn in 1536, the murder of the princes in the Tower in 1483, the execution of poor Lady Jane Grey in 1554, and then there were dozens of other politically motivated deaths over 3 centuries. By the Victorian era, the Tower was both a working military installation and one of London's most popular tourist attractions. Its specific combination of authentic historical violence and atmospheric medieval architecture made it the ideal setting for the kind of ghost legends that Victorian culture found most enjoyable to hear. Now, the ghost of Anne Boleyn was among the most frequently reported and most culturally significant, and the specific form of her reported appearances reveals the specific psychological work that the ghost legend was doing for the culture that generated it. Anne Boleyn had been executed on charges of adultery and treason that are pretty obviously made up. At least 99% of historians have judged it to be that way, fabricated by Henry VIII and his minister Thomas Cromwell as a pretext for deposing a queen who had failed to produce a male heir. Her ghost was reported walking the Tower corridors, sometimes carrying her head under her arm, a detail that appears in multiple accounts. It's become such a standard feature of her apparition that it appears in Victorian popular culture as a kind of visual shorthand for the category of executed queen. And yes, there is a category for that. The head-carrying detail is not, historically speaking, plausible. You see, Anne Boleyn was beheaded by a French swordsman in a method that left the head separate from the body, but this does not naturally produce an ambulatory head-carrying arrangement that the ghost reports to describe. But its persistence reflects the specific cultural function. The ghost of Anne Boleyn carrying her head was a compressed narrative of unjust political murders, a visible accusation whose specific graphic quality made it quite impossible to look away from. The princes in the Tower, Edward V and Richard the Duke of York, the young sons of Edward IV, who disappeared in the Tower in 1483 and were almost certainly murdered by or on the instructions of their uncle Richard the Duke of Gloucester, who then became Richard III, by the way. They generated a ghost legend of particular pathos in the Victorian era, and they all found it to be quite resonant. The 2 boys, aged very young, 12 and 9 at the time of their disappearance, were reported to be seen in the tower's upper chambers, sometimes playing, sometimes weeping, but always in doublets and hosen of the 15th century. The specific horror of their fate, children murdered for political convenience and their bodies concealed rather than proper burial, that was the kind of historical crime that Victorian moral imagination found especially disturbing. And the ghost legend that accumulated around them was correspondingly quite elaborate. The discovery in 1674 of bones believed to be those of the princes, subsequently reinterred in Westminster Abbey by Charles II, had not resolved the question of their fate in ways that satisfied the Victorian historical curiosity. And the ghost reports served partly as a form of cultural insistence that the question remain open and the crime remain unanswered. Then there's the yeoman warders, the Tower's resident guards, known properly as beefeaters. They maintained their own tradition of ghost accounts that had the specific authority of people who lived on the premises, and who had therefore the most direct exposure to whatever experiences the location generated. Their accounts, collected by various Victorian writers who sought them out, range from specific apparitions to more atmospheric reports of unease in certain chambers and corridors, of footsteps in empty rooms, of a cold that seemed to have a directional quality inconsistent with the building's drafts. The specific authority of the insider witness, a person who lived with the haunting and could therefore speak about it, was important in the Victorian ghost legend's evaluative framework, and the yeoman warders occupied this authority position in relation to the tower's hauntings in ways that gave those hauntings a specific credibility that a single visit of a tourist, some offhanded report, could not quite match. The spring-heeled Jack phenomenon, which erupted across London in the winter of 1837 to 38 and recurred at intervals throughout the subsequent decades, is probably one of the most interesting episodes in urban legends, and one of the most revealing about the specific psychological dynamic that Victorian London's density and anonymity made possible. Spring-heeled Jack was reported as a figure of supernatural or semi-supernatural character who attacked women in the streets of South London, in Barnes, Clapham, and Old Ford, with a combination of physical assault and supernatural manifestation. Witnesses described it with a consistency that was remarkable across accounts collected from people who had apparently not compared their experiences with each other. The figure was tall, thin, athletic. It had hands like metal claws. It breathed blue and white flames. It wore a helmet and a cape, and its most distinctive feature was a capacity to leap over walls and rooftops that were clearly beyond ordinary human ability. The first formal public report came in January of 1838, when the Lord Mayor of London, Sir John Cowan, read a letter at a Mansion House meeting from a resident of Peckham, describing the attacks and expressing concern that the local authorities were frankly not taking them seriously. The Lord Mayor's reading of the letter produced the specific effect of making Spring-heeled Jack reports a matter of public record, which in the media environment of Victorian London meant immediate newspaper coverage that circulated the reports throughout the city and beyond. Within weeks, new sightings were being reported from multiple locations across London, and the figure was acquiring a kind of mythology in the popular press that elaborated the core description with a few more details, whether about his identity, motives, or supernatural origins. Of course, this was all tabloid-level stuff that had no evidentiary basis, but it served the narrative requirements of a story that the Victorian public found to be quite irresistible. And it also sells lots of advertising in newspapers, which was probably more to the point. Anyway, the most disturbing of the documented Spring-heeled Jack encounters were those involving young women who were directly attacked. Jane Alsop, an 18-year-old who answered her door on February 1838 to a figure claiming to be a police officer who had captured Spring-heeled Jack and needed a light, was grabbed by the figure she opened the door to, which then tore at her face and neck with metal claws and breathed the flames into her face before her family could intervene and drive it off. Then there was Lucy Scales. She encountered the same week and was blinded temporarily by flames blown into her face by a figure in a dark street. The Alsop and Scales accounts were investigated by the local police, and they were taken seriously enough to produce a formal inquiry, though no perpetrator was ever identified, of course. The specific combination of physical assault, supernatural manifestation, and complete failure of police investigation made Spring-heeled Jack a figure who combined the urban menace of criminal with the ontological disturbance of the genuine supernatural, a figure that was worse than either a criminal or a ghost, because it appeared to be both. While the identification of Spring-heeled Jack's likely true nature has been debated ever since. Contemporary suggestions included a bet by a young nobleman, a deliberate campaign of terror by a specific individual with unusual athletic ability and theatrical props, or a genuine supernatural entity. Now, what about the modern analysis? Well, once again, it comes in to ruin the fun. The modern analysis tends towards the view that the original Spring-Heeled Jack attacks were probably the work of one or more human actors with unusual acrobatic ability, the leaping over walls and rooftops that seemed supernatural. It was not impossible for a trained gymnast or athlete of the period, just frankly quite impressive. And the widespread reporting of subsequent sightings represents a combination of genuine copycat attacks, misidentified ordinary individuals, and the specific mass suggestion that follows when a cultural template for a frightening phenomenon has been established by extensive media coverage. Think about it. If everybody's looking over their shoulder for it, they're bound to find something that convinces them they've seen what they're looking for. You know what I mean. Devil behind every door kind of thing. The Spring-Heeled Jack legend continued to generate sightings in various parts of Britain until the late 19th century, long after any original perpetrator could have been active, and that suggests that the legend had by then achieved a self-sustaining life, independent of any specific individual behavior. Moving on from Spring-Heeled Jack, we have the great institutional buildings of Victorian London, the hospitals, the prisons, asylums, workhouses, and they accumulated ghost legends in ways that reflect both the specific suffering that had occurred and the specific unease that these institutions generated in the surrounding population. Let's start up first with the Bethlehem Royal Hospital, the oldest psychiatric institution in Europe, also called Bedlam. It had been housed since 1815 in the building that is now the Imperial War Museum in Southwark, and its ghost legends were among the most elaborate of any London institution, drawing on a history of treatment practices whose specific cruelty had made Bedlam a byword for inhumanity before the Victorian reform movement began to change psychiatric care. Excuse me. The patients who had been confined in the old buildings, subject to treatments that pre-reform psychiatry considered to be appropriate, and who died within the institution's walls, sometimes from these treatments themselves or conditions of confinement, were understood by the communities around Bedlam as a class of people who had particular reason to remain restless after death. Highgate Cemetery was, as noted earlier, deliberately designed as a Gothic landscape, and its specific atmosphere, the overgrown Victorian monuments, the mausolea, the muesli, not the muesli, the mausolea, good Lord, whose entrance doors stood perpetually open, rather ominously. Then there's the Egyptian-style architecture, whose alien aesthetic intensified the general uncanniness. It made it the most atmospheric haunted location in Victorian London. The cemetery's ghost legends accumulated through the Victorian period around specific graves and certain sections, with the particular attention to the area around the Lebanon Circle and the catacombs. The tradition of ghost hunting at Highgate, which would culminate in the extraordinary public panic of 1970, when a self-described vampire hunter named Sean Manchester claimed that a king vampire of Highgate was preying on local women and organized a search of the cemetery. Yes, it actually happened. Well, this all had its roots in the Victorian period's specific combination of genuine Gothic atmosphere and the popular appetite for a supernatural narrative. The Victorian cemetery was designed to be moving and impressive, rather than a merely hygienic one. And the Gothic design choices made it moving and impressive, also made it a landscape in which the imagination of the nocturnal visitor could produce exactly the kind of experience that the ghost legends described. Prime breeding ground for the creepy. Next, there's Newgate Prison, the notorious old London jail that stood on the site now occupied by the Central Criminal Court, the Old Bailey. That was the site of some of the most specific and best documented ghost legends in Victorian London, partly because the prison was both a site of mass suffering and one of significant public interest. The public executions that took place outside Newgate's walls until 1868 attracted enormous crowds, and the condemned who died there, some innocent, some guilty, all the subjects of intense public attention, were exactly the kind of dead person that the ghost legend requires, i.e. people whose deaths were violent, public, and accompanied by intense emotional engagement from large numbers of witnesses. The ghost of Jack Sheppard, the famous 18th century thief and escape artist who had been hanged at Tyburn in 1724, but whose legendary escapes from Newgate Prison made him a specific Newgate figure in the popular imagination, was reported in the prison throughout the Victorian period, a ghost whose specific quality was the playful energy of the escape artist rather than the anguish of the condemned. And that tells us something about how the culture was constructing the ghost legend around a historical figure whose story it found to be entertaining rather than merely tragic. Then there's the workhouse, which is a tragedy of its own. The institution established by the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834 to provide minimal subsistence, to the destitute in exchange for labor, and I mean extremely minimal. This generated ghost legends of a specific quality that reflect the specific suffering and shame associated with workhouse residents. You see, it was not a place you wanted to end up. It was deliberately made miserable as a last resort. The workhouse ghost was typically a figure of extreme pathos. The child who had died in the workhouse nursery, the old person who had been admitted in the final weeks of life and had died among strangers, or the woman who had been separated from her husband on admission. The workhouse system required the separation of men, women, and children into different sections, and had not seen him again before one of them died. The specific horror of the workhouse was that it stripped its inhabitants of the social and family connections that gave death meaning. That a person who died in the workhouse died without the rituals of family attendance and communal mourning that Victorian death culture required. And the ghost legends that accumulated around workhouses were partly an expression of the cultural insistence that the workhouse dead deserved more acknowledgement than the institution had given them. The Victorian ghost story, as a literary form, is one of the most important and accomplished genres of the period, and it has a specific character, that combination of psychological subtlety, atmospheric precision, and this genuine emotional resonance. It's shaped by the cultural conditions that produced the popular ghost legends that we've been talking about. The ghost story was not a separate cultural phenomenon from the popular ghost belief. It drew on the same traditions, the same locations, the same emotional investments in the dead and their relationship to the living, and it fed back into the popular culture in ways that influenced the ghost legends themselves. When Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol in 1843 and established the Christmas ghost story as a recognized cultural institution, he was both drawing on existing popular tradition and creating new templates the subsequent ghost legends would use. Charles Dickens was the most prolific and influential of the Victorian ghost story writers, and his engagements with ghosts was more than simply literary. You see, he was actually a serious investigator of spiritualist claims and a founding member of the Ghost Club, the oldest paranormal investigation society in the world, established in London in 1862. His ghost stories range from the comic, the complication of the Pickwick Papers, the story of the goblins who stole a sexton, to the genuinely disturbing. For example, The Signalman, published in 1866. It's one of the most perfect ghost stories we have in the English language. The Signalman is particularly illuminating about the specific character of the Victorian ghost, because its central question is not whether the apparition the signalman sees is real, but what it wants, what obligation the living owe to the dead who appeared to them, and what the cost of failing to respond to that obligation might be. The ghost in Dickens' best work is not simply frightening. It's more of a moral demand. It's there for a reason. And, well, you don't really have much of a choice. You have to do what the ghost asks you to do. Sheridan Le Fanu, the Irish writer who spent much of his career in Dublin rather than London, but whose influence on the Victorian ghost story was as significant as Dickens, developed the ghost story in a direction that was less concerned with moral obligation and more interested in the specific psychology of the haunting, the question of what it feels like to be persecuted by someone whose existence cannot be confirmed and whose intentions cannot be determined. His collection, In a Glass Darkly, published in 1872, contains some of the finest ghost and supernatural stories in the language, including Carmilla, technically a vampire story, but one whose atmosphere and psychological preoccupations make it central to the supernatural tradition, and Green Tea, in which a scholar is pursued to his death by a small black monkey, visible only to him. The specific quality of Le Fanu's supernatural is his refusal to confirm the reality of what the afflicted character is experiencing. The haunting might be real, or it might be madness. It might even be the guilt of a suppressed transgression that's now come back to manifest itself in a hallucination. And that's where the horror is. It lies in the ambiguity. M.R. James, whose ghost stories technically belong to the Edwardian period rather than the Victorian, nevertheless represents the culmination of the tradition that the Victorian era established. And his specific innovations in the ghost story illuminate what the Victorian tradition had achieved, and ultimately where it was heading, where it needed to go. James's ghosts, the thing that emerges from the linen in the work, "Oh, whistle, and I'll come to you, my lad," the web of figures in casting the runes, and the horrible creature in Count Magnus. They're among the most genuinely frightening entities in English fiction, and they deserve their own movie adaptations, I think. You see, they're frightening because they combine this physical specificity with this incomprehensibility. James's ghosts are not the vague atmospheric presences of the tradition before him. They're different. They've got real teeth and hair and weight and the specific quality of wrong physicality that distinguishes the genuinely uncanny from the merely spooky. Ooh. The Victorian tradition of ghost story writing that James inherited had built the narrative and atmospheric framework. James just provided the figures that could inhabit it with maximum disturbing effect. But of course, this ghost culture was not confined to the parlors where the SPR conducted its investigation, or the Christmas numbers in which Dickens published his seasonal stories. It was right there on the street, in the penny dreadfuls sold at the train stations, in the broadside ballad, the music hall, and the oral tradition of neighborhoods that maintained their own specific hauntings in ways that the printed record only partially captures. The penny dreadful, the serial fiction published weekly at a penny per installment, was the primary reading matter of the urban working class. It was full of ghosts, vampires, skeletons, and every other species of supernatural horror that the reading public found to be quite irresistible. Varney the Vampire, or The Feast of Blood, published in serial form from 1847 onward, and running to 220 chapters across several years, established a vampire mythology in popular culture decades before Dracula by Bram Stoker, and its specific blend of Gothic atmosphere, working-class setting, and supernatural horror reflected the Penny Dreadful's characteristic approach of taking the conventions of the Gothic novel and relocating them to environments that its readers could more easily relate to. The music hall, which was the primary entertainment venue for the urban working class in the second half of the Victorian period, maintained its own specific engagement with ghost culture through the comic ghost song, a tradition of songs in which encounters with ghosts were treated with the music hall's characteristic mixture of comedy and a little bit of unease. The ghost in the music hall song was typically a frightening figure, rendered comic by the specific quality of the singer's performance, transforming terror into a shared laughter in ways that served the specific social function of collective management of anxiety. The audiences at the South London Palace or the Collins Music Hall, who laughed at the ghost song, were performing the same psychological operation as an audience at a horror film, experiencing fear and releasing it through entertainment, using the performance as the controlled environment for managing emotions that in their raw, unperformed form would simply be too much to handle. The ghost in the music hall was domesticated without being fully tamed. The specific songs that dealt with ghost encounters, songs like the comic number in which a nervous traveler at an inn is haunted by what turns out to be a sheet blown by the wind, or the sentimental ballad in which a widower is visited by his dead wife, who assures him that she is at peace. They cover the full emotional range, from comedy to genuine pathos, and it shows the music hall's characteristic understanding that its audience needed both. A little bit of release, a little bit of acknowledgement, that the laughter at the ghost song was not quite simple, but something a little more complex. Laughter of people who had lost enough of their own dead to find the subject entertaining only because finding it tragic was just too exhausting to sustain through an evening of entertainment. Then there's the street-level ghost legends of specific London neighborhoods. They were maintained in oral tradition, whose documentation depends largely on the work of Victorian folklore collectors and local historians, who thought to write down what their neighbors talked about. The result is a patchwork record, more detailed in some districts than others, often filtered through the collecting sensibility of middle-class observers, who were simultaneously fascinated and patronizing about the beliefs that they were recording, but also substantial enough to give the sense of specific geographic distribution of ghost belief in Victorian London. Certain streets and locations accumulated hauntings over the course of a century. Bleeding Heart Yard in Holborn, whose name connected it to a legend of supernatural violence. Berkeley Square, where a specifically terrifying ghost was said to occupy the upper floors of number 50, and where at least 2 deaths were attributed to its malign influence. Then there's Cleopatra's Needle on the Embankment, whose installation in 1878 was accompanied immediately by reports of a laughing figure that appeared on the plinth at night, was eventually explained away as a product of Thames mist and gaslighting effects. The ghost legend in the Victorian city was as much part of the urban infrastructure as the water pipes and omnibus routes. Then there's the Cock Lane ghost of 1762, which is of course pre-Victorian but thoroughly embedded in the cultural memory. That deserves a bit of mention, because it established a template that the investigation of ghost claims would repeatedly encounter. The ghost that turned out to be a living person with a specific agenda. Sounds a little bit like Scooby-Doo, doesn't it? All ideas come from somewhere, of course. The Cock Lane ghost was a series of knocking and scratching noises in a house in Smithfield that were attributed to the ghost of a recently dead woman named Fanny Lyne, and, well, later it was all shown to be a product of the daughter of the house, a child named Elizabeth Parsons, who was concealing a board and knocking it against her body under the bedclothes. The exposure of the Cock Lane ghost by a committee that included Dr. Samuel Johnson established in the cultural memory a specific story about ghost investigation. You have the credulous believers, the skeptical investigators, and the eventual revelation that it was a human after all. And the Victorian SPR's work would repeatedly be compared to by the skeptics who regarded all ghost investigations as essentially the same enterprise as the Cock Lane inquiry. The autumn of 1888, the autumn of Jack the Ripper, it transformed the East End of London's ghost culture in ways that are still visible in the specific character of the Ripper mythology that has accumulated around Whitechapel and its streets, even hundreds of years, well, at least around 150 after the murders. The 5 canonical Whitechapel murders, attributed to the unidentified killer, whose specific identity has been the subject of more sustained amateur investigation than perhaps any other crime in history, create a landscape of violent death in a specific geographic area that was already the poorest and most densely populated district in London, already marked by the specific combination of disease, overcrowding, and desperation that the slum produced. The murders created ghost legends almost immediately. The spots where the bodies were found, Bucks Row, Hanbury Street, Mitre Square, Dorset Street, they became locations with a specific atmospheric charge that the surrounding community was acutely aware of. The ghost of Mary Jane Kelly, the last of the canonical victims, murdered in her room at 13 Miller's Court, Dorset Street, in November of 1888 in the most brutal of the 5 attacks, became one of the most persistently reported apparitions of the Victorian East End, partly because the specific horror of her death. She was mutilated beyond recognition in the privacy of her own room, in a way that went far beyond anything the previous murders had suggested. It gave her ghost a quality of particular anguish, and partly because Dorset Street itself was one of the most notorious ones in London. In fact, it was called the worst street in London by various contemporary accounts. It had this specific character of poverty and violence that made it a landscape in which the supernatural seemed simply continuous with the natural rather than a disruption of it. The ghost of Polly Nichols at Bucks Row was reported within weeks of her murder. The ghost of Annie Chapman at Hanbury Street had specific accounts attached with it within months. The Ripper murders had created a haunted district, and the haunting was in specific sense appropriate. These were women whose deaths had been public sensations, but whose lives had been quite invisible. Not the legacy they wanted, I suppose. The ghost legends that accumulated around the murder sites were a form of cultural insistence that the women themselves deserved to remain present in their landscape, one that had enclosed and ignored them in life. So the Jack the Ripper ghost legend itself, i.e. the ghost of the Ripper rather than the victims, that was slower to develop, and has always had a more ambiguous character than the victims' ghosts, for the obvious reasons that an unidentified killer whose crimes were never solved can't be given the specific biographical grounding that makes a ghost figure emotionally coherent. What has instead accumulated around the Ripper figure is something more like a spiritual presence than a specific ghost, a sense of malign energy attached to certain streets and certain times of day that various ghost hunters and sensitive visitors to the area have reported in terms that resist specific identification. The Jack the Ripper walking tours that have operated continuously in Whitechapel since the 80s, taking tens of thousands of visitors per year, to the streets and the courts and churches associated with the murders, have created a form of secular haunting, the haunting of repetitive narration and collective imaginative engagement that has no obvious precedent in the ghost legend tradition, but that produces in its participants something that looks a great deal like the Victorian ghost experience: a heightened attention to the physical environment, a sense of the past pressing through the surface of the present, and a specific unease about what the streets of Victorian London were capable of containing. And so the legends of London have not dissipated with the passing of the Victorian era. They've grown, elaborated, been investigated with increasingly sophisticated technology, and of course subject to the full range of modern analytical approaches: historical, psychological, neurological, sociological, without being fully confirmed or explained. The Highgate vampire panic of the 70s, which involved competing ghost hunters conducting unauthorized searches of the Highgate Cemetery for a vampire king they were convinced was preying on local residents, was specifically a modern phenomenon whose connection to the ghost tradition ran through the cemetery's Gothic aesthetic. The Victorian ghost story tradition and the specific combination of media amplification with the competitive investigation that the SPR had pioneered made this quite a show to watch. The ghost hunting television programs that have been produced continuously since the early 2000s are direct descendants of the SPR's investigation methodology, conducted with the night vision cameras and electromagnetic field meters rather than the Victorian researchers' notebooks and witness interviews, but organized around the same fundamental proposition that certain locations contain anomalies that might be evidence of a dead person persisting in some form, and that investigation might establish whether this is true. The specifically Victorian contribution to the ghost legend was the combination of two things. Well, you had the empirical investigative impulse, shaped by the scientific culture of the age, but also the emotional urgency of a society that was losing its traditional theological certainty about what happened after death at exactly the moment when death was most intimately and frequently present in daily life. Earlier ghost traditions had not needed empirical investigation because they operated within theological frameworks that made the existence of ghosts simply a theological question. Whether the dead could return was a matter of church teaching, not of evidence. Victorian ghost culture was the first to treat the ghost as an empirical question, which was simultaneously an intellectual advance and a symptom of a theological crisis that empirical investigation could not resolve. Whether the dead persist is not a question that any known form of investigation can really answer, and the Victorian investigators who came closest to understanding this acknowledged as much while continuing their investigation anyway, on the grounds that the question was too important to abandon simply because the evidence was inconclusive. But the deepest legacy of the ghost culture is perhaps the most difficult to see, because it is the most general. The Victorian ghosts taught the city how to be haunted, and London has never entirely recovered. The specific locations that acquired ghost legends in the Victorian period, we talked about the Tower, Highgate, Berkeley Square, Whitechapel, they remain haunted in both the literal and figurative sense. They are places where something that happened in the past continues to exert a specific pull on the present, where the accumulated weight of historical suffering and the historical attention has made the atmosphere different to other spaces. Well, whether those experiences are evidence of the dead persisting, or of the living imagination working on the raw material of history, perhaps some more complicated interaction, we don't know. That is the question that the Victorian investigators posed, and still no subsequent investigation has resolved. The ghost of Victorian London is still, in the most specific sense, with us. After all, you can't really talk about Whitechapel or Highgate without mentioning it. So whether you believe in actual ghosts floating around and scaring people in the night, you can't deny that in some way the dead have persisted. Just that's a little bit different, depending on who you ask. Well, anyway, that is the end of our video for today. I hope you liked it. You learned something. Certainly makes you want to go to London, doesn't it? Anyway, do be careful if you do go there. Hands in your pockets. It's not the ghosts that are scary in London. Lately, I've actually been watching an old program from my youth. Kind of a curiosity. The Scariest Places on Earth. And it was actually hosted by Linda Blair, who was the, The Exorcist, the original movie. Well, she was the little girl in The Exorcist, which, in terms of child actors, that's a hell of a gig, right? I suppose no one would be bullying her in school after that one. Yes, it's a little bit dorky, Sometimes it hasn't aged very well, and a lot of the stuff's obviously set up, but hey, it's a bit of fun. And tell me in the comments if you've watched the same program. I'm sure there's a few people at least, not all of you, but there's a few people around that have. Anyway, I'll stop rambling about that. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for those keeping us crowd-funded and ad and sponsor-free. And we'll see you whenever you feel like coming back. You know where we'll be. Good night, and farewell for now. I don't think I need to tell you that insane asylums of yesteryear were not pleasant places to be. From our series in the playlists, we talked about more than a dozen notorious asylums around the world, and there's one thing that stands out, and that's the enduring misery of those poor souls confined there. From the abysmal hygiene to the frequent beatings, asylum life truly was a living nightmare. So what we're going to do is spend some time today painting a general picture from both sides of the Atlantic, the UK and the USA, of what things were like in the 19th century, and in between that tell the stories of real people who lived through it. It's going to be as macabre as it gets today, so forgive us if some of the descriptions are a little graphic. Nothing's going to be watered down. Anyway, welcome to the channel. If that didn't turn you off, I suppose we'll begin. But before we do, just a quick thank you to those keeping everything ad-free. Links to do that are in the description if you want to become a member or donate. And if you can't do that, give it a like, comment, and subscribe, and tell your friends where to find us. Anyway, enough of that. Let's begin. So let's just set the scene in general if you haven't watched the entire 15-hour series we did. I don't blame you, that's fine. Let's talk about in general the 19th century asylum. You see, at the dawn of the 19th century, care for the mentally ill was changing somewhat, as all medicine was changing, kind of a golden age in new medical achievements, though a little bit misguided. You see, before this time, there were few dedicated hospitals for the insane. And that term, of course, is going to be used a little bit fast and loose here. Many suffering from mental illnesses were simply just locked away at home, relegated to almshouses, or even just thrown into jail cells and madhouses. Conditions were often appalling. In notorious madhouses like London's Bethlem Hospital, better known as Bedlam, an entire story on its own, patients in the late 18th century might be chained to the walls or kept in brutal restraints for years. And indeed, an infamous case was that of James Norris.
He was an American sailor confined to Bedlam around 1810. He was discovered shackled by iron rings and a waist restraint to a post. And, well, the worst part of it was, he'd been chained to the wall for over 10 years. Such horrors, once revealed, spurred public outcry, kind of hard to ignore. Early 19th century reformers argued that the mad were not wild animals to be caged and beaten, but sick human beings who could potentially be healed. Brave new ideas, I know. Influential figures on both sides of the Atlantic championed a new approach known as moral treatment. In Paris, the physician Philippe Pinel in the 1790s allegedly struck off the chains of the inmates at the Bicêtre asylum, symbolically liberating them from this medieval brutality. He and his students, Jean Esquirol, taught that patients should be treated with care and dignity, not punished. Around that same time in England, the Quakers William Tuke and his son Samuel Tuke established the York Retreat, opened in 1796, a small country asylum that became an international model. The Tukes, guided by their Quaker belief in the inner light of every person, banned physical abuse and chains. At the retreat, patients lived in a family-like environment, and even had gardens and workshops to occupy their minds. Samuel Tuke's 1813 book, Description of the Retreat, detailed how a peaceful environment, compassionate staff, and structured routine led many of the people to recover their reason. And that was a radical departure from the manacles and dark cells that they used to have. Inspired by such examples, the first decades of the 19th century saw a flowering of new asylums dedicated to moral treatment. In the U.S., Dr. Benjamin Rush, who is often called the father of American psychiatry, advocated similarly humane principles at the Pennsylvania Hospital in Philadelphia. By 1812, Rush could boast that the wards were, quote, free from the clanking of chains and the noise of the whip. Certainly an improvement. Although Rush still employed some outdated remedies, for example, he was fond of bloodletting and invented a restraining chair for calming patients, his emphasis on treating insanity as a medical condition rather than a moral failing, that was still quite influential, and of course a stepping stone to more enlightened times. Got to take it one step at a time. Soon, campaigns led by activists like Dorothea Deese in the 1840s further pursued American legislatures to establish state-funded insane asylums. Now, Dorothea Deese is kind of important in this story. We'll mention her again later. She visited squalid jails and almshouses where the mentally ill languished in cages or filthy pens, and in one Massachusetts report of 1843, she catalogued scenes of neglect. Individuals, quote, confined in stalls, pens, chained naked, beaten with rods, and lashed into obedience. Shocked into action, the states began creating large public asylums meant to rescue patients from such abuse. So by the mid-19th century, the asylum had become a central institution in both the UK and the US for handling mental illness. Britain's County Asylums Act of 1845 required each county to build an asylum for pauper patients, leading to a boom. Over 60 new asylums opened in England and Wales between 1845 and 1860 alone. Similarly, the United States saw the rise of expansive state hospitals, often set in rural tranquility according to the vision of psychiatrist Thomas Story Kirkbride. You might have heard of the Kirkbride Plan. Well, these asylums were massive, ornate buildings with long staggered wings, giving patients sunlight and fresh air, surrounded by acres of fields and gardens. All looked quite nice, if you didn't live there, of course. The whole idea with this was to remove patients from the stresses of society and put them into this self-contained therapeutic community, So on paper, everything was quite idealistic. Patients would benefit from clean air, wholesome work, regular routine, and kindly supervision. A superintendent in 1850 might proudly describe his institution as a place of refuge and rehabilitation, where lunacy could be cured by science and compassion. The problem is that reality often diverges from the ideal. This is where things go a little awry. The asylum population exploded, and by 1900 England's asylums held over 100,000 patients, and the US numbers were similarly swelling. Overcrowding and underfunding became chronic problems. The initial optimism that most patients could be cured through moral treatment began to fade as recovery rates stagnated. Many patients ended up living out their lives, their entire lives that is, behind asylum walls. They just became warehouses for the chronically ill, the poor, and anyone seemed socially undesirable. Abuse and neglect, which reformers thought they had banished, crept back in under the strain of overcrowded wards and weary, untrained attendants. And it's within this complex context that we find our asylum patients. They lived among a mix of human intentions, rigid routine, and at times grim conditions. That's the life of a 19th century mental patient. So let's take a look inside the general situation. So life inside an asylum was ruled by clock and bell. Inmates, as they were often called, not patients, but inmates, which ought to give you a bit of an idea of how they were treated. They lived by a strict timetable enforced by the staff. The day was long, monotonous, regimented, intended to impose order on the minds thought to be disordered. Reconstructing a typical day requires blending various accounts, and this is kind of a blanket statement. Of course, there are exceptions, but keep that in mind. Nonetheless, many Victorian asylums followed a similar pattern from early morning to night, which we can trace through patient memoirs and institutional records. At first light, attendants unlocked the dormitories or single-cell doors. In a large county asylum, such as Liverpool Lunatic Asylum in the 1850s, bedroom doors were unlocked at 6 a.m. sharp. Patients were expected to rise from their beds promptly. An attendant or nurse oversaw washing and dressing. In some asylums, basic hygiene was enforced, at least until they got too crowded. Patients might line up to have their faces and hands washed. Hair was brushed or cut short. A superintendent in the 1840s advised that clean linen and neat appearance had a calming influence on the patients, so clothing was usually simple, sturdy, and uniform. In public asylums, pauper patients were often wearing institutional outfits, coarse cotton or wool dresses for women and cotton shirts for men. Well, these might be color-coded to ward or status. For example, one English asylum issued drab brown dresses to female patients. Private patients of means, however, might be allowed to wear their own clothes or a dressing gown. But that was the exception. Well, after dressing, the morning inspection might occur. Doctors or senior nurses sometimes did early rounds, briefly examining each patient's condition. In Liverpool's asylum, for instance, attendants were instructed to check each patient's skin for cleanliness or sores and note any changes in behavior overnight. Cleanliness was a concern because many patients suffered incontinence or neglect of hygiene. Buckets or chamber pots were emptied. A pervasive smell of carbolic or lime might linger from disinfection attempts. In some accounts, patients might mention being woken early for a cold sponge bath or to have their bedding changed if it was soiled. So you can imagine the less pleasant realities. In an overcrowded dormitory, 30 or 40 patients might share a single night staff attendant. so thorough cleanliness was hard to maintain. Some patients, especially those severely ill, wore urine-soaked clothes or lay in unchanged sheets until morning staff could tend to them. More functional patients would help with the task sometimes, assisting weaker ward mates to wash and dress. A small instance of camaraderie amid the regimentation, I suppose. By 7 a.m., many asylums had all patients up and ready for breakfast. The first meal was usually simple and utilitarian. Accounts from English asylums describe breakfasts of porridge or gruel, accompanied by bread with a smear of butter or dripping. There was typically a hot beverage, usually tea, but it'd be quite weak, or coffee, sometimes cocoa. For example, in 1860's Nottingham Asylum, recorded that every morning patients received milk porridge, coffee, and bread. In American institutions, cornmeal mush or porridge, bread, and maybe a little molasses might appear on the breakfast table. The fare was pretty bland, but at least it was filling, designed to be economical yet stave off hunger. Protein was pretty scarce at breakfast. Eggs or bacon were luxuries seldom afforded to the rank-and-file patient. They ate in communal dining halls, or on the ward under supervision. The atmosphere could vary. Some memoirs recall chaotic scenes of patients who were very disturbed, yelling or refusing food, others sitting in a sullen and reserved silence. Table manners might be enforced in recovered wards, but in chronic wards, attendants often had to feed some patients or make sure the greedy ones didn't steal extra portions. Mary Pengilly complained that the staple given to patients in her asylum was, quote, dark-colored, sour baker's bread with miserable butter, every morning and evening with a bit of porridge and cheap molasses at breakfast. Never heard butter been described as miserable before. I wonder what she meant by that. Well, the bread was so hard and sour that she could barely swallow it, and she noted that the oatmeal porridge upset her stomach. A few patients received a cup of thin milk porridge if they were considered delicate. Mary herself, an older woman in frail health, begged the doctor for a simple diet of biscuit and milk and beef tea, food she believed would help her regain her strength. But he refused, retorting that he didn't keep a boarding house. The message was pretty clear. Patients were going to get what they were given. Now, interestingly, asylum superintendents often touted the adequacy of their diets in annual reports. They argued that insane asylum patients actually ate better than many poor people outside. And in fact, by the mid-century, many British asylums did serve a substantial midday meal with a bit of meat in it, and allowed extra rations to those who were losing weight. But quality could be inconsistent. Nellie Bly, in her exposé, described rancid butter, spoiled meat broth full of fat and gristle, and a tea that tasted of dirt. Salt was withheld to bland out the food, possibly under a theory that stimulants like salt or spices could worsen lunacy, which is the most British thing I've ever heard. Don't want any flavour in the food, don't we? Well, at Blackwell's Island, patients were always hungry and thirsty. Bly and others recounted how they craved clean water, since even that was restricted and often unclean. Well, midday work and activities would come after this. After the morning airing and a couple of chores, the day's main occupations would begin. Victorian asylums strongly emphasized work and structured activity as a form of treatment. The sexes were strictly divided into their labors, reflecting the gender norms of the era. Generally, men would work outdoors and the women would be indoors, but there were a few exceptions. For male patients, one of the most common assignments was farm and garden work. Many asylums, especially in the large rural settings, maintained extensive farms. Patients grew vegetables, raised livestock, tended orchards. both to supply the institution's kitchen and to occupy their time usefully. In England, for example, Buckinghamshire County Asylum prided itself on how male inmates spent days in the fields digging, planting, harvesting, and caring for pigs and cows. Similarly, in America, institutions like the huge Utica State Hospital, that's Utica, I've been told off about that before, or the Trans-Allegheny Asylum in West Virginia, had working farms tilled by patient labor. One superintendent wrote, "We try to make the institution as self-sufficient as possible," noting that able-bodied patients produce thousands of bushels of potatoes, cabbages, and other staples annually. This labor was usually unpaid, of course, but it was thought to be healthy. Physical exercise outdoors, a sense of routine, a break from brooding introspection. Well, patients might work under the direction of a steward or a farmer employed by the asylum, an expert who could tell them what to do. Some skilled patients became quasi-employees. For instance, a patient who had been a tailor might be put in charge of mending clothes, or a farmer's son might drive the hay cart. Apart from farming, male patients often worked at maintenance and trades. Many asylums had workshops, carpentry shops, paint shops, shoemaking or tailoring rooms. Hell, a few even had blacksmith forges. If a patient had a trade in their past life, doctors would frequently have them continue it inside. This served a practical need, you see. The asylum could use repaired furniture, freshly painted walls, handmade shoes for inmates, etc. And it was deemed therapeutic by keeping the patient's mind active. At Colney Hatch Asylum in London, which by the 1880s housed over 2,000 patients, there were on-site shoemakers, tailors, carpenters, and bakers, a whole little industrial economy run with the patient help. One report noted that patients made and mended most of the institution's boots and clothing, supervised by a few staff craftsmen. In New York, the Willard State Asylum similarly trained patients in upholstery, carpentry, and farm work, hoping some might eventually rejoin society with a more usable skill. Female patients, on the other hand, were usually assigned to the traditional domestic spheres of work. The colossal laundries of the asylums were virtually powered by female patient labor, washing, drying, and ironing the mountains of linens for hundreds of inmates. That was an endless task. In an era before electric machinery, this meant hours of scrubbing on washboards, wringing sheets by hand or with crank rollers, tending huge boiling cauldrons and mangles, and standing in steamy ironing rooms. It was hard, drudging work, yet many superintendents remarked that it kept the women tranquil and tired, and thus less prone to excitement. In a single year, a large asylum's laundry might process tens of thousands of items. For example, an 1880s report from an Ohio asylum noted female patients washed 60,000 pieces of laundry that year. But besides laundry, women commonly did the sewing, mending, and needlework. As soon as breakfast was over, the needles had come out. Patients might be tasked with sewing new uniforms, darning stockings, repairing bedding, or making simple quilts. Many asylum annual reports proudly listed the quantities of clothing sewed by female patients. For instance, there might be 500 dresses, 1,200 pillowcases, 300 pairs of socks in a year, this kind of thing. That reminds me, I need to buy new socks. Anyway, in some progressive asylums, patients also had occupational therapy in the form of crafts like basket weaving and rug making, a bit of knitting as well. Some women likely took quiet pleasure in sewing, but others, of course, found it monotonous. One patient sourly recalled her asylum days like this: "So many hours each day sat we with our needle and thread, patching the same garments over and over. It seemed as endless as Penelope's shroud." Cleaning was another duty for both sexes. Women might sweep the wards, scrub the floors, dust furniture, help in the kitchen by peeling and washing vegetables, things like that. Men might haul coal scuttles to keep the boiler and fireplaces fed, or cart away trash. The most unpleasant chores, like emptying chamber pots and cleaning latrines, often fell to the patients lowest in the unofficial pecking order, or those being disciplined. There were implicit hierarchies, you see. A well-behaved patient might be rewarded with a nicer job, like helping the gardener in the conservatory, whereas a troublesome one would be on toilet duty. By late morning, the patient's labor would pause for the midday meal. But before we get to that, it's worth noting that not all patients were working all the time. What about the ones that couldn't work? Indeed, a significant portion of any asylum population was comprised of severely ill, delusional, melancholic, or agitated individuals who simply couldn't participate in the routine. Good luck trying to get them to as well. Some refused, believing that they were royalty or otherwise above it. Others were physically too debilitated, or were actively hallucinating and unaware of their surroundings. In many asylums, these patients would spend their morning hours sitting in the day room, or, if the weather was fair, in the airing court. Under observation, of course, but unengaged. This enforced idleness could be torturous. Nellie Bly observed women at Blackwell's Island who were forced to sit on wooden benches, silent and unmoving for hours, not allowed to converse, not allowed to move freely, nothing to occupy their minds. I'm sure that would make them less mad, right? Come on. Well, one restless woman would get up to pace around, and the attendants would shove her back down and scold her that she had to sit still. Now, things like that were not universal, but they were common enough that many patient memoirs mention interminable hours of nothing to do. Inmates might stare at 4 blank walls, or pick at the threads of their clothing, or rock back and forth, anything to pass the time. A few asylums tried to alleviate this by providing reading materials or organizing simple pastimes, but especially in overcrowded public wards, meaningful activity was scarce, especially for the sickest of patients. Anyway, the contrast is pretty obvious. While some of the more recovered inmates marched out to the fields or laundries, the more disturbed ones would languish in the day rooms, sometimes restrained or under sedatives, their day a blur of empty time, broken only by meals and medicine. This split between the active, working patients and the idle, chronic patients essentially created 2 different experiences within the same institution. The active group followed the strict daily regimen, perhaps felt time move in a structured way, while the others experienced a suffocating monotony. Days, months, years might blend into an endless stretch. So as midday arrived, so did the main meal of the day. Dinner, which was also called lunch, I know it's a bit confusing, typically served around 12 or 1 p.m. In Victorian times, dinner was often used to refer to the principal meal at noon. Now, just like how breakfast is not really just for the morning, it's just the breaking of the fast, you know? So that means if you don't eat anything all day until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's the first thing you eat, well, that counts as breakfast. Anyway, this was usually the most substantial food that patients would get this dinner/lunchtime. It often included a bit of meat or some other protein, which the morning and evening meals lacked. According to asylum dietary schedules, a common dinner might consist of boiled or roasted meat, either beef, mutton, or pork, served with potatoes and other vegetables. For instance, records from an English county asylum in the 1870s show dinners of stew or boiled beef with potatoes or carrots, which is the most British meal you can have, really. I grew up on that. Just meat and 3 veg, that's all it was. or occasionally you'd have some salted pork or peas pudding. Bread was served on the side. In season, they might get a bit of suet pudding or rice pudding for dessert on certain days. Now, the quality of the meal varied widely. In well-funded asylums, the meal might be pretty decent, at least comparatively, and the portions would be ample. There are accounts of patients remarking that they ate more meat in the asylum than they ever did outside of it. One Irish pauper admitted to an English asylum supposedly said the food was so good that he'd happily stay there forever. Right then, low standards, I suppose, but this, however, was likely an exception or perhaps a facetious comment. In other places, complaints about the food were routine. Mary Pengilly wrote that at her institution they had, quote, plenty of meat and vegetables indifferently cooked, but we don't require food suitable for men working out of doors. We need something to tempt the appetite a little. She, like many patients, had a poor appetite due to her depression and medications, and found the coarse, greasy fare to be unappetizing. She longed for a slice of homemade cake or a fresh egg, things to remind her of home. Another inmate, a young woman, wistfully told Mary that at home she used to have nice cake, and could make it too, showing how austere asylum food felt compared to the old family life. Now, overcrowding meant that dining was often done in shifts or in cramped conditions. At Blackwell's Island, Nellie Blythe describes how 45 women were crammed at a table meant for 30, elbow to elbow eating the meager soup and prunes provided, with nurses shouting at anyone who dawdled. Many weaker patients simply went hungry in that chaos, unable to compete or too frightened. By contrast, in an elite private system, a handful of convalescent patients might dine with the superintendent's family at a civilized table, using china and silverware. This was the rarefied end of the spectrum, though. The average patient's dining experience was far more Spartan and tightly controlled. After the midday dinner, a sort of rest period might occur in some asylums. In a few institutions, especially early in the century, it was common to allow patients to take a short nap or at least remain quiet after the big meal, on the theory that it aided digestion and calm. More often, however, is that the afternoon was simply a continuation of the morning's regime. If the weather was decent, there might be another supervised walk in the airing court, or perhaps a more organized outdoor experience. Bit of exercise, this kind of thing. For example, there are reports of some asylums conducting group drills or calisthenics in the afternoon, a rather militaristic approach, where attendants marched patients around the grounds for a bit of exercise. One 1854 report from Norfolk County Asylum in England describes nearly 300 patients assembled in the yard for drill, responding to barked commands to march in formation around the acreage. Great control is gained over the patients, an inspector noted approvingly of this spectacle, as if the asylum was some kind of boot camp. Well, this was not typical everywhere, but it does show how physical exercise was sometimes regimented to maintain order. Now, supper time, often called tea in Britain, usually came in the late afternoon or early evening, about 5 or 6 p.m. This was typically a lighter repast to close the day. Commonly, it featured items similar to breakfast, more bread, often stale by now, with a bit of butter or maybe cheese, and a hot drink like tea or cocoa. Some asylums offered porridge again or a simple broth in the evening. For example, one English asylum schedule from the 1880s mentions tea with bread and margarine daily at 6 p.m., with a bit of cheese twice a week. Others might give a treat, like a slice of plain cake on Sundays, probably carrot cake or one of the lesser cakes. Well, but for many patients, supper was a dreary repetition of the morning meal, showing once again the tedium of asylum life. Mary Pengelly wrote that at her asylum, quote, "Dark sour bread with miserable butter consists our breakfast and tea." Miserable again. Ugh. Well, only occasionally did she get a little glass of milk and a soda biscuit at bedtime as a luxury, which the head nurse doled out to a few who begged hard enough. Those were the small mercies one lived for. Mary treasured that nightly glass of milk as if it were the greatest gift she ever got. Nellie Bly's account similarly describes supper at Blackwell's Island as inedible stewed prunes and a cup of dirty water masquerading as tea. Many women refused to eat, either because the food was so poor or due to their illness. Bly herself stopped eating much of the food and noted how hunger and cold combined to break the spirit of even a sane person. After supper, the long day began to wind down. Patients might be herded into a common room for the evening. Evenings in the asylum could be particularly dull or eerily quiet. The patients, often tired from the day's work or sedated by the effect of routine. Attendants encouraged calm. Any excitement in the evening was discouraged, since that could lead to trouble. Often, this was the time for some mild recreation or religious exercise, depending on the day of the week and the institution's customs. For example, many asylums held daily prayers or devotions in the evening. It might be as simple as the ward nurse reading a prayer or passage from the Bible aloud, with patients expected to sit quietly, perhaps join in the familiar prayers like the Lord's Prayer. More organized institutions had a chaplain who would conduct a short service. John Percival, a patient in the 1830s, recalled how on Sundays especially the inmates were gathered for a chapel service, which he found both comforting and at times a little oppressive. Comforting in routine, but oppressive in the forced piety of it all. In smaller asylums, patients might sing a hymn together in the parlor. This injection of religiosity was based on the belief that moral and spiritual improvement went hand in hand with recovery from insanity. In lieu of prayers, some places offered secular diversions in the evening. For instance, a common feature of the well-run asylum by mid-century was the weekly or nightly recreation hour. Sounds really fun. Well, superintendents realized that a bit of entertainment could improve morale and even serve as a privilege to encourage good behavior. Thus, some asylums organized concerts, dances, or lectures. The wealthy Ticehurst Asylum in Sussex had regular evening amusements, billiards, card games, chess, amateur theatricals, which Merivale later acknowledged were generous, though in his state of depression they gave him a little joy. He wrote, quote, "All this bears so fair an outside that it seems difficult to quarrel with it. Yet the life that it concealed was inconceivably terrible. These parties, games, entertainments, meals, without a friend's face near me, without hope or volition. The story makes me shrink in the telling." End quote. Well, he doesn't sound too pleased, doesn't he? Nonetheless, for many inmates, the occasional dance or magic lantern show was a highlight to break the monotony. Large asylums often had a hall or recreation room. However, one must remember that these entertainments were privileges. Not every patient got to enjoy them. Mary Pengelly, in her diary, tells of a festival held at the asylum's chapel one day, perhaps a concert or charity event, for which some patients were taken out. Mary, however, was not invited. She stood in her drab grey dress, feeling humiliated that she had nothing decent to wear to a public gathering. Only when an assistant physician noticed her did he kindly say, "Do come, Miss Pengelly. You may as well come." Still, Mary hesitated, pointing out her threadbare attire and bare neckline. He promised to have something sent for her, but instead of a dress she eventually just brought a plate of festival food, some sweets and fruit to eat alone. She interpreted this as a sign the staff didn't trust her to be seen in public, perhaps fearing she might complain about her treatment to outsiders. Well, as night fell, bedtime approached. Asylum administrators generally believed that early to bed, early to rise was the best possible thing, partly to maintain order and because the night staffing was minimal. They wanted patients safely tucked away. Bedtime in many asylums was around 8 p.m. At Liverpool Asylum, for example, it was recorded that bedtime was 8 p.m. and patients slept in long rows of beds that were 2 feet and 6 inches apart. Gee, 6 inches, that's all. Well, attendants would methodically escort patients to their dormitories and cells. Sleeping arrangements varied. In older asylums, or smaller ones, some patients had single rooms, often called cells, especially in the earlier century, small bare rooms with a bed, maybe a chamber pot. But the vast expansion of patient numbers led to the dominance of large dormitory wards. In a dormitory, dozens of beds were arranged in rows, often very close together, as noted, sometimes barely 2 or 3 feet apart. Privacy was non-existent. One might be trying to sleep while hearing the mutterings and snores of cries of 30 people in the same hall. Within the same sex, patients might be grouped roughly by their perceived condition or behavior. For instance, a noisy ward for those prone to shout at night versus a quiet ward for the melancholic or convalescent. Nonetheless, even a quiet dorm could become chaotic if one patient woke with night terrors or started screaming in hallucination. Nighttime could really be the most dangerous period. With minimal supervision, some patients tried to escape. Others got into fights or delusions. If an institution was especially understaffed, accidents would happen. Restraints were sometimes applied at night to those deemed risks. Straitjackets or restraint sheets might be used to keep a restless patient in place until morning. While Britain's asylums after the 1840s officially moved towards non-restraint policies, abolishing the routine use of manacles and straitjackets, that is. In practice, padded cells and occasional restraints at night still existed as a last resort. American asylums varied. Some were a little bit more liberalized in the use of restraining garments, especially in the post-Civil War years where crowding soared. By the late 19th century, another tool entered wide use to ensure a docile night: sedative drugs. One of the first effective sedatives was chloral hydrate, introduced in the 1870s, and later they had peraldehyde in the 1880s. These were given to patients in the evening to induce sleep. A patient might receive a spoonful of foul-tasting liquid or a powder in their tea that made them drowsy and compliant. Peraldehyde, especially, became a favorite of asylum doctors. As one doctor noted, it quiets them down for the night and makes them easier for the nurses to get everyone to bed. The drug's heavy, sickly sweet odor would hang in the dormitory air. Patients could tell when others had been dosed because of the distinctive smell on their breaths. So, as 9 p.m. approached, most wards would be enforced darkness and silence. Attendants might carry lanterns on brief rounds to check that all were in bed. Some patients would be softly crying, perhaps missing their families, or due to the voices in their heads. Probably most out of just sheer hopelessness, one might imagine. Others quickly fell asleep, exhausted by the labor of the day or lulled by the medication. Now and then a patient might die in the night. Sudden death was not uncommon in asylums from epileptic seizures, heart failures, or things like tuberculosis that thrived in crowded institutions. Merivale chillingly noted how death would come suddenly and terribly on one of the outcasts, and the event would be hushed up and forgotten. Indeed, mortality was part of life in the asylum. Well, so far we've followed the ordinary day under ordinary circumstance, but asylums were also places of treatment, believe it or not. or at least what passed for treatment. Well, patients with symptoms often flared when they disobeyed rules. Various interventions would come into play. The 19th century was an age before modern psychiatric therapies, but it was also an age of brave ideas, and doctors tried numerous methods to cure or at least manage insanity. These ranged from compassionate talking to soothing routines, the best part of moral treatment, to primitive medical procedures and brute force restraints. You see, in the early 1800s, most asylums freely used mechanical restraints. Chains, handcuffs, leg irons, straight waistcoats, the forerunner of the straitjacket, by the way, muzzles, too, and restraining chairs. The reformers gradually curtailed most of the barbaric ones, but by the mid-century it was a point of pride for many institutions, especially in England, to claim that they no longer used any chains or manacles. John Connolly at Hanwell Asylum famously in 1839 removed all mechanical restraints, demonstrating that even dangerous patients could be managed with careful monitoring and the occasional padded room. Hey, it's better than nothing. His 1856 book, The Treatment of the Insane Without Mechanical Restraints, evangelized this approach. Sure, it was flying off the shelves. Anyway, instead of tying a man to his bed and subdue them like that, Connolly would put them in a padded cell, a small room with walls and a floor padded with thick cushions or canvas, so he could thrash about as much as he wanted without injuring himself, until at least his fury and energy abated. Instead of chaining a woman's hands, he would have a nurse sit with her constantly to prevent harm. This non-restraint movement spread to many asylums in Europe and the US, but not all implemented it fully. Some found it too labor-intensive to watch patients constantly without any restraints. When you're short-staffed, well, these kind of concerns come about. Therefore, through the 19th century, many patients did experience restraints. Straitjackets were a common tool. You know the one, the canvas coats with the long sleeves, you could tie them behind the back, that sort of thing. They were used to subdue those who attacked others, or to protect patients from self-harm. We have accounts from patients of being suddenly grabbed and thrust into these rather unforgiving outfits. One moment you might be pacing a ward in distress, and the next a team of attendants might just grab you and force you into the ground and put you into the jacket. Not nice at all. But then there's also the humiliation and discomfort. That was profound. Often it was used as much as a punishment for misbehavior as for genuine safety. Elizabeth Packard, for example, described women in the Jacksonville Asylum being put in straitjackets and locked in cold rooms for daring to question authority. In one instance, she recounted how a fellow patient who spoke back to an attendant was summarily trussed up in a straitjacket for days as a lesson. Packard herself, who insisted she was sane and unjustly confined, was labeled as a troublemaker. She wrote that the threat of the straitjacket loomed over her constantly if she didn't behave to the warden's standard. Besides jackets, restraining chairs or beds were also used. Some asylums had specially designed chairs with straps, where a violent patient could be fastened by the waist and limbs, basically immobilized in a sitting position for hours. Others used what was called a Utica crib, named after the Utica Asylum in New York, a small, low, box-like bed with a barred lid that could be closed over a patient, effectively a cage bed. I'm sure that is the pride of the Utica inventors. Though intended to safely contain a patient without the need for hand restraints, these cribs were controversial and seen by some as inhumane. Just imagine the experience, though, being slid into a narrow wooden box and hearing the lid lock above you. Now that's horrifying, especially when they put you in there when you're in a uncooperative state. Let's just say that much. doesn't help sedate your panic. In any case, by the late 19th century, methods like that were increasingly criticized, but they did persist in some places. Seclusion in a bare room was slightly gentler in control. It used especially for those who were noisy or disruptive. Many patients write of dreaded hours in the padded room or solitary cell. Yet some doctors saw it as a necessary time out until the patient cooled down. Mid-century asylum medicine, apart from restraint, put stock in various physical therapies. Water therapy, i.e. hydrotherapy, was especially popular. Cold and warm water were used in different ways. For hyperactive or manic patients, cold water was believed to have a subduing effect. In practice, this ranged from mild approaches, a brief cold shower, to extreme dunkings. However extreme that can get. Give me the money, Lebowski. Is that it? Where's the money, Lebowski? That sort of thing. Maybe not that bad, we'll see. Well, one common method was the shower bath. The patient would be stripped and placed in a stall where a torrent of cold water was released from above, dousing them for several minutes. Alternatively, attendants might simply throw buckets of icy water over a restrained patient, literally attempting to shock them into calm, which, as you know, is probably not going to work, but hey. The rationalization for all this was that the shock would reduce the pulse and excite fear, thereby quelling the frenzy. Now, for melancholic or extreme anxious patients, warm water baths were employed to soothe, which sounds a hell of a lot better than what we just talked about. Doctors would seat the patient in a warm bath, often in a special tub with a canvas hammock, or with a cover to maintain temperature, and leave them soaking for an extended period, sometimes hours on end. This was akin to a modern notion of sensory relaxation, though in some cases they seem to have overdid it. There are reports of patients being kept in continuous warm baths for days on end, taken out only briefly for, necessities. Attendants would add hot water periodically to keep it at body temperature. The patient, neck deep with only the head out, would become languid and sometimes more manageable after such bathing marathons. Well, it's important to note that the experience of these treatments from the patient's perspective was often one of trauma and intimidation. The asylum was not generally a place of kindly therapy sessions and psychological insight, at least not in the 19th century. Things like that would come much later. One former patient writing in the 1890s said, in effect, quote, "No sane person would have any idea how we were managed. If you screamed, they choked you. If you refused your food, they forced it down you. If you argued your sanity, they mocked you and said that it proved your madness." This captures a bit of a catch-22 that many felt. Any resistance to the regime was labeled as illness and met by force. Still, not every doctor was heartless, and not every patient was cowed. Some superintendents truly embraced gentler methods, long talks, encouragement, and saw good results from some patients. There were indeed stories of recovery, a depressed soul enlivened by work in the garden, an incoherent person slowly finding clarity in the calm routine, a violent man turned peaceful after weeks without physical punishment. Moral treatment did help some people, especially in the earlier phases where asylums were smaller. But when gentler methods failed or resources were thin, force came back into play. It's telling that nearly every patient memoir mentions witnessing or experiencing abuse. Nellie Bly, though an undercover reporter, certainly did. She saw a nurse drag a woman by her hair and beat her for not sitting still. Elizabeth Packard reported attendants slapping and roughly manhandling patients during baths, or when putting them to bed. Anna Agnew, who spent years in the Indiana Hospital for the Insane in the 1870s, wrote of a scene where a struggling patient was held down by multiple nurses and howls of pain echoed through the whole building as they tightened a restraint, a memory that seems to have haunted her for quite some time. But don't think of asylum inmates as simply passive victims of a machine. They were people with relationships, emotions, and coping strategies. Social dynamics within the asylum were both a source of comfort and at times additional hardship. So let's have a look at the relationship and interactions that a patient might have. First, there was the relationship with the staff. Attendants and nurses were the everyday authority figures. Some were kind, genuinely concerned for the people in their charge. Others were not, viewing patients as less than fully human or even nuisances. It is telling that Mary Pengelly consistently refers to her attendant as Miss Mills, who scolds or is unkind and lacks sympathy. But she also mentions an assistant physician, Dr. Cruikshank, who looked at me very kindly and tried to include her in a festival. Well, this indicates that experiences could vary. Many patients learn to behave for certain attendants to avoid their wrath. The power dynamic was extreme. Attendants could decide if one got a second helping of food or access to one's own belongings, or even permission to write a letter, which I'm sure were read before they were sent out. Complaining about an attendant was usually futile. Some braver souls like Elizabeth Packard would later testify publicly about abusive attendants, but at the time of confinement, patients often felt at the mercy of these individuals. Now, consider patient-to-patient interactions. In the rigid environment, companionship was still possible. Shared suffering often breeds empathy. In day rooms and workshops, friendships did form. Patients would look out for each other. Like Mary Pengelly, gently nursing a blind fellow patient, Miss Fowler, by covering her inflamed eye with a wet cloth from Mary's own handkerchief. For this small act of kindness, Mary was rebuked by the attendant, who tore the makeshift bandage away and scolded her. But Mary's instinct was to care for her friend, and it shows how patients did create these informal support networks. They would share gossip, console each other after an episode, or team up to do small favors. On the male wards, one might see a long-term inmate informally mentoring a confused newcomer, explaining the unspoken rules of asylum life. On female wards, perhaps an older maternal figure comforted a younger woman who wept for her children at home. Yet not all patient interactions were going to be positive. Just as in any group of people under stress, there were arguments, tensions, even violence. Some patient symptoms made them aggressive or disruptive, and that could frighten the others. A normally peaceable patient might have to room next to someone who ranted and raved all night, testing their own sanity too. Bullying could occur. Occasionally a stronger patient might dominate or torment a weaker one if not stopped by staff. And since many patients were not actually insane in the stereotypical sense, but perhaps suffering from depression or trauma, they sometimes found it upsetting to mingle with those who floridly were psychotic. For example, a sane patient, wrongly confined, as Herman Merivale believed himself to be at times, could be deeply distressed by being herded together with people shouting nonsense or performing strange things around him. But what about family and the outside world? For many patients, this was the most painful thing, the separation and isolation. Asylums were often built in isolated locations, away from polite society. Visiting could be infrequent. In the earlier half of the century, visiting hours were sometimes heavily restricted. Perhaps family could visit on certain days, for a short while, and often under the eye of the staff. If a husband committed a wife, he might choose never to visit, effectively abandoning her. Elizabeth Packard's husband only came once or twice in 3 years, largely to check if she was ready to submit to him. She wasn't, anyway. Well, her children were not allowed to see her until she was released. The heartbreak of mothers separated from children comes up in multiple accounts. One woman wrote that hearing children's voices, perhaps the superintendent's children playing outside, would plunge her into tears, yearning for her own little ones. Patients who did have concerned family might see them monthly or so. Mary Pengelly was fortunate that her adult sons loved her and visited her when they could, despite first believing the doctors that she needed to be there. She describes the joy of a visit from her son Louis, who held her hand and promised to take her away for a drive when the weather improved. Mary pleaded to go home with him immediately, but he demurred, trusting the doctor's judgment that she was still ill. Thus, many patients felt extremely cut off, a phrase that appears as that they felt buried alive. In fact, one of the popular asylum narratives published in the 1800s was titled A Secret Institution, 1890, where author Clarissa Lathrop likened her time in the Utica Asylum to being entombed where no one hears your cries. The isolation had profound effects on the mental state of patients. The daily routine we outlined was supposed to cure or at least stabilize them, but ironically, the monotony and separation could sometimes make everything worse. Doesn't take rocket science to figure that out, but you know what I mean. However, it is important to acknowledge that some patients did find ways to endure or subtly resist. Humor and creativity occasionally surfaced. In the Utica State Hospital in the 1850s, patients produced a literary magazine called The Opal, writing poems, essays, and sketches. This remarkable outlet shows that even within the walls that human imagination persisted. Religious faith was another coping mechanism. Victorian society was, of course, deeply religious, and many patients clung to this faith. Some found strength in prayer, believing that God had not abandoned them, even if their entire family had. A deeply melancholic patient might find in daily chapel services a moment of transcendence, or at least a routine that reminded them of mortality and meaning beyond the bars. Of course, religion could cut both ways. For some it fed delusions, like those who thought they were prophets or demons, which asylums tried to suppress. But the asylum chaplaincy was a staple, and some chaplains provided genuine pastoral care that comforted individuals in those dark moments. Well, what then did a 19th century mental patient desire most? From their own words, liberty, dignity, and understanding. Elizabeth Packard, after winning her freedom in court, fought so that no married woman could ever be locked up at a husband's whim as she was. Mary Pengelly published her diary as an appeal to the public to search out better methods of caring for the mentally ill. She wanted to see the inner workings of asylums shown to the people, the good and bad to prompt improvements. Herman Merivale wrote his pamphlet to assure future sane people who might be mistakenly confined that they were not alone, and to warn society of the inconceivably terrible inner life that even a benevolently run asylum could hide. These voices, once buried, emerged to educate and humanize those who were labeled as no-hopers, the insane. And that's where we leave it today, the daily life of a mental patient. Pretty terrible, but, it's just the way it is. Medical science and, I suppose, just a general empathy for those less fortunate. It has to improve little by little. There are a few big strides, but generally it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. In any case, thank you for joining me, and I hope you also enjoy the playlist for the other asylum videos. There's a bit more that we have to say about this topic. A bit more we have to say about medical history, indeed. But we'll get to that later. In any case, thank you to the supporters, keeping everything ad-free on Patreon and YouTube memberships. You are appreciated. and thank you for listening thus far. Like, comment, and subscribe, tell your friends, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye for now.
In the First World War, the armies of Europe dug themselves into the ground, and they stayed there. What they built was an underground world, 700 kilometers of it, from the North Sea to Switzerland, with its own geography, its own daily routines, its own social rules, and ultimately its own relationship to death that had no precedent in any war before it. There were front-line trenches, support trenches, communication trenches, and dugouts carved into the earth for sleeping medical stations, latrines, supply dumps, and in some sectors, elaborate tunnel systems that went down 30 feet or more. 4 million men lived in this network at any given time, on both sides combined, and the experience of living there was so specific, so unlike anything in civilian life, that the men who came home from it struggled for the rest of their lives to make anyone understand what it had been like. We have an extraordinary number of their attempts, memoirs, letters, diaries, and poems, and it is from those accounts that we can reconstruct the daily texture of trench life in pretty vivid detail. So let's spend the next hour together and talk about life and death in a World War I trench. Just quickly, welcome to the channel. Thank you to those supporting, keeping us proudly crowd-funded, ad and sponsor-free. Links for those who want to support us in that are in the pinned comment and the video description. If you do not want to support us, that's completely fine. But give us a like, comment, and subscribe, and tell your friends about us, because that's completely free, and everybody benefits. All right, that being said, let's really begin. First off, let's think about that word, trench. It conjures the image of a ditch, which is pretty misleading in almost every respect. The trench systems of the Western Front were, by 1915 and certainly by 1916, elaborate networks of interconnected fortifications running for kilometers in depth, whose complexity reflected the accumulated improvisations of men who had discovered, largely through fatal trial and error, what was needed to survive in this particular landscape of new industrialized killing. Understanding how that system was laid out is essential to understanding what life was like inside it, because the geography of the trench system determined everything. It determined what you could see, where you could walk, where you could sleep if you were lucky to sleep at all, and likely how you were going to die. The front line trench was the forward position, closest to the enemy, typically running in a series of zigzags rather than a straight line. Now, the zigzag pattern, enforced by a doctrine called traversing, meant that a shell bursting into a trench, or an enemy who broke through at one point, couldn't just kill everyone along its length by firing down a straight corridor. The front line trench was narrow, perhaps 2 meters wide at most, with a fire step cut into the forward wall on which men stood to observe or shoot over the parapet. The parapet itself, the wall facing the enemy, was built up with sandbags and parados. The rear wall, that was similarly reinforced. Now, between the parapet and the enemy wire lay no man's land, a strip of contested ground that varied in width from a few dozen meters in some sectors to several hundred meters in others, and whose surface, churned by artillery laced with rusting wire and littered with the dead of previous unfortunate engagements, constituted one of the most hostile environments in human history. Behind the front-line trench ran the support trench, connected to it by the communication trenches, long winding passages running perpendicular to the front, used to move men, supplies, and casualties back and forth under cover. Behind the support trench ran the reserve trench, and behind that rear were the heavy artillery, the field hospitals, and where the men would rotate in and out of the line and they could sleep in something approaching a genuine shelter. The rotation system meant that a soldier typically spent a period of days or weeks on the front, then rotated back to the support trench, then to reserve, then further back to rest a bit, before returning to the front to begin the cycle again. In practice, rotations were irregular, frequently disrupted by operations, and the time spent in what was theoretically the safer rear was often consumed by the working parties, the fatigues, and training exercises that left very little room for actual rest and recovery. So it wasn't like you were getting a break or anything, I'm afraid. The construction of the trench itself was a constant and never completed labor. You see, the problem with trenches is that they flooded, they collapsed, they were destroyed by shell fire, which was the point of the shell fire, and were rebuilt. The sandbags that formed the parapet rotted and needed replacement. The duck boards, the wooden slats laid along the trench floor to keep feet above the water table, shifted, sank, and had to be relaid. A soldier in the trenches was never not working on the trench. He was either maintaining what existed or extending and improving it. And this labor, conducted often at night to avoid observation in conditions of cold, mud, and exhaustion, always within earshot of the enemy, was one of the defining experiences of trench life that the memoirs and letters return to with more frequency than any single battle. One of the most noted contrasts of the war was between the quality of the German trench system and that of the British and French. You see, the Germans, having chosen their defensive positions on higher ground after the initial advance of 1914 was halted, had the strategic stability to invest heavily in their defense. Their frontline trenches in established sectors were lined with timber and corrugated iron. Their dugouts sunk deep enough to survive anything short of a direct hit. Their underground chambers sometimes were furnished with beds, electric lighting, and the kind of domestic comfort that struck British soldiers who eventually entered them as almost inconceivably elaborate. The British and French high commands, committed to the principle that the war would eventually be won by offensive action that would reclaim the occupied territory, were philosophically resistant to the same degree of investment in defensive infrastructure, on the theory that comfortable trenches would encourage a defensive mentality in the men who occupied them. The consequence was that British soldiers endured conditions that the German soldier opposite them in many sectors did not. Of course, this was a disparity that the British memoirs record with a mixture of rueful humor and genuine bitterness. But the trench had a rhythm to it, and understanding that rhythm will help you grasp what made the experience psychologically distinctive. Contrary to the impression created by the most famous images of war, the long lines of men going over the top, the barrages and defenses, the overwhelming majority of time spent in a frontline trench was not in direct combat. After all, the First World War was one of those famous long stalemates. It was spent working, sleeping in fragments, eating inadvertently and inadequately, and managing the accumulated small miseries of trench life. The great offences were events. The routine is the norm. Now each day in the frontline trench began and ended with stand 2. Half an hour before dawn and half an hour before dusk, the 2 periods of low light in which an enemy attack was most likely to be concealed. Every man in the trench was required to stand on the fire step rifle ready, looking out over the parapet to no man's land. Stand 2 lasted until the light had fully established itself, and the risk of a surprise attack had passed, at which point Stand Down was called, and the men could retire from the fire step. Most of them, at least. It was at Stand Down that the rum ration was typically distributed, a standard issue of 1/6 of a gill per man, which veteran soldiers described variously as the most important moment of the day, and as a quantity so small that its primary value was ceremonial rather than warming. After Stand Down would come breakfast, then the daylight hours during which movement above the parapet was not very smart, and life in the trench settled into a pattern of sleep, maintenance work, and a whole lot of waiting. Sniping defined the daylight hours in a way that reshaped how men inhabited the trench. A head appearing above the parapet for more than a second in a sector where an enemy sniper was active was frequently a head that would not appear again. Periscopes, small mirrors mounted on sticks that allowed observation over the parapet without exposure, became standard equipment, and the elaborate camouflage of observation posts and the cat-and-mouse game between opposing snipers with their counter-sniper opponents became a subspecialty of trench warfare, with its own considerable literature, by the way. Robert Graves described losing 2 men in a single morning in 1915 to a German sniper who had established a position that none of the British snipers could locate for days. The sniper's skill was admired even by his opponents. His elimination, when it finally came, was recorded with a mixture of relief and respect that the general impersonality of artillery fire could never really produce. Never really produce, excuse me. Well, night transformed the trench. After dark, movement above ground became possible, and the work that daylight had prohibited could begin. Wiring parties went out to maintain or extend barbed wire entanglements in front of the position. Listening posts were established in no man's land. Small groups of men lying motionless in the darkness, trying to detect enemy patrol activity. Carrying parties moved up from the rear with supplies, ammunition, and food. And the raiding parties that senior officers organized with varying degrees of enthusiasm crept forward through the enemy trench with the intention of taking prisoners for intelligence purposes, or simply demonstrating that the front was being actively held. The night was also the time when the dead of the previous day's activity could sometimes be retrieved from no man's land, a task that the living undertook with the urgency of men who understood from immediate observation that what laid for them was the unburied, and they could very easily be next. But of course, back to the trench. The physical environment of the trench has been so extensively described and so effectively mythologized that it is tempting to treat it as background, as the setting against which the real drama of the war unfolded. But that temptation should be resisted. The physical environment of the trench was itself one of the primary agents of death and suffering, and the effort required to simply exist within it, to keep oneself alive, warm, and marginally functional in conditions of sustained physical assault, consumed a proportion of every soldier's energy that left less and less available for anything else. It was the mud, it was the rats, the lice, the cold, the wet, and the smell. They were the defining realities of the trench, and there was really nothing you could do about it. The rain was going to keep coming. The bodies were going to keep rotting. You just had to get used to living in hell. The mud of Flanders, the particular mud of the Ypres Salient and the Passchendaele Ridge, achieved a notoriety that has persisted in the historical memory of the war, because it was genuinely unlike most things that human beings have encountered before or since. The soil of the Ypres lowlands had been heavily cultivated for centuries. Its natural drainage, maintained by elaborate systems of drainage ditches and dams that sustained artillery bombardment of 1917 and were destroyed systematically. What remained was a substance that absorbed water rather than draining it, that stuck to the boots and clothing with an adhesive tenacity, and that could swallow a man who fell into a shell crater already half filled with it. Men drowned to death in the mud of Passchendaele, not metaphorically but quite literally, falling into waterlogged craters and sinking before they could be pulled out. Ernst Junger described the mud of his sector of the Somme as something that seemed to have a will of its own, working against every effort to move through it, pulling at the legs of men who were already exhausted, adding minutes and hours to journeys that in dry conditions would have taken a fraction of the time. And then there were the rats, of course. They were constant. They were large. They fed on the dead and dying of no man's land, which provided a supply of protein sufficient to sustain populations of considerable size. And they were unafraid of the living, having learned that the living were really too tired to do much about them, and honestly more worried about the other side shooting at them. So they ran across the sleeping men, stole food from equipment left unguarded for a moment, and congregated in the parts of the trench where the duckboards had been damaged and the floor was soft enough for them to burrow through. Robert Graves reported waking one night to find a rat sitting on his face. Organized rat catching became one of the unofficial leisure activities of trench life, and the most proficient rat catchers acquired a celebrity in their units disproportionate to the strategic significance of their skill. But the rats could never be exterminated, just managed, and that management was never going to be adequate. Lice were universal. Every man in the trenches had them, from the newest arrival to the most senior officer, and no personal hygiene regime sustainable under trench conditions could provide any defense against them. They bred in the seams of clothing, the wool of blankets, in any warm crevice available, and they caused a constant itching that interrupted sleep, made concentration difficult, and more seriously, transmitted trench fever, a debilitating illness caused by Bartonella quintana. This bacteria is carried in louse feces. It was responsible for a significant portion of non-combat casualties of the war. The treatment for lice infestation was to run a candle flame along the seams of clothing, which killed the lice but not their eggs, meaning that the process had to be repeated within a few days. The activity was called chatting, and the term passed into British English slang for casual conversation because it was so frequently performed in small social groups. The feeding of an army in the trenches was a logistical challenge of considerable complexity, and the gap between what the military supply system was supposed to deliver and what actually arrived was one of those defining features of the soldiery experience. The British Army's official daily ration for a frontline soldier in 1916 included 1¼ pounds of meat, 1 pound of bread or biscuit, 4 ounces of bacon, 8 ounces of vegetables, and a small allowance of tea, sugar, and jam. Now, that's a pretty good provision, and if that was reliably delivered, it would have been reasonably adequate in caloric terms. Especially the 1¼ pound of meat, that's pretty good. Now the word reliably, if it was reliably delivered, well, that's doing a great deal of heavy lifting in that sentence. And I think you probably can predict that it's it's not going to be very reliable, right? Food reached the front line by a chain of hands that began somewhere in the rear with a properly equipped cook and ended at the fire step via a series of carrying parties who moved through communication trenches that might be under shell fire, knee-deep in water, or a mixture of both. By the time hot food arrived, it was frequently cold, and by the time the carrying party had delivered it under fire, it was sometimes also partially spilled, contaminated with the mud that was on every surface of the trench, and considerably reduced in quantity from what had set out. The principal hot ration was stew, particularly makonike, the brand name tin stew that became so associated with frontline feeding that its name became generic, supplemented by hard biscuits, tinned bully beef, and whatever could be obtained through the informal economy of the trench. Cigarettes were bartered for extra rations, food parcels from home, the occasional windfall of a ration delivery that had not been intercepted by shell fire on the way up, this kind of thing. Now, the parcels from home were not merely nutritional supplements, but they were a kind of psychological apparatus that was very important. Cake, chocolate, tin sardines, socks, cigarettes, books, newspapers, things like that. The contents of the parcels from wives, mothers, sweethearts. It represented a connection to the civilian world that had become, for many men, almost mythological in its distance. Wilfred Owen wrote to his mother with detailed specifications about what she should send. He had particular preferences about biscuits and a standing request for candles, which were essential for reading after dark, of course. The specificity of these requests says something about the degree to which the material details of comfort had taken on a weight they would have never had in civilian life. A particular brand of biscuit was a fragment of the self that the trench was otherwise comprehensively dismantling. Warmth was the other survival essential, whose provision was chronic and inadequate. The trenches of the Western Front ran through a landscape that had a genuinely harsh winter climate. Temperatures below freezing were common from November to March, the cold intensified by the dampness that the trench environment produced, and the standard issue wool uniform, while warm when dry, lost most of its insulating properties when wet, for which it was always wet. The brazier, a small coal or charcoal burning fire in a perforated metal container, was the primary source of warmth in the trench, and its light, visible above the parapet at night, attracted enemy fire with a regularity that made its use in forward positions a matter of constant calculation between the risk of a sniper's bullet and the risk of hypothermia. Men who could not sleep for cold did not have the cognitive resources to fight effectively, to work efficiently on the fatigues that the trench demanded, or to make the rapid decisions that survival in a combat zone required. The management of warmth was, in this sense, as militarily significant as the management of ammunition. Now, there is one phrase that you've probably heard of: going over the top. Well, that has become quite embedded in the English language as a metaphor for reckless excess. It's worth pausing to remember what it actually described, and that was men climbing out of a trench and walking or running across an open space toward another trench, while the men in that other trench were attempting to kill them. The large-scale set-piece attacks of the war, the Somme on the 1st of July 1916, the British Army suffered nearly 60,000 casualties in a single day. Passchendaele in the autumn of 1917, the German Spring Offensive of 1918, are the events around which the historiography of the Western Front had organized itself. So, they deserve a bit of attention, but we should say, too, that they were not the only form of offensive action in the trenches, and for many soldiers, the smaller and more informal violence of the trench raid It was a more immediate and more intimate experience of combat than any major offensive. The trench raid was an organized attack on a specific section of the enemy's front-line trench, typically conducted at night by a party of between a dozen and perhaps 50 men, with the objective of taking prisoners for interrogation, destroying specific installations, or simply demonstrating aggressive intent to a command structure that regarded the maintenance of offensive spirit as a military virtue, and of course one independent of any specific tactical objective. The raids were planned with considerable care. The objectives were reconnoitred, the approach routes were identified, and the wire cutting was done in advance. And they were deeply unpopular with the men who were ordered to carry them out, because the ratio of risk to tangible benefit seemed, from the perspective of the guys on the receiving end of the command, persistently unfavorable. Ernst Junger led or participated in numerous raids on the French and British lines, and described the specific quality of the fear involved with a precision that makes his accounts among the most valuable in the literature. The waiting before departure, and then the crawl across no man's land in the dark, and then there was the moment of entry into the enemy trench, the brief and often lethal violence of close-quarters combat, followed by the withdrawal under fire, with whatever prisoners had been taken. No man's land itself deserves a moment of specific attention, because it was not simply an obstacle between the two trench systems. No man's land had a landscape of its own, and its own dangers. The wire that both sides laid in front of their positions was not a single strand, but multiple belts of barbed wire staked into the ground, designed to slow or stop attacking infantry, and funnel them into a position where the machine guns and rifles could really take effect. Moving through it at night, on a patrol or a raid, required wire cutters and patience, and complete silence. And the failure of the preliminary artillery bombardment to cut the German wire was one of the primary causes of the catastrophic British casualties on the first day of the Somme. Beyond the wire lay the cratered zone, the ground that artillery had worked over so many times that it was no longer recognizably a human biome, but rather a sequence of overlapping shell craters, filled with water and the accumulated debris of years of fighting. Not to mention incredible amounts of rats feasting on all the dead bodies that were left there. There's that too. So it's often that you'd try to hide in one of these craters, and you'd be down there with, 3 or 4 dead men half rotted away. Not good. Anyway, patrols that ventured into this landscape at night navigated by compass and memory, and the men who went out and did not return were added in many cases to the category of the missing, meaning that no one knew, and often no one would ever know, where exactly they died. The waiting before a major attack was, by consistent testimony of those who experienced it, among the most psychologically punishing features. The preliminary bombardment that preceded a set-piece offensive might last for days. The preliminary bombardment before the Somme ran for 7 days, culminating in an 18-minute hurricane bombardment on the morning of the 1st of July. And throughout it, the men who were to attack waited in their trenches, knowing what was coming, unable to influence the outcome, carrying the equipment they had been issued for the attack, and listening to the noise of their own artillery doing what was supposed to do, and what, as became clear when the whistles blew, it had not managed to accomplish. It had failed in all of the crucial respects. The guns from the other side were still blazing. Siegfried Sassoon described waiting to go over the top as a period during which time itself seemed to change, its character becoming simultaneously interminable and terrifyingly finite. The minutes before 0 hour accumulating with a slowness that made the approach of the attack almost welcome, as a release from the intolerable quality of the anticipation. Death in the trenches was various, but it was never in the great majority of cases what the recruiting posters and the pre-war military literature had suggested it would be. The dominant cause of casualties on the Western Front was artillery, not rifle fire, not the machine gun, not the bayonet charge, but the high explosive shell and the shrapnel case that detonated in the air above a trench and scattered metal fragments over a wide area. Where's your glorious death, huh? Nowhere to be found, I'm afraid. The proportion of casualties attributed to artillery fire has been estimated across the course of the war at somewhere between 60 and 70% of all wounds, and the implications of this for the experience of the men who survived those wounds are significant. Artillery fire could not be predicted. It could not be evaded by skill or courage, and produced wounds of a randomness and severity that had no relationship to anything the wounded man had done or failed to do. You could be the best trained soldier in the whole world, but if the howitzers are coming in, well, good luck dodging that. The wound itself was frequently the beginning of an ordeal rather than its end. A soldier wounded in the front-line trench faced a journey back through the medical chain that might take hours, during which he was dependent on the stretcher-bearers, who were typically among the bravest men in the army too, by the way, moving through areas under fire to evacuate the injured. Hard job. But he was also dependent on the basic first aid skills of his comrades. The regimental aid post, staffed by a medical officer and his orderlies, was the first dedicated medical facility. Here wounds were assessed, basic dressings applied, morphine administered where available, and men sorted into those who could survive the journey further back, and those who could not. From the aid post, the wounded went by stretcher, by cart, or by their own ambulant effort to the casualty clearing station several kilometers further back, where more systematic surgical treatment became possible. For the worst wounds, abdominal, thoracic, or neurological, even the casualty clearing station was often insufficient, and the journey continued further back to the base hospitals, whose surgeons were dealing in real time with injuries of a type and severity for which no established surgical tradition had prepared them for. But the dead presented a problem that military doctrine and human sentiment resolved in different ways, depending on the circumstance. When the situation allowed, the dead were buried in the field cemeteries that appeared behind every major sector of the front, immaculate rows of white headstones that the Commonwealth War Grave Commission maintains to this day, each headstone with a specific name of the identification, if identification was possible, a generic inscription if it was not, and there's lots of generic inscriptions. When the situation did not allow, during an ongoing battle, or in a sector under constant fire, things like that, the dead remained where they fell, sometimes for days or weeks, until a lull in the fighting made recovery possible. The presence of the unburied dead in and around the trenches was one of the features of trench life that the memoirs returned to with most evident distress. Not because the living lacked sentiment for the dead. They did, of course they did, but because the sheer quantity of death quickly exceeded any individual's capacity to grieve for it, producing a numbness that survivors later described as one of the most disorienting experiences of the war. And you can't really blame them. That would have been horrible. The specific figure of 60,000 British casualties on the first day of the Somme in July of 1916 deserves a moment of disaggregation. You see, it's one of those statistics that the mind processes as an abstraction. It requires a bit of effort to restore the human contents of it. 19,000 of those casualties were killed. The remainder were wounded, many of them severely. They fell over a front of roughly 30 kilometers across a July morning that began at 7:30, when the whistles blew and the men climbed out of their trenches, in attacks that in most sectors lasted minutes before the attacking waves were cut down by the machine guns that the preliminary week-long British bombardment had failed in most places to destroy. The Germans in the Somme sector had constructed their frontline trenches deep enough, in some places 10 meters below the surface, that the heaviest British shell fire had not killed them, and they had emerged from their shelters as the barrage lifted and the British infantry appeared on the skyline, and they shot the British infantry at ranges that made accuracy almost irrelevant. Chemical weapons introduced a further category of wound that the medical service of 1915 and 16 had not been trained for. The German use of chlorine gas at the Second Battle of Ypres on April of 1915, released from cylinders along a 4-mile front and carried by the wind toward the Allied trenches, produced casualties whose symptoms the medical officers encountered without any treatment protocol. The gas masks and respirators that were subsequently issued, and the increasingly sophisticated chemical agents like phosgene and mustard gas that both sides developed, by the way, it wasn't just the Germans, across the following years, changed the nature of the threat without ever eliminating it. Mustard gas, introduced by Germany in 1917, was particularly insidious. It didn't kill you quickly. It persisted on surfaces and in soil for days after deployment, and its effects, the blistering of the skin, the temporary or permanent blindness, damage to the respiratory tract. It produced a category of casualty who would survive, but for whom survival was in many cases an extended suffering rather than a return to health. Wilfred Owen's poem, Dulce et decorum est, written in 1917, describes a gas attack from the perspective of a man who cannot get his mask on in time, and the image Owen preserves of a man drowning in his own damaged lungs. But that's one of the most precise pieces of witness testimony the literature of the war produced. The psychological casualties of the First World War were among the most significant but most poorly understood features of the conflict, and the history of how the military and medical establishments of the time responded to them tells us quite a lot about the assumptions that those establishments made, as it does about the nature of the condition that they were confronting. The term shell shock, coined in 1915 by the British Army medical officer Charles Myers, who used it to describe a cluster of symptoms including tremor, paralysis, blindness, mutism, and severe anxiety in men who had been close to shell bursts, was almost immediately problematic, because it implied a specific physical cause for a condition that clearly also manifested in men who had not been near shell bursts at all. They said that this was the concussive effect of nearby explosions rattling up the nervous system. It's more of a physical thing rather than a psychological. Of course, these things are always in baby steps, so we can't really judge them too harshly of the time. They were just doing what they could with the knowledge available in 1915. And, well, I suppose no one really knew how to deal with this. Now, what Myers had identified was not a single condition. It was a range of psychological responses to extreme and sustained stress, whose physical symptoms were real and debilitating, even in the absence of any identifiable organic injury. The military establishment's initial response to shell shock was shaped by a framework that had no room for the idea that normal men could break down under sustained combat stress. The prevailing assumption, drawn from a Victorian understanding of military virtue, was that breakdown was the product of pre-existing weakness of character or constitution, and that the man who, quote, went to pieces had revealed something about himself rather than something about the conditions that he'd been subjected to. men exhibiting symptoms of what we now recognize as acute stress response or PTSD were in the early years of the war often treated as cowards, basically, and a small number were court-martialed and executed for cowardice or desertion, on circumstances where the modern reader can identify severe psychological incapacitation as at least a contributing factor. The British Army executed 306 of its own soldiers for military offences during the war, and the question of how many of those executions involved men who were psychologically damaged in ways that their court-martial failed to recognize remains a subject of historical debate, but also ethical debate. The development of a more sophisticated understanding of psychological casualties owed a great deal to a small number of military doctors. W.H.R. Rivers at Craig Lockhart War Hospital near Edinburgh, Lewis Yearland at the National Hospital for the Paralysed and Epileptic at London, whose approaches to the treatment of shell shock differed so radically as to constitute almost opposite philosophies. You see, Rivers treated Siegfried Sassoon at Craig Lockhart in 1917, and whose work with Sassoon provides one of the best documented accounts of therapeutic work on war trauma from the period, developed a method of allowing patients to talk through their traumatic experiences, rather than just suppress them. Who would have thought, right? Mind-blowing. Well, his approach anticipated the talking therapies that would later become central to the treatment of what we call PTSD. But Yearland's approach, by contrast, was coercive. He thought the use of electric shock applied to the throat of mute patients would work, along with sustained moral pressure and the removal of food until symptoms are resolved, a method that achieved rapid visible results and is now recognized as a form of torture. I mean, hindsight is a beautiful thing, isn't it? But what the psychological literature of the war reveals most clearly is the impossibility of the situation in which the men in the trenches found themselves. They were required to sustain over periods of months and years a level of threat and stress that the human nervous system is not designed to sustain indefinitely, without any of the support mechanisms, of course. No adequate rest, no ability to retreat from danger or access to meaningful control over one's circumstances. All of this is, of course, going to cause psychological damage. It just depends how much. The men who did not break down were not stronger or braver than the ones who did. They were, in many cases, more fortunate in the sectors they served, the timing of their rotations, or the specific nature of the experiences they had been exposed to. Siegfried Sassoon, who had won the Military Cross for conspicuous bravery, and was known to his men as Mad Jack for his habit of conducting one-man raids on German trenches, broke down not from physical injury, but from a comprehensive exhaustion, the will to continue participating in what he had come to see as a war of deliberate slaughter that was not being brought to an end because powerful men had no interest in ending it. But the question of how men survive the experience of the trench, not merely physically but psychologically, that is one that the memoirs and letters engage with more obliquely than directly, because the resources that the survivors drew upon were often things that they found difficult to name without sounding either sentimental or inadequate to the scale of what they were really trying to describe. What emerges from a reading of the testimony across multiple national literatures is a picture of survival built from an accumulation of small things: the quality of a specific friendship, the humor of a particular moment, the pleasure of a decent meal or a dry day, maybe a letter from home, and the sustaining force of what the memoirs call comradeship, and which was in practice something considerably more intense and less easily described than the word usually implies. The friendship between men who had shared the extreme conditions of the front-line trench was, by the account of almost everyone who experienced it, unlike any friendship available in civilian life. It was not for the most part a friendship of similarity. Men from the very different class backgrounds, educational histories, and parts of the country found themselves bound together by shared experiences in ways that would have been improbable in any other context. It was a friendship constituted primarily by reliability, the knowledge that the man beside you would do what needed to be done, wouldn't just leave you to die if you were wounded, and would tell the truth about the situation rather than comfortable lies. Robert Graves wrote about losing his closest friend in the war, David Thomas, killed by a sniper in 1916, with a grief that he described as unlike anything else he had experienced, a grief compounded by the impossibility of expressing it in the context of the situation in which death was so frequent that individual mourning had become a luxury that the living simply could not afford. In any case, it was not part of the schedule of the day. And then there were lighter things. Humor was another survival mechanism, whose importance the memoirs consistently acknowledge, and whose character the literature of war preserves in some detail. The humor of the trenches was a specific kind. It was dark, deflationary, and resistant to sentiment, frequently directed at exactly the things that most warranted it. The absurdity of the tactical situation, the incompetence of the high command, and contrast between the official language of the war, glory, sacrifice, and that defense of civilization. It was a bit different from the experienced reality of it. I think when Blackadder did their satire of the First World War, I think that kind of did a pretty good job of things. It's this kind of humor, at least with the British. Now, the songs that men sang on the march and in rest were similarly deflating. They were bawdy, sardonic, and affectionate in ways that the official culture of the war would have never endorsed. Pack Up Your Troubles and It's a Long Way to Tipperary were the sanitized versions that the home front knew. The versions sung in the trenches were frequently different in ways the censorship of the period ensured would not appear in published sources until many decades later. Don't want to besmirch the good name of the army, right? And then there was religion, of course, another framework of coping. Noah's role was more complicated than either the chaplains who ministered to the men or the secular critics of institutional Christianity might have wished to acknowledge. The formal religious practice of the army, church parades, the chaplain's services, and the official theology of sacrifice and resurrection that the home front found so useful as a narration for mass death. It was received with varying degrees of skepticism by men whose experience of what real dirty death actually looked like was rather different from the pastoral imagery that the institutional church preferred. But private religious belief, the informal, unsystematic conviction that there was something beyond the immediate catastrophe, and that the dead were somewhere rather than nowhere, that the violence was not the totality of what existed, that was considerably more widespread than the skeptical post-war literary culture that shaped subsequent understandings that the war would suggest. The padre who shared the men's conditions, who came forward to the front line to administer last rites and to sit with the dying, occupied a position of genuine trust in the community of the trench that the more comfortable chaplains who remained in the rear simply could not. Then there was superstition that occupied the space where formal religion thinned out, and the specific superstitions of the trench, the lucky charms carried by the men who had no particular religious conviction, the avoidance of certain numbers, the rituals around lighting of cigarettes. By the way, there was this little ritual, 3 men lighting from the same match, that was held to be fatal, I believe said to have originated with enemy snipers who could observe and aim across 3 lights but not 2. Well, they were the informal theology of men who needed some kind of framework of causation, in an environment where causation seemed radically disordered. Why had the shell fallen here rather than there? Why had this man survived when the other man beside him hadn't? It was questions like that. They really couldn't come up with a good answer, but something was better than nothing. Superstition wasn't going to answer the question, but it provided the illusion of agency, the sense that behavior could somehow influence the outcome. In a situation that had otherwise stripped agency away almost entirely. Of course, once it was all over, people took that memory of the trench with them. You don't really forget something like that. That's if you're lucky enough to make it out alive. I'm sure if you do, there's a bit of survivor's guilt that comes with it. The armistice came at 11 o'clock in the morning on the 11th of November 1918, a time and date chosen with a ceremonial symmetry that required some tactical manipulation of the actual fighting schedule. And the men in the trenches received it with a mixture of reactions that the mythology of the armistice had subsequently simplified into uniform celebration. Some men did celebrate. Others sat in silence, unable to process a change in their circumstances so fundamental that its implications couldn't be immediately absorbed. Some wept, of course, for reasons they found difficult to articulate. A significant number reported that the silence, the actual physical silence of a front that had not been quiet for 4 years, was the most disturbing feature of the armistice's final hours. You see, the noise of the war had become so completely the texture of existence that its absence felt kind of like a sensory amputation. I can sort of understand that. The scale of what the trenches had consumed is a number that different historians are going to calculate differently, but the range of estimates converges on something in the vicinity of 17 million dead across all the war's theaters and all belligerent nations, with a further 20 million wounded, a proportion of them with injuries that defined the rest of their lives, missing arms, missing legs, facial mutilations, this kind of thing. The British Empire lost approximately 1 million. France, which bore a heavier proportional burden in relation to its population, approximately 1.5 million. Germany lost 2 million. Russia, in circumstances complicated by the revolution and the civil war that it precipitated, somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million. Now, these numbers are so large that they function as abstractions, and the effort of restoring them to human content is one of the tasks that the literature and memorials of the war have been performing ever since, of course with varying degrees of success. As for the veterans who returned from the trenches, well, they returned to a world that had changed, but that had also, in many respects, failed to change in the ways they had expected or been promised. This was meant to be the war to end all wars, right? Well, we know it wasn't. The land fit for heroes that Lloyd George, had offered was simply nowhere to be found. At least not for a very large proportion of the men who had been in the trenches. What the veterans carried with them was the experience itself, the knowledge of what industrialized killing can actually involve, acquired at a cost that no subsequent communication could transfer to those who had not been there. And the relationship between that knowledge and the civilian world that had sent them into the meat grinder for many veterans was a source of permanent estrangement. They looked at the other side of polite society and thought, they're never going to understand. And I suppose they never did. Siegfried Sassoon spent much of the rest of his life trying to describe what the trench had been. Robert Graves tried eventually to escape into distance and mythology. Ernst Junger processed the experience through a philosophy of the warrior that most of his contemporaries found inadequate to the reality. None of them found a language that fully served, but really none of them were expected to. Everyone has to deal with it in their own way. Now, the trenches, the Western Front, they're still there in many places, under the soil of Belgium and northern France. The network of tunnels, the outline of the fire steps, the unexploded ordnance that Belgium and French farmers continue to unearth every spring in what the people of the region call the Iron Harvest. And then there's the cemeteries. They're still there. 600 Commonwealth War Graves Commission cemeteries in the Ypres Salient alone. Immaculately maintained. Headstones precise in their rows. Their silence a different order of silence from the silence of the armistice morning. They're visited by several million people every year, most of them with a family connection to the war. Some of them with no connection at all except the pull of a catastrophe so large that it reshaped the subsequent century and continues to define the limits of what the 20th century believed was possible for human beings to do to one another. The last post sounds at the Menin Gate in Ypres every evening at 8 o'clock, and has done so every evening since 1928, with the exception of the years of the German occupation during the Second World War. And so it will sound this evening. It will sound tomorrow and the day after. And hopefully there will be no more uninvited occupations. And that's the end of our video for today. I hope you gained a little bit of insight into what it was like in a World War I trench. Of course, we have more First World War videos coming up, and eventually we will get to the Second World War. But honestly, there's so much to talk about with the First World War that, will be going on for a while. We might pepper in some Second World War, I don't know. But we have to finish off things in some sort of order. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, as it always is. I have been your host, and thank you so much to those supporting us and keeping us ad-free, sponsor-free, and all the other good stuff. Good night, and farewell for now. And, of course, lest we forget. What is an antipope? There's an official definition. It's a person who claims or exercises the office of the Bishop of Rome without being canonically elected or legitimately succeeding to it. And luckily for us, the Vatican maintains a pretty convenient list. Currently, it has 37 names on it, stretching from Hippolytus in 217 to Felix V, who resigned in 1449 and was given a cardinal's hat for his trouble, so can't say anyone leaves empty-handed. The list, however, has always been disputed. It continues to be disputed, and the Vatican's own official yearbook, the Annuario Pontificio, has hedged on several entries since the 1960s, appending question marks to names that were once presented as settled facts. Now, the antipopes are not a footnote to church history. They're rather a quite reliable index of what was at stake when power, doctrine, and institutional legitimacy were all simultaneously contested. But what really makes this interesting is the mechanism. The antipopes were not produced by the same cause across 12 centuries. They were produced by different institutional failures at different times, and tracking those changes is going to tell you more about the development of the medieval church than, well, almost any other single thread will. The early antipopes emerged from this doctrinal schisms when election procedure was undefined and the boundary between legitimate disagreement and schism was pretty blurry. And the dark century antipopes emerged from the Roman aristocratic families, treating the papacy as some kind of heritable property. The Reformation-era antipopes emerged from emperors needing institutional leverage in the investiture controversy. The Western Schism produced antipopes from within the College of Cardinals itself, which is the most structurally significant category of all. Every act of this account changes the mechanism, while the product always stays pretty much the same. And that product is a man sitting in Rome, or Avignon, or a castle above the sea, claiming to be the vicar of Christ, when the church says he is not. So today we're going to talk about all of the anti-popes in this rather long video. Seems to be a little bit of a gap in the videos that we've done so far. We've talked about evil popes, sure, in that series, but we haven't talked about anti-popes. So here we are. Anyway, before we get into it, as we are crowd-funded, I give the thanks to those who are supporting. Links are in the pinned comment and description, keeping us ad-free and sponsor-free, all the rest. And if you can't do that, that's okay. Just give us a like, comment, and subscribe, and that'll get us through. Anyway, let's begin. Now, of course, we said we'd begin with Hippolytus, or Hippolytus, from 217 to 235, quite an early antipope, and here we are. Now, Hippolytus of Rome is the first antipope, and the only one on this list who is also a canonized saint. And that tells you most of what you need to know about the era's particular quality. He was the most learned man in the Roman community of the day, a prolific theologian who wrote biblical commentaries, hagiographies, which is like a diary of the saints, a chronicle of world history, and the apostolic tradition, which is the earliest detailed description of Christian liturgy, and has shaped debates about early church practice ever since. Of course, the early church and the history of that is a completely different topic, and we'll get to it eventually. So you have that to look forward to. Now, he wrote in Greek, which at the time was still the language of the Roman Church in the early 3rd century. He was by any measure a major intellectual figure, but also a man of fierce and uncompromising conviction, which is what made him, in a technical sense, an anti-pope. The dispute that produced the schism was doctrinal and disciplinary. Pope Zephyrinus was, in Hippolytus's view, intellectually inadequate and guided too heavily by his deacon Calixtus, a man who had been a slave, by the way, been convicted of fraud, briefly been a mining convict in Sardinia, and risen through the church hierarchy by what Hippolytus regarded as a shameless self-promotion. Gotta climb that ladder, Well, when Zephyrinus died in 217 and Calixtus was elected his successor, Hippolytus had well and truly ran out of patience. He had two objections. The first was in a doctrinal sense. Calixtus I was, in Hippolytus's judgment, a monarchianism, a sympathizer, someone who inadequately maintained the distinction of persons within the Trinity, collapsing the Father and Son too readily into a single identity. The early church had a lot of different doctrinal disputes about this. Now, the second was on moral grounds. Calixtus had ruled that adulterers and murderers could be readmitted to full communion after penance, and that a noblewoman could be regarded as validly married to a slave, even though Roman law did not recognize such a union. To Hippolytus, the church that forgave these sins was no longer the pure body it was meant to be. Adultery and murder a little bit beyond the pale for old Hippolytus. So he gathered a community of followers in Rome, styled himself their bishop, and maintained a rival structure alongside the legitimate church for the rest of his life. The institutional picture of two communities in one city, each claiming to be the true Roman Church, each with its own bishop, each conducting its own sacraments. That is the template for everything that follows in this account. Now, as for Calixtus, he died in 222, succeeded by Urban I and then Pontian. Hippolytus continued as rival bishop throughout all of these following popes. The theologian production of his faction was considerable. The refutation of all heresies survives. A monumental survey of philosophical and heretical thought. That is also a sustained polemic against the mainstream church that Hippolytus had left. What a rebel, don't you think? Well, the ending is the strangest and perhaps most theologically resonant moment of the entire story. In 235, the Emperor Maximinus Thrax, that is, began the persecution of Christians, specifically targeting the leadership. Both Pope Pontian and Antipope Hippolytus were arrested and deported to the Sardinian mines, which is basically a death sentence in the 3rd century, just with a bit of extra hard labor tacked onto it. Now, in those mines, in the same forced labor, the same darkness, the same shared suffering, they reconciled. I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Hippolytus urged his followers in Rome to rejoin the legitimate church. Pontian abdicated to allow a new election, his see, rather, to allow a new election. And both men died in the mines, probably around 235. Their bodies were brought back to Rome and honored together. The church celebrates both as martyrs, both of them as saints. Hippolytus' feast day was the 13th of August until 2021, when Pope Francis moved him to the 30th of January alongside Pontian's feast, pairing them as they were in death. I think they might have preferred it that way, maybe. Now, what's really interesting about Hippolytus is he is the only saint among all 40 anti-popes. And the entire video's irony is loaded in this first entry, if we're going to call it irony, which I suppose I could. Now, the next act that follows it, Novatian Felix II Ursinus Eulalius Laurentius Dioscorus, traces the progressive accumulation of crises that would eventually force the church to define what a legitimate papal election actually was. And each entry adds a different kind of mode of failure. Well, by 530, when Dioscorus died after 22 days in office, and the church quietly listed his rival as the legitimate pope, the institution had survived 6 distinct varieties of contested succession, without ever having written down the rules that would prevent the next one. But the rules would come, just slowly, usually in direct response to crises most recently survived and battled through, and they would never be quite complete enough to prevent the next generation of crises from finding the remaining gaps. Now, we could end Hippolytus' story there, but there's a few intellectual achievements that are worth talking about. Now, he wrote the Refutation of All Heresies, a comprehensive catalogue of every philosophical school and heretical movement that he could identify, preserved in its near-complete form only in the 19th century when the manuscript was found in a monastery at Mount Athos. Look it up, Mount Athos. It's really nice. If you're allowed to go there, that is. Well, he also wrote commentaries on Daniel and the Song of Songs that are among the oldest surviving Christian biblical commentaries. He wrote the Apostolic Tradition, if the attribution, which is debated, is correct, which describes the rites of baptism, ordination, and the Eucharist, with a specificity that has made it the foundational document for modern liturgical reconstruction. But he also calculated the date of Easter and produced a 16-year cycle for its determination. So he was, in other words, a man whose theological production was genuinely important to the development of Western Christianity, a man who spent years as the leader of a schismatic community, and is now canonized as a result of dying being worked and whipped to death in a mine, alongside a pope he used to oppose but became friends due to the suffering. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. We have Novatian from 251 to 258. The Decian persecution of 249 to 251 produced the first large-scale crisis of Christian identity in the Roman Church, because the persecution asked a specific question: will you sacrifice to the Roman gods or will you not? Now, the Christians who sacrificed, the lapsi, i.e. the fallen, they were a substantial population. Many had done so only technically, of course. They purchased certificates of sacrifice without actually doing it. A bit of paperwork to get yourself out of the bureaucracy. So when Decius died, and the persecution ended, the church faced a problem of theology. What is to be done to the lapsi, the fallen? Can they be readmitted? And if so, how to do it, on what terms? The answer was given by Pope Cornelius, elected in 251, and that was yes. After a period of penance appropriate to the severity of the lapse, the fallen could be restored to full communion. A get-out-of-jail-free card from the new pope. Good for them. Now, Novatian, a Roman priest who had been leading the candidacy for the papacy before Cornelius' election, well, he disagreed, and quite fundamentally so. Novatian was not a morally disreputable man in the way that many later antipopes would be, as I don't want to give anything away, but you'll see. He was the author of the first known theological treatise written in Latin, because do remember, it used to be Greek. That was De Trinitate, in defense of Orthodox Trinitarian theology. It would be read as an authoritative account for 2 centuries. He was learned, personally austere, and genuinely convinced that the Church had no power to forgive apostasy, murder, or adultery. These were sins beyond the reach of ecclesiastical absolution. You do it once and, well, you're not getting into heaven. Too bad, so sad. He was consecrated as bishop by 3 Italian bishops he had summoned to Rome under false pretenses, establishing a rival church that called itself the Cathari, or the Pure Ones. And yes, indeed, that is where we have the later medieval Bogomil movement, which we'll talk about later. The Cathars, they did get the idea and naming convention from that, also meaning pure ones. Now, the movement spread with remarkable speed. Novatianist communities appeared across the empire, from Gaul to North Africa to the east. Both Cornelius and Novatian were caught in the Valerian persecution, and they died between 253 and 58. The Novatianist movement outlasted them by roughly 2 centuries, eventually absorbed into the Donatist and other rigorous traditions. Novatian had lost the argument about forgiveness. He had won the argument about longevity. The theology of Novatian's De Trinitate was somewhat ironically entirely orthodox on the question of the Trinity, i.e., he defended the full divinity of the Son with the clarity that would have satisfied the later Council of Nicaea. He was the rigorous schismatic par excellence, condemned not for heresy but for excessive strictness about penance. And that's where the question of what to do with Christians who had lapsed under persecution would come in. It was a question about the nature of the church itself. Novatian's position that the church was a community of the confirmed saved, not some kind of rehab for sinners, had a coherent theological logic. If the Church's sacraments derived their power from the holiness of the community that administered them, well, then a community contained, rather contaminated by apostasy, was a community whose sacraments were compromised. Cornelius's counterposition, that the Church's sacramental power derives from Christ's institution rather than the community's moral status, would eventually become Catholic dogma, resolved most clearly by Augustine in his anti-Donatist writings. But the resolution was not obvious in 251. Of course, everything's a bit clearer in hindsight, and the fact that Novatian had the purer theology on the Trinity while holding the harder line on forgiveness is perhaps one of the period's most characteristic ironies. You see, the rigorist was orthodox, and the lenient were also orthodox, and the two positions were simultaneously irreconcilable, but both sincerely Christian positions. Well, next up we've got Felix II, 355 to 365. The Emperor Constantius II was Arian, a Christian who held that the Son of God was a created being subordinate to the Father, a position that the Council of Nicaea had condemned in 325, but hey, old habits die hard, and it continued to have its, well, frankly, powerful imperial patrons along with the general population. Now, when Pope Liberius refused to condemn Athanasius, the Alexandrian bishop who was Arianism's most formidable opponent, Constantius exiled him. He needed a pope who would toe the line, and he installed one, Felix II, a Roman archdeacon consecrated in 355, with the support of a council of cooperative bishops while Liberius was in Thrace. Felix II served as the Arian emperor's pope for 2 years, and then Liberius, in exile and apparently broken by the experience, can't really blame him, signed up for a compromise formula that was, well, at least ambiguous on the Nicene question. In any case, he was allowed to return because of this. Felix was expelled from Rome by a populace that preferred Liberius, lived on in reduced circumstances, though, and he died in 365, so at least they didn't rope him. Now, what happened afterwards is the more remarkable story. The Roman Church venerated a martyr saint named Felix, whose feast day on the 29th of July, and whose story involved dying for the faith during the Arian crisis. And this martyr, Felix, was, it eventually emerged, almost certainly a different person, possibly a fictional composite, possibly a real Felix, but not the antipope that we're talking about. But for centuries, the two had been confused in the hagiographic tradition, and the antipope Felix II was listed in martyrologies, venerated as a saint who suffered for orthodoxy. Awkward, right? Well, scholarly investigation in the post-Tridentine period progressively identified the confusion, and in the 20th century, the Bollandists and the Roman martyrology revisionists finally disentangled the two figures. The Annuario Pontificio lists Felix II as an anti-pope, plain and simple. The miracle is not that the Church venerated an antipope as a saint by accident, but that it took so damn long to notice the mistake. And it's a pretty big mistake. Anyway, the theological context of the Felix II incident is the Arian crisis at its height, which is a completely different topic that needs its own video, but for now we can just say that Constantius II believed he was doing God's will by bringing the fractured Christian bishops into agreement with what he understood as correct theology. And he had the full force of imperial patronage to bring to bear the recalcitrant clergy. Liberius was not the only bishop to capitulate under this pressure. Osius of Cordova, the old counselor of Constantine who had presided at Nicaea, eventually signed a compromise formula. The spectacle of the papacy divided between an exile who had capitulated and a replacement who was cooperating with an emperor pressing a heretical policy shows a structural problem that would occur not just this time but many times after, i.e. the papacy's claim to stand above political pressure was substantial only when it had political support. So without a power comparable to the emperor's, the Bishop of Rome was as vulnerable to imperial theology as anybody else. Anyway, let's move on to Ursinus, 366 to 367. Pope Liberius died on the 24th of September 366, and before his body was buried, two separate Roman communities had elected two separate successors. Damasus was chosen by one faction, and Ursinus by another. And Ursinus was consecrated in the Julian Basilica by the Bishop of Tibur. What followed was, well, not an ecclesiastical dispute, but it was more of a, I suppose you'd call it a street riot. I mean, that's the best terms we can get for it, really. Damasus hired, or at least deployed, a workforce of strong men and thugs, hired goons, basically. The ancient sources even mention gladiators and charioteers, men used to doing a bit of rough work for a living, and they attacked Ursinus's followers through a sustained campaign that lasted into the following year. The climactic event was a massacre inside the Basilica of Sicininus. There we go, I got it. The Basilica of Sicininus. 137 bodies were subsequently counted inside the building. Now, it's bad enough to have a massacre, but inside the actual basilica, now, God ought to not be too impressed with that one. But what about this number, 137? Well, that comes from Ammianus Marcellinus, a pagan military historian who found the whole business quite disgusting and said so in quite full-on terms. He was not impressed with everyone's behavior. I suppose you wouldn't be. He noted that the bishops of Rome lived in a style that would satisfy any provincial grandee, and that men were killing each other for the privilege of the office. Now, Damasus prevailed, and is now recognized as one of the most important popes in history. He commissioned Jerome to produce the Latin Vulgate translations of the Bible, established the papacy's claims to primacy over the other sees on scriptural grounds, and built and restored basilicas throughout Rome. He also had himself buried in a church that he built for the purpose, with a self-composed epitaph praising his own virtue. Now, as for Ursinus, he was exiled from Rome repeatedly. He kept coming back, stirring up trouble and getting kicked out again. And eventually he disappears from the record sometime around the 380s, still claiming that he had been the legitimately elected Bishop of Rome. The first papal election, decided by body count, produced one of the most consequential papacies in Christian history. This is the kind of moral accounting that makes the Antipope list so instructive. Now, as for Damasus I, he is in retrospect a pretty pivotal figure. He articulated the claim that the Roman see's authority derived specifically from the commission to Peter, not from Rome's imperial status, which was frankly already declining, but he also commissioned the philologist Jerome to do all the writing of the scriptures, the Vulgate, and that was authoritative as the Western Bible for over 1,000 years. So that's pretty good, right? But he also restored and decorated the tombs of the Roman martyrs with pretty elegantly composed verse inscriptions, many of which survive, by the way. The irony of the papacy is that, well, one of the most intellectually and institutionally significant of the early church as it was was still born of the massacre of 137 people. That is the specific irony of the period. You'll get to the good stuff once you walk knee-deep through the blood, I suppose. Institutional greatness comes at a cost. Next up we have Eulalius, 418 to 419, another short reign antipope. So when Pope Zosimus died on 26th of December 418, two rival consecrations took place almost simultaneously. The Archdeacon Eulalius was installed in the Lateran Basilica, and Boniface was consecrated in a titulus church across the city. Now, Emperor Honorius, sitting in Ravenna, initially ruled for Eulalius, but then he reversed himself when the Roman Senate and a significant portion of the clergy appealed on Boniface's behalf. I love that name, Boniface. Huh? Anyway, the situation became absurd when both men arrived in Rome to celebrate Easter, and neither would really defer to the other. Quite absurd and awkward indeed. So Honorius had to expel both of them from the city, while a synod considered the matter, and then ruled definitively in favor of Boniface. Eulalius accepted the judgment and was subsequently appointed Bishop of Naples, living out his days in relative comfort as a provincial bishop, a nice little retirement. Now, the resolution, a peaceful transfer of claims, a comfortable retirement in a nice little diocese, would be among the most civilized of any in this account, and it is the exception, not the rule. Now, the Eulalius episode is notable for what it reveals about the role of the Western emperor in papal elections. Honorius in Ravenna had no canonical authority to decide between the two claimants. The election was a matter for the church, not the state. But his decision was, in practice, what tipped the scale, because he controlled the military, you see, and the administrative apparatus that would enforce whichever outcome he chose. So there's the rules on paper, and then there's the reality. And in came the reality to, not to the favor of Eulalius, I'm afraid. But he seemed to be cool with it, so whatever. The emperor's de facto electoral arbiter was a role that a lot of other emperors would play sporadically throughout the 5th century. The Eastern emperors were more consistently through the 7th doing this, but we'll get to them later. Now, the 1059 decree giving cardinals primary authority was, in part, an attempt to remove this de facto imperial role. But once again, paper and reality. But in 418, the emperor's judgment was simply accepted as the practical resolution of an impossible situation, and the church was grateful for an answer that it could finally implement an end to all the arguing, which seems to never really benefit anybody. But the main thing was Eulalius' acceptance of the verdict and his subsequent comfortable career as a provincial bishop. That set a precedent that would be followed rarely, but remembered fondly. So good job to Eulalius there. Setting a good example, I guess. Well, next up we've got Laurentius, 498 to 506. Bit of a longer reign this time. The Laurentian Schism was Rome's longest and most socially destructive internal papal dispute before the Western Schism. Before you jump in and say, be really about the Western Schism. We'll get to that later, all right? And be patient with me. It's a long video. Don't worry, I got my coffee here. Got it all. See? Yes, there we go. Now, when Pope Anastasius II died in 498, the Roman clergy and Senate split between two candidates. You had Symmachus, supported by the Reform faction and most of the clergy, and Laurentius, supported by the Roman senatorial aristocracy, and those who favored accommodation with Constantinople. Now, both men were consecrated on the same day in different basilicas. Once again, awkward timing. The Ostrogothic king, Theodoric, who governed Italy as a Roman administrator without really being Roman himself, initially declared for Symmachus, and then wavered as the political situation grew a little bit more complicated. A sequence of synods, documents, and factional accusations turned Rome into a city divided by street gangs rather than a theological argument. The specific issues were several. How to relate to the Eastern Roman Church after the Acacian Schism that had divided East and West since 484, whether Symmachus had committed simony in securing his election, that's basically buying yourself into the job, and the secondary question of Easter dating, which had already been established, but, things change over time. The primary energy of the schism was factional rather than doctrinal. The senatorial aristocracy saw the papacy as a political prize, and Laurentius was their candidate, as much as he was anyone's theological preference. Violence in the streets of Rome continued intermittently for years. A synod in 502 exonerated Symmachus, though the verdict was contested. Now Laurentius eventually withdrew to an estate of a patron, where he died sometime around 506 or 507. The Laurentian Schism was also historically productive. The controversy generated some of the earliest Christian writings about the limits of synodal authority to judge a pope, a question that would remain contentious for the next 1,000 years, and still is. Now, the Laurentian Schism is also the first papal dispute in which the surviving documentation allows us to read both sides' arguments in something pretty close to their own terms. The Symmachian documents, a collection of forged papal decrees and council acts produced to support the Symmachian claim, are among the most consequential forgeries in papal history, establishing precedents for papal immunity from synodal judgment that would be deployed in canonical arguments for centuries. Whether Symmachus's supporters knew they were producing forgeries or believed they were elaborating genuine principles in fictitious historical form, that is something we don't know, and we're probably never going to know. Sorry to disappoint you. But that's not the point. The point is that the Laurentian Schism did not merely divide Rome's street factions, it more produced the textual ammunition for a theory of papal authority that far outlasted the immediate controversy. Laurentius lost in Rome. The documents generated in the process of defeating him were used to argue for papal supremacy for the next 500 years. Maybe not the legacy he wanted, but it's the legacy that he got. I suppose no authority existed with the power to simply declare one man the legitimate pope and enforce that declaration against others' supporters, but what did exist was the slow attrition of factional resources, the progressive withdrawal of key backers, and the eventual isolation of the weaker claimant. And that's why the Laurentian Schism's duration is a reminder that the resolution of a disputed papal election in this period was one of political exhaustion rather than anything else. Still, Laurentius got a good little retirement. Not too bad. He got pretty lucky. The pattern, withdrawal rather than formal submission, that will recur throughout the list. That's one of the reasons why the Church's official designation of who was the legitimate pope in a contested case is always a retrospective judgment rather than a contemporaneous one. And after all, no one really wants that responsibility. I'm afraid sorry doesn't cut it with this pope. Anyway, moving on. Well, let's jump forward about 24 years to 530 with Dioscorus. Now, Felix IV died on 22nd of December 530, having designated his own successor, an unusual and contested act, and 2 elections followed. The majority of the clergy chose Dioscorus, while a minority supported the man that Felix had nominated, who took the name Boniface II. Once again, love the name Boniface. If there's anyone named Boniface listening, make sure you leave a comment. Anyway, Dioscorus died 22 days after his election, before the situation could be resolved by any other means. As for Boniface II, remember, he survived. He reigned for several years and is counted as the legitimate pope. Dioscorus is listed as the anti-pope. Now here's the stark lesson. In 530, as at various other points in this account, the designation of antipope was partly determined by longevity. Dioscorus had, by some canonical arguments, the stronger claim. He had the majority clergy support. It's just the problem was he died first, which generally makes you unable to do the job. And the winners write the list, which is why the outline's observation about this entry is accurate. So Dioscorus is a tidy demonstration of the fact that posterity and legitimacy are not always the same thing. But it's also a reminder that the Liber Pontificalis, the Book of the Popes, the primary source for the early papal history, was compiled by people who had an institutional interest in presenting a clean succession. The Liber Pontificalis was a living document, added to over centuries by scribes who worked for the winners of each dispute. You see where the problem is, right? When Boniface II survived and Dioscorus did not, well, in came Boniface's supporters to write the account that subsequent history has mostly accepted, till we get to the modern era and a little bit more gutsy hindsight. You're allowed to engage in hindsight these days without being brought before inquisitions and all the rest. Now, the alternate account, in which Dioscorus was the legitimate candidate who died before he could consolidate his claim, exists in the sources only as a residual ambiguity. The tradition of the list is also the tradition of the scribes, and the scribes served the popes who, well, one, survived, and two, paid the bills. So, Dioscorus is also a reminder of a specific feature of the 5th century church governance. The election procedures were sufficiently informal that a question like who won could remain genuinely open for the duration of a man's tenure. In a later era, the conclave would produce a definitive result within days, and anyone installed outside that process could be clearly identified as an interloper. But in 530 there was no conclave. There was a community divided, 2 ordinations performed, and then the biological accident of one man dying before the other. It all looks different in retrospect. That designation of Dioscorus as an antipope is a judgment about survival, not the legitimacy of an election in any sense. Anyway, let's move on. And before we do, just a little bit of an introduction about our second act. Oh, and there's also a few little caveats. We have to talk about the Dark Ages, I suppose. Well, we're a little bit later on the Dark Ages. This period is going to start from 687, but you know what I mean. Early medieval. The papacy between the late 7th and late 10th centuries reached its institutional nadir, a period that the Catholic historians have called the pornocracy. And yes, you heard that right, meaning roughly rule by prostitutes, referring to the denomination of the Roman Church by particular aristocratic clans and the women they kept around. Now, if you watch the Evil Popes series, you'll know what I'm talking about, and, well, the Antipopes are going to get quite interesting here. So the more accurate description is that the office of the Bishop of Rome became a prize fought over by a great Roman family, the Theophylacts and the Crescenzi, the Tusculani as well, with outcomes determined by military force, and occasionally a little sprinkling of murder. Because why not? Got to climb that ladder again, don't you? Now, the emperors in Constantinople and the later Frankish and German emperors in the north sometimes would intervene when things got really hairy. Sometimes they would stabilize the situation, and sometimes they would make it a whole lot worse. This is the period that would eventually produce the reform movement of the 11th century, which would itself then produce anti-popes through a different mechanism. Before the cure, however, comes the disease in its most virulent form. Now, one figure worth noting before the entries even begin, since a lot of historians don't count him as an anti-pope at all, and he's not really on the list, is Christopher, who held the papacy from July 903 to January 904, having deposed the legitimate Leo V. Christopher was subsequently deposed and murdered by Sergius III. Some catalogues list him as a legitimate pope. The Annario Pontificio lists him as an anti-pope, but some historians classify him as neither and list him in the brackets, so, there's a bit of argumentation. He is the most honestly ambiguous entry in the entire sequence, and a fair representative of what the Dark Century looked like. Men seizing office, getting deposed, getting violently murdered, and leaving the question of their legitimacy to be sorted out by whoever's writing the history books after. Anyway, let's get into the first entry of this second act. First one is short and sweet. Theodore and Pascal, the year 687. Pope Conon died in September of that year, and the election that followed produced 3 claimants. Sergius I, elected by one faction in the Lateran, Theodore, elected by another, and Pascal, who had bribed the Byzantine exarch of Ravenna to support his candidacy. The exarch arrived from Ravenna to enforce his candidate's claim. The troops that accompanied him, saw which way the Roman populace was leaning and declared for Sergius instead. No refunds, I'm afraid. Now Theodore, who had been elected in the Lateran itself, deferred immediately and was treated with honor. Pascal, whose bid had involved both bribery and allegedly consulting with pagan fortune tellers about the election outcome, which is not what the Pope is meant to be doing, was condemned and imprisoned in a monastery. At least he had plenty of time to reflect. Now he died there, having never made public renunciation. Sergius went on to baptize the pagan Anglo-Saxon king Caedwalla in Rome, and to order Wilbrod, as the apostle to Frisia. Both significant moments in the Christianization of Northern Europe, a slow and steady process, Lithuania being the last holdouts. Quite interesting. Now, the double anti-pope election was a chaotic prelude to a consequential papacy. Excuse me, I'm trying to stop myself from yawning. Right. You're probably already asleep anyway, but yeah. Now, the Theodore and Pascal episode also shows the specific role of the Byzantine exarch in the 7th century Roman Church politics. Ravenna was the seat of imperial authority in Italy, and the exarch, i.e. the emperor's representative, had formal approval rights over papal elections that the papacy was progressively trying to limit and that the exarch was progressively trying to exploit. You see where the problem is here, right? Pascal's bribery of the exarch was essentially an attempt to purchase the imperial endorsement that would make his election unchallengeable. But the plan failed when the troops that were supposed to enforce the endorsement saw the practical situation and chose to do things differently. A small demonstration of the Byzantine imperial church system encountering its own limitations at the western edge of its territory. Next we have Constantine II, 767 to 768, another short reign. The death of Pope Paul I in 768, created a power vacuum that a Lombard duke named Toto of Nepi was prepared to fill with his brother. The problem was that his brother, Constantine, was a layman, and the Church's increasingly settled convention required that popes be clerics already. So Toto solved this by having Constantine rushed through all 4 orders of the clergy, the old speed run. Oh, and by the way, that's acolyte, subdeacon, deacon, and priest, in a single day, and consecrated as bishop on the following day. Now that's a real speed run, and it's pretty damn obvious. Come on, he couldn't have learned that much. In any case, Constantine served for nearly a year, ordaining clergy, conducting services corresponding with the Frankish court. He did it all. His eventual deposition was accomplished through a combination of Lombard intervention and Frankish pressure. Stephen III was elected as the legitimate pope. Constantine was brought before a synod, stripped of his clerical orders, and subjected to the ritual degradation reserved for deposed clergy. His vestments were removed piece by piece, a symbolic dismantling of everything that Toto had assembled in a single day. He was also blinded, which was worse. Obviously, a Byzantine-influenced punishment that was partly practical, as a blinded man could not easily project the physical authority of leadership, and partly symbolic. He appears at one point in the synodal records, having been brought into proceedings, apparently suffering, making a confession and appeal, and then being led away. His subsequent fate in the monastery is obscure. He probably died there. But the canonical problem he created was not. And the problem was, what was to be done about the ordinations he had performed as pope? Because he was doing things. The clerics he ordained were real people, they had real ministries, and if his ordinations were invalid, well then so were the sacraments that those clerics had administered. A synod at Rome in 769 eventually ruled that laymen could not be elected to the papacy, a step toward the later requirement that popes be at a minimum deacon status, but left the validity of Constantine's ordinations diplomatically ambiguous. Now the Church preferred a practical problem it could manage over a doctrinal one that it could not resolve. Of course, practical problems are a bit easier. Now, of course, the people who had received all these sacraments had done so in good faith. It wasn't their fault. The consequence of declaring their ordinations invalid would ripple through the entire community's ministerial structure. So, the council took the practical position, as councils generally did when faced with the alternative of sacramental chaos. It legislated forward rather than backward. What Constantine had done was declared impermissible for the future, but what he had done in the past was left in a kind of ambiguity that allows normal ecclesiastical life to continue. No harm, no foul. We'll clean it all up later. Well, let's get on to the next one. We have Philip. That's right, just Philip. 768. In the interval between Constantine II's deposition and the election of Stephen III, a monk named Philip was proclaimed pope by one of the Roman factions and occupied the Lateran for approximately 1 day. Not even joking, just 1 day. Apparently, he recognized almost immediately that he had no significant support, returned to his monastery voluntarily, and was never heard from again. I mean, that was a hell of a day, though, I suppose. The sources record his existence with the brevity appropriate to its substance. He is the most compact entry in the entire list, and the outline's instruction to play it completely straight is the correct approach. A man accepted the papacy in the morning, thought better of it by the evening, went home, and lived out his life as if nothing happened. Philip's anti-pontificate is a kind of photographic negative of the Western Schism, where men fought for the office for decades. And here's a guy who held it for one day and decided he'd rather just go back to being a monk. But what does Philip's case suggest? Well, it suggests that this is purely inferential, by the way, since the sources are a bit too brief to really talk about this. Well, I believe it suggests that the papacy in 768 was sufficiently dangerous to make voluntary withdrawal a rational choice. Constantine II was at that moment in the process of being deposed, degraded, and blinded. The city was full of factions with weapons. The Lombards were involved, which is not good news, and the Franks were about to become involved, which is even worse news. A monk who found himself accidentally acclaimed as pope on the same day that a better organized faction was assembling its own candidate might reasonably have concluded that returning to the monastery was the best course of action, and we can't really blame him for doing that. Philip is the only figure in the entire account who apparently looked at the papacy, thought about it, and said, "Nope, not for me." Of course, the list is full of men who are going to fight and die for the office. Philip thought that neither fighting nor dying for it was really worth it. Well, next, let's move on to John 844. Now, when Pope Gregory IV died in January of that year, a mob acclaimed a cleric named John as his successor in the Lateran before the proper election could be organized. John was consecrated. The accounts are unclear on precisely how far the ceremony proceeded, and then withdrew within hours when the legitimate candidate, Sergius II, was elected by the clergy and ordained properly. John accepted the situation without recorded protest and disappears from the sources at that point. Once again, a very quick pope. He was listed in some sources under the designation that will later create confusion. Excuse me. His name was John, you see. He was the eighth person of that name to make some claim to the papacy, and the legitimate Pope John VIII, who reigned from 872 to 882, is a different man entirely. Murdered by his own entourage, by the way, but, it is what it is. The two Johns should not be confused, though centuries of copyists have occasionally managed it, and I can't really blame them. The 844 John is notable primarily for the brevity of his tenure and the completeness of the withdrawal. Now, the episode also shows a broader pattern of the dark centuries. Elections conducted by mob acclamation, a procedure that had roots in the early Christian tradition. The voice of the people as a vehicle of divine approval is what I mean. But by this time it had become, at least by the 9th century, primarily an instrument of factional power. Not really a democracy in the good sense, more like a strong-arm mechanism. Well, the Roman aristocratic clans understood that controlling a mob on the day of an election was equivalent to controlling the election itself, and the various entries in this act demonstrate multiple instances of control being exercised. John's mob had acted but miscalculated. Sergius II had clerical support that made his claim practically stronger than the mob's. In the calculation of the period, the question was always which force would prevail on the day, and the forces available to back a claim were rarely reducible to the canonical merits of the person being backed. So, I guess the Roman factions discovered the window between a pope's death and the imperial notification being an opportunity for a fait accompli, and the short-lived John of 844 was one such attempt. The more successful Dark Century candidates who followed him were others. The degradation of imperial oversight created the space for more of this blurry papacy, and the restoration of effective imperial authority under Otto I after 962 shows what happened when that oversight was restored. And then, of course, Otto III's brutal response to John XVI, but yes, we'll get there. Well, the next one has a significantly more complicated name. Anastasius Bibliothecarius. I know, right? That is the year 855. Now, the case of Anastasius the librarian, which is what a bibliothecarius means, is probably the most intellectually interesting one in this video. Possibly, because he's the only antipope to have had a distinguished career inside the church establishment after his deposition. Oh, pretty interesting. Very cool. Cardinal Anastasius had been excommunicated before his anti-pope episode for abandoning his assigned post without permission, a canonical delinquency that made his subsequent elevation particularly irregular. When Leo IV died in 855, a fraction that distrusted the distrusted the elected Benedict III, installed Anastasius in his place. He lasted somewhere between a few days and a few weeks before being removed. The sources are not entirely consistent, but the outcome was Benedict III restored, Anastasius stripped of the dignity he had assumed, and the matter appeared to be done and dusted. There we go, I'm wiping my hands of it. That's what I mean. But here's the thing. It was not closed. At least not completely. Anastasius was subsequently reinstated as a cardinal, and he became the papal librarian. A role in the 9th century meant something much more than just the guy who catalogues the books. He was effectively the head of the papal chancery, and the most influential intellectual figure at the Roman court. He translated the proceedings of the Seventh Ecumenical Council from Greek into Latin, making them accessible to the Western Church. He even translated the life of Constantine from Slavonic, preserving crucial evidence about the Cyrillo-Methodian mission to the Slavs. He participated in the great Filioque controversy between Rome and Constantinople, corresponding with Photius of Constantinople in letters of considerable sophistication, in theological terms, of course. Now, he may have also had a hand in the compilation of the false decretals, the 9th century's most consequential forgery. He died in office as librarian sometime after 879. The man, who was an anti-pope for less than a month, spent the next quarter century as the most learned official in the Roman Church. And that's not a bad little side gig, I can tell you that much. Well, Anastasius's rehabilitation is worth understanding. The 9th century was a period when the papacy desperately needed people who could read Greek, the language of the Eastern Church, the language of the great councils, the language in which most of the important theological and canonical decisions of the previous 500 years had been recorded. Anastasius was possibly the only person in Rome who could do this with genuine fluency and scholarly sophistication. It's not enough just to have some conversational Greek. I mean, when we're talking about deep theology, you really need to be quite bookish. His usefulness was simply too great to waste. This is perhaps the most pragmatic moment in the entire anti-pope story. The Church's need for a Greek scholar overrode the institutional embarrassment of rehabilitating the man who occupied the papacy briefly without any authority. Usually they'd just kick you right out the door, but not this guy. They needed him too much. The outcome was that the work Anastasius subsequently produced became part of the permanent Latin Church's intellectual heritage, which means that an anti-pope scholarship is embedded in the foundations of Western Catholic theological learning. And that's, well, it's quite a legacy, I think. Well, next up we have Boniface VII, 974 and 984 to 985. If there's a single entry on this entire list that earns the word villainy without qualification or context, It is Boniface VII, who's sometimes called Franco in the sources because Franco appears to have been his name before he took the pontifical title. In June of 974, within weeks of the election of Benedict VI, Boniface arranged for Benedict's arrest. The circumstances of Benedict's death in Castle Sant'Angelo shortly afterward are not in doubt. He was strangled, probably on Boniface's orders, by a monk named Stephen, who served as the instrument of the act. Boniface seized the papacy, held it for about a month, and was then expelled from Rome by Count Sicco, a supporter of the legitimate succession. But before fleeing, he stripped the treasury, the accumulated donations of centuries, the gold plate of altars, whatever could be moved quickly, and he took it with him, fleeing to Constantinople. He remained there for 10 years. The sources do not record what he did there and how he lived, but it seems that the papal treasury funded quite a comfortable 10 years. In 984, he returned to Rome, in circumstances that are a little unclear, possibly invited by a faction of the Roman nobility. And when he got there, he immediately resumed his claims. The legitimate Pope John XIV, Pietro Canapanova, a former chancellor and imperial secretary, was arrested and imprisoned in Castle Sant'Angelo, the same fortress where Benedict had been strangled to death 10 years earlier, so probably not a good sign. And guess what? John XIV died there within a few months in August of 984. Now, whether he was murdered or starved or died of other causes in imprisonment, we don't know. But the pattern of Boniface's first reign argues against any coincidence. It all seems pretty obvious, right? Well, Boniface then reigned for approximately 11 months. He died in July of 985, and what happened to his body is the most memorable fact about his pontificate. The Roman populace, apparently released from whatever fear they had kept them compliant, retrieved his corpse. They dragged it through the streets of the city, stripped it naked, and they left it in front of the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius on the Capitoline Hill, which at the time was believed to depict Constantine, and was therefore a specifically imperial monument. Now, eventually, a cleric recovered the body and gave it burial, presumably out of respect for the episcopal office rather than any particular feeling toward the man who had held it. The annual Annals of Fulda, compiled at a Frankish monastery some distance from Rome, recorded the assessment of contemporaries with admirable economy. Quote, Boniface, who in no way merited the name of bishop. End quote. He is arguably the worst man in this account, and the competition for that position is not trivial. There is a specific institutional dynamic in Boniface's career that's worth naming too, because it appears in milder forms elsewhere on the list, and that is the phenomenon of the papacy as a prize valuable enough to murder for, in a city where institutional mechanisms for preventing killing were too weak to do so. The treasury of the Roman Church was one of the richest, and it was very movable too. Lots of little things can go missing, accumulated over centuries of donations, bequests, and taxation of an institution with revenues from properties across Christendom. Controlling the papacy meant controlling that wealth. Boniface's flight to Constantinople with the treasury was not an irrational act in purely economic terms. Think about it. He was converting an institutional asset into personal liquid capital before his political position collapsed. I suppose in a weird way it was smart. That asset had been generated by the faith of millions of believers, and that the institution he was looting was the Church of Christ in the city of Peter was the kind of consideration that Boniface VII does not appear to have been finding in any way inhibiting his behavior. And next we have, reigning from 997 to 998, John the 16th, or Johannes Philogothos, a Greek from Calabria who'd risen in the hierarchy by ability and connection. He served as a tutor to the young Otto III, Holy Roman Emperor, as an abbot of an important monastery, as Archbishop of Piacenza, and as a papal legate sent to Constantinople to negotiate a Greek bride for Otto. He was a trusted figure in both the imperial and ecclesiastical establishments. When the Roman nobility, backed by the Byzantine Empress Mother Theophano, and her faction decided to act against the German Pope Gregory V, the emperor's cousin, by the way, installed by the emperor, despite Roman objections, Philogothos was the candidate they chose, and he accepted. In 997, Gregory was driven from Rome, and Philogothos was installed as John the 16th. When Otto III returned to Italy with an army and restored Gregory V, Philogothos was captured. What followed is described in the sources, with the kind of detail that suggests the writers found it simultaneously horrifying and exemplary. He was blinded, his nose was cut off, his lips were cut off, then his tongue was also cut off, or at least cut short, his ears were cut off too, and mutilated in this manner he was dressed in what remained of his episcopal vestments, and mounted backwards on a donkey. The specific inversion of the episcopal rite was the point, the visible literalization of his degraded and reversed status, and then they paraded him through Rome. He was brought before a synod presided over by Gregory V himself, where the remaining symbolic elements of his episcopal dignity were formally stripped away. He was then imprisoned in a monastery in the mountains. He lived for some years after this, apparently in wretched condition. No wonder. Otto III, according to some accounts, expressed discomfort at the spectacle, but did not prevent it. Gregory V died in the following year, possibly of malaria, possibly by other means. Rome in this period was dangerous for popes, regardless of which category they occupied. But, this was pretty bad. It usually wasn't that dangerous, good lord. Anyway, the punishment inflicted on John was not unique to the specific case of an antipope. This catalogue of mutilations, the blinding, the nose, lips, tongue, and ears, was recognizable in Byzantium penal vocabulary, drawn from the system of governance that produced such punishments for treason and usurpation as a matter of imperial policy. And the backwards donkey procession, that was Roman in its theatrical humiliation. What the combination produced was a spectacle that functioned as a public statement about the nature of sacred authority. This man had claimed the highest office of the church, and his body was being marked with the inscription of that claim's falseness in every way. Whatever sympathy that Otto III had reportedly felt for Philogothos, he did not allow it to interfere with the symbolic program of his degradation. Right, so before we move on to the next round of anti-popes, a little bit of an intermission. We need to talk about a bit of the reforms, because things were changing. They eventually had to, right? Well, the 11th century saw the Catholic Church attempt something that they'd never really attempted before. And that was a program of self-reform aimed at eliminating simony, which is the purchase of church offices, also clerical marriage and concubinage, and most crucially, lay investiture. Excuse me. Well, that basically means the appointment of bishops and abbots by secular rulers, who then expected loyalty and political service in return. Sounds quite a lot like modern politics. Perhaps there needs to be some more reforms there. Now, the reform movement centered on the Cluniac monastic tradition and driven into the papacy by figures like Pope Leo IX, and ultimately by Hildebrand, who became Gregory VII, produced an institutional conflict within the Holy Roman Empire, of such an intensity that it reshaped politics for 2 centuries. And it also, in a bit of a paradox, institutionalized and industrialized the production of antipopes. When emperors needed institutional leverage against reform popes, they needed alternative popes rather than just alternative violence. The mechanism changed. Now, it was not Roman mobs and aristocratic families producing antipopes, but the most powerful monarchy in Europe, requiring rival bishops of Rome as instruments of political warfare. The Reform papacy's paradox was precise. The harder it worked to establish the criteria for a legitimate election, the more clearly it defined what an illegitimate one looked like, and therefore the more clearly it provided the template for a rival claimant who met those criteria, or the supporters who claimed he did at least. The 1059 decree, giving cardinals primary electoral authority, was the Reform movement's greatest institutional achievement, and the direct cause of both the Benedict X dispute, eventually the Whibertine schism as well. Now, every improvement in electoral procedure created a new surface for the imperial party to contest, and this is the institutional logic of reform in a system where the definition of legitimacy is itself the object of the dispute. Tightening the rules doesn't really end the argument, it just changes the terms of it. So let's meet our first anti-pope of this period. And our first anti-pope is Gregory VI, the anti-pope Gregory of 1012, listed in the traditional sequence as Gregory VI, though the numbering is complicated by a later legitimate pope of the same name. He emerged from the Tusculani, the Tusculani's family's grip on the Roman papacy, one of those aristocratic, old, entrenched families that had a bit of power. Now, the Tusculani had controlled the papacy since the late 10th century, placing family members in the office in succession. The legitimate pope, Benedict VIII, had been elected in 1012 with the family's backing and with the support of the German king Henry II. Gregory was the candidate of a rival faction that briefly seized the Lateran. He was expelled within months, when Henry's support for Benedict proved to be more effective. He appears in the sources as a function of an aristocratic faction rather than a theological position, and his brief tenure as a transition movement, the aristocratic anti-pope giving way to and eventually causing the Reform movement anti-pope. The entry works best as a single concentrated demonstration of where the institution stood before Hildebrand came along to reform it. So, the Tusculani papacy, the period from roughly 1012 to 1044, when the counts of Tusculum effectively owned the entire office of the Bishopric of Rome, is the most concentrated example of the dark century dynamic continuing into the 11th century. Benedict VIII and his brother John XIV and his nephew Benedict IX were successfully members of the same family, the office passing between them like a hot potato, or a hereditary title, whatever way you want to phrase it. Now, Benedict IX was eventually sold, resigned, took the papacy back, was sold again, and generates enough canonical complexity to fill an entirely separate account. The Reform movement that would produce the investiture controversy and the great anti-popes of the 11th century was, in part, a direct reaction to the Tusculani decade. Men like Peter Damiani and Hildebrand looked at the Tusculani papacy and concluded that reform was not optional. The Gregory VI anti-pope of 1012 is the first symptom of a disease whose cure would be nearly as dramatic as the illness. The specific mechanism of the Tusculani papacy, the Counts of Tusculum placing relatives in the see through a combination of money and intimidation, was possible because the papacy's electoral apparatus in the early 11th century remained informal enough to be captured by a sufficiently well-organized local power. The Reform Party's response to this capture was institutional, to place the electoral function with the cardinals, to require specific procedures, to build in checks that local aristocratic power could not easily come in and override. The 1059 decree that Benedict X's disputed election produced was the direct legislative outcome of the Tusculani decade. So, in this sense, the Gregory of 1012 and his Tusculan family did the Reform papacy a service that they did not intend. Their capture of the office made the case for reform so obvious that even its opponents had difficulty defending the status quo. The family effectively pushed the papacy to its limit, and, well, once they made those reforms, the show was over, at least for the Tusculan family. Well, next up we have got Benedict X, from 1058 to 1059. Known before his papal career as Giovanni Mincio, elected the Bishop of Rome by the Roman nobility in April of 1058, a few days after the death of Pope Stephen IX, and took the name Benedict X after that. The problem, you see, was procedural. Stephen IX had specifically asked the cardinals not to conduct an election until Hildebrand, who was in Germany on papal business, could return. The nobility's election ignored the instruction. The Reform faction accordingly declared the election invalid and elected Nicholas II at a council at Siena. Nicholas returned to Rome with Tuscan military support, and Benedict was deposed, condemned, and eventually died, probably around 1073 or later, in obscurity, under a kind of house arrest in a minor Roman church. He had maintained the office for about 9 months. Benedict's lasting historical importance is almost entirely inadvertent. His disputed election directly caused the most consequential piece of electoral legislation in the history of the papacy, the decree In Nomine Domini, issued by Nicholas II at the Lateran Council of 1059, which basically gave the cardinal bishops the primary role in electing the pope, with the broader college of cardinals subsequently ratifying the choice, and the clergy of the people in Rome assenting in purely a formal role. Lay rulers retained a limited right of approval that would later be contested and eventually eliminated completely. This decree is the ancestor of the conclave system, the sealed election process that still operates today. The conclave exists because of this one guy's disputed election. So Benedict X is the most structurally consequential antipope in the account, not because of anything he did, but because of what his existence caused the Church to do in response. So, quick entry on him, but yeah, pretty important guy. Next up we have Honorius II / Catulus of Parma, 1061 to 1064, the German Empire's counterpope to Alexander II, elected at an imperial council in Basel in 1061 by bishops and nobles who actually rejected the 1059 decree, giving cardinals primary electoral authority. What's the point of a decree if people are just going to enjoy it? You know how it is. Now, the regent government for the young Henry IV needed a legitimate-looking ecclesiastical instrument, and Catulus, taking the name Honorius II, was willing to stand in and provide it. He marched on Rome twice with an armed force, occupying parts of the city in 1062 and again in 1063. He controlled the castle St. Angelo for a period. He maintained a court and issued documents. He was never expelled from the imperial orbit entirely, and he continued to have German support and to function as a rival bishop until his death in 1072. What Catulus demonstrated was that an imperial antipope who had military resources and political backing could maintain a claim almost indefinitely, even without controlling Rome itself, simply by the weight of imperial recognition. Alexander II held the Reform faction and most of Italy in the papalist cardinals, but Cadalus held the emperor's patronage and the German church's cooperation in territories under imperial control. The stalemate pointed directly toward the larger confrontation that was coming. Cadalus never had the resources or the military success to end the standoff by force. He also never had the political isolation that would have forced him to resign, and so he simply died in 1072, still claiming the papal title. Henry IV was by that point ruling in his own right and had developed far more, let's just say, ambitious views about the papacy than his regency government had. So the Cadalus affair established the template for the Vibertine schism that followed it. An imperial council claiming authority over church elections on grounds when the Reform Party denied chose a candidate. The Reform papacy, claiming authority from its electoral procedure and theological position, rejected the imperial choice. And the result? A divided church. Not by doctrine, just by jurisdiction, by the question of whose authority extended over whom. Still a big problem, of course. Now, the jurisdictional question, whether secular rulers could legitimately participate in the appointment of clergy, and what level and what form they could do so, was the engine of the entire investiture controversy. And Cadalus's decade of competing papacy was its first full expression. The resolution that came after Clement III's longer and more successful schism was the Concordat of Worms, which drew a distinction between the spiritual and secular aspects of episcopal appointment that satisfied neither side, not entirely at least, but they gave both something to work with, and things moved slowly. But the distinction that it drew, the ring and staff as spiritual symbols conferred by the Church, the scepter as a secular symbol conferring feudal obligations, that was a compromise that preserved the structure of imperial governance while acknowledging the Church's spiritual autonomy. And it's all about those compromises, isn't it? And next up we have Clement III, or Wibert of Ravenna, 1080. Now, Wibert of Ravenna is the most successful anti-pope who ever lived, measured by political control, longevity, and the number of legitimate popes that he outlasted. Now, he was not a corrupt man in the vein of Boniface VII. He was a capable administrator and a competent theologian who had served as Chancellor of the Empire and Archbishop of Ravenna before being drawn into the great conflict of the age, the investiture controversy. The contest between Pope Gregory VII and Emperor Henry IV over the right to appoint bishops is one of the decisive confrontations in European history. Wibert was kind of the hinge. Gregory VII had excommunicated Henry in 1076 for appointing bishops without papal approval. He was not meant to do that. Now Henry, quite desperate, crossed the Alps in the winter of 1076 to 77 and stood barefoot in the snow outside the castle of Canossa for 3 days to secure absolution. Now Gregory, who was a canonist as well as a reformer, felt bound to absolve a penitent. To refuse would be to claim the papacy held power beyond Christ's own example, so he decided to absolve Henry. The political victory of Canossa was awarded to Henry then, so good job, cold feet notwithstanding. Well, Henry was excommunicated again in 1080 after further conflicts, and this time he convened a council at Brixen that declared Gregory deposed and elected Wibert as Clement III. Now, Wibert was a credible choice. He was learned, experienced,
and without the personal corruption that would have undermined his standing. Henry's army took Rome in 1084. Clement III was enthroned in the Lateran by the emperor himself. Gregory VII, besieged in the castle St. Angelo, was rescued by the Norman mercenary leader Robert Guiscard, whose troops sacked Rome so thoroughly in the process of, quote, relief that Gregory could not safely remain. Funny how that works. Well, he died in Salerno in 1085. His last recorded words from the text, were the text from Psalm 45. I have loved justice and hated iniquity. Therefore, I die in exile. Perhaps one of the greatest death speeches of the Middle Ages. Maybe. In any case, Gregory was succeeded by Victor III, and then by Urban II, who preached the First Crusade at Clermont in 1095. You might recognize him. Clement III was still alive. He was still claiming the papacy when the Crusaders took Jerusalem in 1099. He outlasted 3 legitimate popes, and was, for substantial periods, in physical possession of Rome itself, something very few legitimate popes of this period could claim, so the win goes to him on that one. Either way, he died in 1100, still holding his claim, still with significant imperial support. His longevity is not an accident. He represented the imperial position coherently, administered the territories he controlled with competence, and maintained a functioning alternative papacy for 20 years. The argument that Clement III was the most successful antipope in history has more to support it than simple durability, because he had real power, real recognition, and real accomplishments. What he did not have was Hildebrand's moral force or the reform movement's historical momentum. But like they say, you can't have it all. And maybe you can have it all, just not at the same time. Now, the specific moment of Urban II's preaching of the First Crusade at Clermont in 1095, when Clement was still claiming the papacy from Rome, is worth holding in your mind as an image. The legitimate pope was preaching a war that would reshape the history of the Middle East, mobilizing the military energy of Christian Europe toward Jerusalem, speaking to thousands of knights and clergy in a field in France. And the antipope was in Rome, administering the parts of the city and the church that imperial power gave him, issuing documents, appointing officials, and doing all the pope jobs. He had a claim that lasted 15 years, and that's not a bad tenure. Both men believed they were the vicar of Christ. One of them was preaching the crusade, the other was keeping everything running in the Lateran, making sure the lights were on. Now, the scale of the difference between them in historical visibility is the measure of how thoroughly the Reformed papacy's historical momentum overwhelmed the imperial alternative. I mean, everybody's talking about Urban II, but hey, you never really hear of Clement III, so, well, until you watch this video. Hello. Anyway, let's move on. Well, now we're talking about Theodoric, Adalbert, and Sylvester IV. The death of Clement III in 1100 left the Henrician faction, i.e. the emperor's ecclesiastical party, without its principal instrument, and the subsequent 3 anti-popes represent the progressively diminishing returns of a cause that had lost its founder. Now, Theodoric was elected by the imperialist holdouts almost immediately, and was captured and imprisoned almost as quickly as that. His entire anti-papacy appears to have lasted weeks, and the monastic imprisonment he was given was the standard resolution for a claimant with no army. Adalbert was even more obscure, a name in a list without the supporting narrative that would make him a character. Sylvester IV lasted somewhat longer, from 1105 to 1111,
because he was elected when Henry V turned against his father, Henry IV, creating a brief moment of renewed political uncertainty. As Henry V and the papacy moved towards the accommodation that would eventually produce the Concordat of Worms in 1122, Sylvester's support collapsed. He was given a monastery and a pension, and he disappeared from history. Another papal retirement case. 3 antipopes, each smaller than the last, the diminishing echoes of the Vibertine fire. But these 3 entries also show a principle that appears throughout the antipope list. A schism, once established, generates its own institutional momentum because people have invested in it, literally and politically, with their careers, their property, their clerical allegiances and theological positions. Even when the cause that produced a schism has been resolved or abandoned by its primary sponsors, the residual infrastructure of the schism continues to produce claimants, because the people attached to that infrastructure need it to continue for their own survival. Bit of a sunk cost fallacy. Now, the Vibertine cardinals who elected Theodoric, the imperialist clergy who backed Adalbert, and the nobles supporting Sylvester had all committed themselves to a position that the Concordat of Worms would eventually declare settled. But until that settlement came, they had no reasons to keep the schism alive. That had nothing to do with the merits of the jurisdictional argument. Next up, from 1118 to 1121, we have Gregory VIII, also known as Maurice Bourdain, the most peripatetic figure in this list, a man whose life traced an arc from a Benedictine monastery in France to the Archbishopric of Braga in Portugal, to finally the role of papal legate in Spain, to the dignity of antipope in Rome, and then to the sequence of Italian monasteries where he was kept, held in a kind of high-status imprisonment. He was well educated and capable. His appointment as legate was a mark of trust. The specific act that ended his relationship with the papacy was crowning the Emperor Henry V in 1111, an act that Pope Pascal II had explicitly forbidden, and for which Bourdain was excommunicated. When Henry needed an antipope a few years later, Bourdain was available and willing, or at least willing enough. So he was installed as Gregory VIII in 1118. He held a form of office for 3 years, occupying Rome for periods when imperial forces gave him the military umbrella to do so, and retreating when they did not. When Henry V and the papacy finally reached the agreement in the approach to the Concordat of Worms, Bourdain was abandoned with the promptness characteristic of discarded political instruments, dropped like a bag of potatoes. He was captured in 1121 by the forces of Pope Calixtus II in the castle of Sutri. His public punishment followed the established form for deposed antipopes with a theatrical flourish. He was paraded through the streets of Rome on a camel, which was specifically chosen for its absurdist quality. Camels were exotic and contemptible, but vaguely comic at the same time. The anti-horse of a culture that measured dignity by horsemanship. You know, the equestrian class. So he was then imprisoned in a series of monasteries, the last confirmed reference to him being sometime after 1137. He'd also lived long enough to see the investiture controversy officially resolved, a cause for which he had been installed now concluded without any reference to him. The Bourdain case is also a study in the specific vulnerability of papal legates to the political contradictions of their position. A legate operated in the exact intersection of papal and imperial authority that the investiture controversy was about. He represented the Pope's authority in a territory that the emperor also claimed jurisdiction over. When the emperor demanded an act a coronation, a concession perhaps, that the Pope had forbidden, the legate faced a choice between the spiritual authority represented and the political reality that he was embedded within. Bourdain chose the political reality and paid the price when the reality changed. The camel on which he was paraded through Rome was in one sense an insult, but in another it was a reasonably accurate picture of how an archbishop who had crowned the wrong emperor looked at the people who had backed the other side. Well, next up we have Celestine II, 1124. When Calixtus II died in December of 1124, the election in Lateran went in favor of a cardinal named Teobaldo Bucapecus, who took the name Celestine II, which is a lot easier to pronounce. So thank you very much for that, Celestine. The ceremony of installation was proceeding when armed supporters of the Frangipani family, a powerful Roman clan who had backed a different candidate, burst into the Lateran and disrupted the proceedings with what sources describe as physical violence. The candidate was seized during the ceremony. The red papal mantle was being placed upon him right at that moment, and they charged on in that, it really made a mess of things, I can imagine. He resigned the dignity he had just been given before the ceremony was even complete. A new election produced Honorius II, Frangipani's preferred candidate, who was consecrated without incident and reigned for 6 years. Celestine II is listed as an antipope in some accounts and as a very briefly legitimate pope in others. Canonical question turns on whether his resignation before his complete installation meant he ever had any validity. Well, in any case, he went away, which was the outcome that mattered for the other side. A different Celestine II later legitimately held the office from 1143 to 44. Now, the Frangipani intervention at Celestine's election is the most theatrical demonstration of a problem that the 1059 decree had attempted to solve, but not entirely eliminated: the ability of the Roman aristocracy to physically disrupt a conclave. The decree had given cardinals primary electoral authority, but it had not provided cardinals with the physical security during the election. The Frangipani had armed men. The cardinals had, canonical arguments. And in terms of a physical altercation, one is usually better than the other. The armed men prevailed in the immediate moment, of course, and the result was that a man who was apparently the legitimately elected pope became an anti-pope, not because his canonical claim was defective, that was not the case at all, it was fine, but because somebody's private army arrived and, changed the dynamic. The subsequent development of conclave law, culminating eventually in the practice of locking cardinals in until they produced an answer, was in part a response to this kind of disruption. If the cardinals cannot be reached, the armed men cannot influence them. So the specific choice of the candidate of the Frangipani imposed Honorius II, a Bolognese cardinal trained in canon law, was not a corrupt choice, at least not in the sense of placing an incompetent in the office. Honorius was, he was capable and a consequential pope who approved the new Templar order and managed the papacy's relationship with the German Empire and Norman Kingdom of Sicily with considerable skill. The method by which he achieved office was unacceptable, I'm sure everyone would agree, but the papacy had been all right once he was there. By any reasonable assessment, he was an asset to the institution. The Frangipani had gangster methods and occasionally decent taste in popes, which is a combination that appears more than once in this account. Sure you've noticed. The structural lesson was still that elections conducted under armed threat were elections that could not be trusted to produce the best candidate. Only the candidate whose backers had the most men with weapons available on the specific Tuesday afternoon in December. The conclave system in this light is not merely an electoral procedure, but a security arrangement designed to remove the physical variables that had historically determined too many elections. Well, next up we've got Anacletus II, 1130 to 38. Pietro Pierleone came from the wealthiest family in Rome. His grandfather had been a Jewish financier who converted to Christianity under Pope Leo IX, and the family had used conversion as a springboard for the most spectacular social ascent in the city's history. Within 2 generations, they had bought their way into the Roman nobility, acquired the robe of the Senate, and established their representatives at the College of Cardinals. Bit of a speed run. Pietro himself had been educated in Paris, had lived in Cluny, the great Burgundian monastery, had served as a cardinal legate in France and England, and was personally known to Bernard of Clairvaux, the most influential churchman in Europe, in case you didn't know him. He was, by every measure of 12th century ecclesiastical preparation, a good candidate for the papacy. When Honorius II died in February of 1130, the dying pope attempted to arrange the succession by having a small commission of cardinal bishops designate his preferred successor in advance. The commission chose Gregorio Papareschi, who became Innocent II. But the majority of the Sacred College, roughly 2/3 of the cardinals, had not been part of this commission, and, well, they hadn't been consulted about anything. They proceeded to their own election the same afternoon, and they chose Pietro Pierleone, who became Anacletus II. The canonical question of which election was valid was, and to some extent remains, genuinely contested. The commission's election could be defended as the dying pope's authorized succession. The majority cardinal's election could be defended as the normal exercise of the full college's authority. So both sides really had a claim to things. Anacletus held Rome. Innocent fled to France, where he found a champion who would determine the outcome. Bernard of Clairvaux, the Cistercian abbot whose moral authority was such that kingdoms aligned themselves at his urging. Bernard worked with relentless energy to build recognition for Innocent across France, Germany, England, and the Italian states. His arguments were canonical, political, and personal. And in the personal category, they were viciously anti-Semitic too. Bernard wrote of Anacletus's Jewish ancestry in terms that made his blood the disqualifying fact, claiming that a man of Jewish lineage should not sit on the throne of St. Peter. He called him of Jewish origin repeatedly, and framed the election of Innocent as a matter of Christian dignity against ancestral contamination. His words, not mine. The propaganda was very effective, though. It was also a document of the specific virulence that medieval Christianity could bring to the question of Jewish identity. And it's not possible to discuss the Anacletus schism honestly without noting this. It's kind of a big deal, right? Anacletus held the office and held Rome for 8 years. He was not a disreputable administrator. His documents are competent, and his appointments are unremarkable. He died in January of 1138, having never been driven out, and never having submitted to Innocent's authority. His successor lasted 2 months before Bernard of Clairvaux appeared in Rome and personally talked him into resigning, whatever that means. The historical tradition subsequently wrote Anacletus entirely out of the record. Almost. His papal documents were suppressed, name was erased where possible, and appointments unrecognized. By the standards of the canonical argument, the question of who legitimately held the office in 1130 was never resolved. The answer given by subsequent history is simply that Innocent's line continued and Anacletus's did not. In this account and so many others, the winners write the list. It's just the way it is. Now, the specific irony of Bernard of Clairvaux's role in the schism is that he was simultaneously the most effective advocate for Innocent II's legitimacy and the man whose rhetoric most thoroughly tainted the resolution. Bernard's moral authority in the 12th century was immense, as we've mentioned. When he said Innocent was the legitimate pope, everybody listened. When he said that the other guy should not sit on the throne, he was making an argument that found many receptive ears. The fact that Bernard is himself a canonized saint, venerated on the 20th of August, while making these arguments is part of the complexity that the hagiographic tradition has always found easier to set aside rather than engage with. Like many other things in papal history, it's complicated. Okay, let's get on to the next one. We have Victor the Fourth, 1138, also known as Gregorio Conti, elected by Anacletus's remaining cardinals within the days of Anacletus's death in February of 1138, taking the name Victor the Fourth. He held the claim for approximately 2 months, so once again pretty short tenure. Bernard of Clairvaux came to Rome, made his arguments, and persuaded him to submit to Innocent II. Now, Victor IV resigned and prostrated himself before Innocent, who received him with sufficient generosity that the former antipope lived out his days in the church's good graces, so not all is lost. Remember, antipopes aren't always, there for malicious reasons. Sometimes they're just shoehorned in and, well, it's a bit of a misunderstanding. Now, the resignation is the gentlest conclusion to a schism, and it points to something that Bernard understood, because he was a pretty smart fella, that the problem was not Conti himself, who had no deep personal investment in the claim. He seemed to be pretty lukewarm about it, to be honest with you, but the institutional logic of having cardinals who needed a snap resolution straight away, trying to speed run the whole process. And you know what they say about when you try to rush things, you always seem to make quite a mess of it. In any case, once the logic was satisfied, Victor was happy to go. And by the way, there would be a second Victor IV 21 years later, which creates a specific problem for the numbering that later on we will explain. Now, Victor IV's submission to Innocent II in 1138 was managed with considerable care by Bernard of Clairvaux, who understood that the manner of submission was as important as the fact of it. Bernard had worked for years to build Innocent's support across Europe. He had deployed every argument available, canonical, theological, personal, and had eventually persuaded enough of Christendom's rulers that the schism simply had to end. And so Victor's graceful exit, prostrating himself before Innocent and being received with generosity, it was the final scene in a drama that Bernard had largely written and staged himself. The lesson that the Anacletan schism taught the Church was that a contested election could be resolved not by force alone, but by the moral authority of a figure whose standing transcended the institutional dispute. Always got to be the tipping person on the vote, Anyway, Bernard's role in 1130 to 38 is the kind of template of a religious statesman who appears in the margins of subsequent schisms, brokering the exits that political situations can't really produce on their own. Well, next up we've got Octavian, 1159 to 1164, also known as Victor IV. Again, Well, Octaviano of Monticelli was a Roman nobleman and cardinal who had spent years positioning himself as the imperial party's candidate for the papacy. So, when Adrian IV died in September of 1159, the election of St. Peter's proceeded by divided ballot. The majority chose Roland Bandinelli, who became Alexander III, while the imperial minority chose Octaviano. The specific moment of schism was performed in physical terms. The newly elected Roland was having the red papal mantle placed over his shoulders when Octaviano's supporters rushed in and seized it, which is not very polite. There was a struggle over the mantle itself, a piece of cloth that had become the literal embodiment of legitimacy, which was torn in the process, by the way. That's terrible. Anyway, one of Octaviano's supporters then put the mantle on him, but it went on backwards. He was processed through the basilica while the He was processed through the basilica with the mantle inverted, which is what I'm trying to say. Now, Victor IV, as he styled himself, an anti-pope number that had already been used, we just discussed in 1138, was recognized by Frederick Barbarossa in the German church, but pretty much nobody else of any significance was really taking him seriously. Quite a problem. Now, Alexander III had the support of France, England, the Lombard cities of northern Italy, and most of the non-German European church. The schism lasted through Victor IV's death in 1164, and through two further imperial antipopes. Remember, when we say imperial, we're talking about the Holy Roman Empire. Alexander III is now remembered as one of the more consequential medieval popes. He imposed the humiliation of public penance on Henry II of England for Thomas Becket's murder, established the Third Lateran Council, which regularized conclave procedure further, and managed a papacy of remarkable institutional productivity, despite spending significant portions of it outside Rome and in a conflict with the empire. Victor IV died in Lucca in 1164, attended by few and recognized by the church of almost no territory that mattered, so, yeah, not much of a after-party at the funeral, I'm afraid. The specific moment of the mantle wrestling in St. Peter's as a kind of darkly comical literalism, two men fighting over a piece of cloth, because that piece of cloth was, well, pretty much the papacy summed up in a materialized object. The red mantle was not the papacy in a canonical sense, but it was the most visible sign, and the election's legitimacy would be asserted by whoever was wearing it when the dust finally settled. Octaviano's supporters tore it and put it on him backwards, and the image of a man proclaimed pope with his vestments inverted the wrong way around, the sign of his office literally reversed. Well, that's an inadvertent emblem of what the imperial anti-papacy always was in relation to the legitimate succession, in the same forms, though pointing the wrong direction, of course. Ah, metaphors. We love a good metaphor, don't we? Well, next up we have Pascal III, 1164 to 68. Guido of Crema, as he was originally called, elevated as Pascal after Victor IV's death. He is the anti-pope who canonized Charlemagne, so he's a kind of important, I suppose. Frederick Barbarossa wanted his great imperial predecessor elevated to sainthood for both theological and political reasons. Charlemagne as saint would validate the Carolingian imperial legacy and associate the current empire with Christian sanctity in a way that papal Rome, by refusing to cooperate, was denying. Pascal III performed the canonization at Aachen in December of 1165. The legitimacy of that canonization, performed by an antipope whom the Roman Church did not recognize, has never really been addressed formally. So, there is that. And I don't think anyone really has the guts to really go after Charlemagne's coronation. I mean, come on. Anyway, Charlemagne is still venerated on the 28th of January in the Diocese of Aachen and in some other places. The feast was added to the Roman martyrology without the underlying canonization controversy being revisited. The Church's approach to the question has been one of careful institutional silence. Pascal III died in 1168 without ever really controlling Rome. His papacy an extension of Barbarossa's failing Italian policy, but we're not going to talk too much about that. Now, the canonization of Charlemagne by Pascal is the most lasting, concrete act of any anti-pope in this whole video, I would say. And its canonical status is the most carefully avoided question in the modern Church's engagement with its own history. The Feast of Charlemagne has subsequently been observed up to this day, and nothing's going to change. So, next up we have Calixtus and Innocent III. Sorry, that's Calixtus III and Innocent III, also known as Lando, 1168 to 1180. They are the two final imperial anti-popes of this period, and they are the most obscure entries in this account. Giovanni de Struma became Calixtus III in 1168 and lasted 10 years, until Frederick Barbarossa finally made peace with Alexander III at the Peace of Venice in 1177. Calixtus accepted the peace, submitted to Alexander, and was made Bishop of Benevento as part of the settlement. A comfortable and dignified resolution after 9 years of anti-papacy. Lando Citino, who styled himself Innocent III, was elected by a tiny remnant faction in 1179 or 1180 that refused to accept Barbarossa's accommodation with Rome. He lasted about a year, held in a monastery toward the end, and it is the most obscure member of the Alexandrine Schism's final phase. The entry is worth including because Lando demonstrates the principle that a schism once established produces its own institutional momentum. There were people who had invested in the imperial anti-papacy, whose interests required its continuation even after the emperor who had created it had made its peace. Now, speaking of the Peace of Venice in 1177, at which Barbarossa submitted to Alexander III, and the two men publicly reconciled in the Basilica of St. Mark, that was one of the greatest ceremonial moments of the medieval church-state drama. Calixtus III's subsequent acceptance of the peace and his career as Bishop of Benevento shows that the resolution was managed with care for those on the losing side. Visible submission was required, but humiliation beyond the symbolic degree was not imposed on those who cooperated. And that's the thing. You have to cooperate. Lando Citino's refusal to accept the peace and his disappearance into a monastery shows the other possible outcome. Those are the two fates, bishopric versus monastery. They were the incentive structure that the papacy used to manage the schism's end. Now, before we get into the next round of anti-popes, a quick little word on the Western Schism. The Western Schism is basically the period when the anti-pope problem stopped being a local Italian issue and became a crisis of the entire Western Church. The Avignon papacy, where French-born popes had resided since 1309, had produced a church that looked to many observers like a department of the French crown, and you can't really blame them for making that observation. Gregory XI returned to Rome in 1377, and he died there the next year, setting the stage for an election conducted under conditions of mob intimidation that gave anyone clever enough to look for legal ambiguity exactly the material that they needed. What followed was nearly 70 years of split, during which half of Christendom, including its greatest saints, followed one line of popes, while the other half followed another line. The Western Schism produced the largest number of genuinely contested cases in the anti-pope list, cases where the designation of illegitimacy is as much of a verdict of subsequent political history as of, canonical analysis. Anyway, the Western Schism also introduced a new category of anti-pope, the man elected by a majority of the College of Cardinals who subsequently loses the political context. Now, Clement VII and Benedict XIII were both elected by significant portions of the cardinalate. Hang on, sorry, I got a message on my phone. Not sure if you heard that vibration, I'll just ignore that. Now, both of them administered functioning obediences with their own clergy, their own diplomatic corps, their own canonizations and appointments. The question of whether they were anti-popes or legitimate popes, who eventually lost, that is, well, that's once again another one of those questions that the Church is yet to formally give us an answer on. I'm sure you're all waiting with bated breath on that. It is a question that the Church has decided to manage by proceeding from 1417 onward without a verdict on what came before. So keep that in mind, because the Western Schism is also an era where the personal characters of the claimants matter the most, because the combination of legal ambiguity and individual personality produced outcomes that pure institutional analysis don't really cut it when you need to explain things in simple ways. So, the first one we have Nicholas V, 1328 to 1330, also known as Pietro Rainalducci, a Franciscan friar, formerly a lay widower, who had ended religious life after his wife's death, rest in peace to her good soul. He was installed as Nicholas V in May 1328 by Louis IV of Bavaria, the Holy Roman Emperor, who was engaged in prolonged conflict with Pope John XXII over both political and theological questions. Now, John XXII had excommunicated Louis. Louis had declared John heretical. Louis then needed a pope who would cooperate with him. So the radical Franciscan fringe, which had its own quarrel with John XXII over apostolic poverty, provided the theological scaffolding for this. Louis provided the military support, Rainalducci provided the compliance. His installation in Rome was celebrated with a ceremony that included the customary acclamations, but lacked the support of any significant churchmen outside Louis's immediate orbit. The anti-papacy lasted about 2 years, during which the ground progressively shifted beneath it. Louis's Italian campaign failed to establish the military dominance that would have given Nicholas V real credibility. The Italian cities that had initially supported Louis withdrew their backing. Nicholas was abandoned progressively, till he was left with almost nothing but the title itself. In August of 1330, he surrendered himself to the papal court at Avignon, appearing before John XXII with a rope around his neck. Now that's a bold choice of outfit. Have to accessorize. The traditional posture of complete submission, the penitent's gesture stripped of all dignity. Yeah, not good. Not a good look. In any case, he dropped down to his knees and started begging absolution. But John XXII treated him with relative clemency. He was imprisoned in Avignon, but provided with adequate food and lodging, and he wasn't physically harmed. He died in 1333. He is the warm-up act for the real catastrophe, though. The structural conditions for a major schism were in place. but the characters had not yet arrived who could sustain one. The rope around his neck when he appeared at Avignon was not merely a gesture of personal submission. This was the traditional posture of a criminal surrendering to judgment. The fact that John didn't order his immediate hanging, that he was imprisoned in relative comfort rather than executed, well, that shows the Pope's genuine authority in the situation, and a calculation that visibly displayed mercy was going to be a lot more useful. Seems to have paid off. So, Gregory the 11th's return to Rome in January 1377 ended the Avignon papacy's 68 years of Frenchness. But the move did not stabilize the institution. Bad luck if you were expecting that. Problem with Gregory is that he was ill, exhausted by the effort of the return, and faced by a Roman city that frankly hated him for having been away for so long and wanted to make sure he stuck around. He died in March of 1378, and the conclave that followed was conducted in conditions of extraordinary pressure. The Roman mob gathered outside the papal palace in the Vatican, and audible throughout the proceedings was demanding an Italian pope, with a clarity that stopped short just of a physical assault. Pew, pew, pew. Now the cardinals, mostly French, and understandably alarmed, elected the Italian Archbishop of Bari, Bartolomeo Prignano, who became Urban VI. Now, Urban VI proved, upon assuming office, to be the man whose behavior the cardinals found completely impossible to work with or tolerate. He would berate them publicly. He accused them of corruption and venality in terms that went beyond the reforming rhetoric into what contemporaries described as threatening and erratic behavior. Certainly not very popely, we could say. So within months the French cardinals had reconvened, safely this time in Anagni, just outside Rome, and declared that their election of Urban had been conducted under duress, that fear that the mob had vitiated their free choice, and therefore the election was annulled. They proceeded to elect Robert of Geneva, or Robert, as they called him, as Clement VII. The legal argument about duress was not frivolous, by the way. There had been genuinely a mob. The cardinals had genuinely been frightened. I mean, there was only really one thing they could do to get themselves out of that situation. But whether the fear had genuinely invalidated their will, that is a different question, one that canon lawyers are still talking about. Christendom split. France, Scotland, Navarre, Castile, and Aragon, they recognized Clement. England, Germany, most of Italy, Scandinavia, and Portugal recognized Urban. The mechanism of the Western Schism was pure legal ambiguity, and it was genuinely unanswerable. No council or decree ever formally settled which line was legitimate. The legal argument made by the rebel cardinals that their election of Urban had been performed under duress, that was not frivolous either, but it did have a logical problem. The canon law of the period did not clearly specify what level of external pressure was sufficient to vitiate an election. Fear was a factor, but cardinals participating in an election in Rome, surrounded by a Roman mob, were in some degree always operating under pressure. So what was the difference this time? Anyway, there is this lack of a clear canonical standard. That's kind of a problem. But the Western Schism was, and we can say this with quite a bit of certainty, a procedural failure. The Church had not built adequate legal infrastructure to handle a contested election, and paid for that failure with 40 years of institutional catastrophe. You know, they say it gets worse before it gets better, but it just seems to be getting worse and worse, right? Clement the Seventh, i.e. Robert of Geneva, 1378 to 1394. Let's talk about him in a bit of detail. He held the office of Cardinal Legate in Italy in 1376 to 77, or rather, and 77, charged with restoring papal authority over the rebellious cities of the Papal States. He had employed the Breton mercenary companies, routiers, whose reputation for brutality was specific and, frankly, earned. Now, when the city of Cesena, near Forli, rose in revolt against the papal administration in February of 1377, Robert arrived and the mercenaries were unleashed. The massacre of Cesena is recorded by multiple contemporary chroniclers, several thousand civilians killed over a few days, the city comprehensively sacked, the survivors scattered. Not very Pope-like behavior, I'm sure you can agree. Now, the phrase attributed to Robert, blood and more blood, appears in Florentine sources, and may be exactly what he said, or maybe what contemporaries believed what he said, which amounts to the same thing in historical terms, I'll be quite honest with you. The Florentines, who had their own reasons to distrust the papacy, called him the Butcher of Cesena, and the name has stuck ever since. This is the man the rebel cardinals elected in September of 1378 as Clement VII. His election was conducted by the same cardinals who had elected Urban VI 5 months earlier, which gave the Avignon line its most powerful legal argument, i.e., if those cardinals' election of Urban had been valid, their subsequent declaration of its annulment and their election of Clement must have also been conducted by men with authority. Robert established his court at Avignon, where the papal palace and administration already existed, and ruled from there for 16 years as the obedience of France and its allies Pope. He was not beyond the Cesena massacre, a notably corrupt man by the standards of the age. His court was conventional. His administration was functional, and his theology was, well, it was all pretty orthodox, really. Nothing out of the ordinary, except the thousands of dead people in Cesena. The moral and institutional damage of the schism was not primarily about the two men's characters. It was about the fracture itself. Every sacrament administered by every priest appointed by either obedience was potentially invalid if the appointing pope was illegitimate. The question was unanswerable in practice and paralyzing in principle. The saints of the period lined up on different sides. Catherine of Siena had urged Gregory XI to return to Rome and remained within Roman obedience. She died in 1380, worn out by the effort of urging reform on an institution that could not absorb her urgency. Vincent Ferrer, the great Dominican preacher, whose missions converted thousands across Spain and France, followed the Avignon obedience without any troubling doubt. Both Catherine and Vincent would be canonized. Both are saints, but they followed different popes. Clement VII died at Avignon in September of 1394, having outlasted Urban VI and leaving his obedience to be elected by a man who would prove to be the Western Schism's most remarkable character. The specific mechanism by which individual kingdoms chose their obedience in 1378 is worth noting, because it shows that the schism was as much a political as a theological event. The Kingdom of France recognized Clement VII because the Avignon papacy had long been regarded as a French institution, because Clement VII, i.e. Robert of Geneva, was himself a member of the French royal family's orbit. and because French ecclesiastical and royal interests were better served by an Avignon pope than by an Italian one. Needs not to be said. I mean, it's obvious, but let's just drive that point home. Now, as far as England, they recognized Urban VI partly because England was at war with France, and therefore found the French pope unacceptable. The allegiances followed existing political fault lines rather than theological analysis, which meant that every political realignment in Europe was a potential shift in the schism's geography. The schism was a diplomatic fact, probably more than an ecclesiastical one, and diplomacy was its ultimate resolution. Always is. Well, next up we've got Benedict the 13th, 1394 to 1423. We're certainly getting toward the end of the video. Been going for a while, huh? Told you it'd be a long one. Pedro de Luna was a Spanish cardinal from the Aragonese nobility, elderly, learned, and possessed of a will that the subsequent events would demonstrate was essentially indestructible. He had been one of the cardinals present at the election of Urban the Sixth in 1378. He had then joined the rebel faction that declared Urban's election void and chosen Clement VII. He had served Clement loyally for 16 years. His position on the schism was precise and principled. The way to end it was for both claimants to resign at the same time, clearing the field for an undisputed election. He had actively promoted his solution, the via sessionis, as the mechanism of resolution. When Clement died and the Avignon cardinals chose him as Clement's successor in 1394, September, he committed his capitulation oath to pursue the via sessionis. He would pursue it for the next 29 years without ever actually resigning. The paradox at the heart of Pedro de Luna's career is not hypocrisy, but it's rather a genuinely terrible theological bind. Excuse me. You see, he believed the via sessionis was correct in principle, but he also believed that he, specifically he, Pedro de Luna, the duly elected successor of Clement VII, and therefore the legitimate line, was the actual pope. A true pope resigning to clear the way for a new election was not the same thing as a pretender withdrawing. It was the legitimate vicar of Christ, abandoning his divinely assigned office. Not meant to do that, and of course he could not do that. Every time the pressure mounted for him to resign, the logic coiled back to the same inescapable conclusion. If he resigned, he was declaring himself illegitimate, which he could not conscientiously do because he was not. The argument was circular, as you can see. It was also, from inside his frame of reference, absolutely airtight. France, his primary supporter, eventually ran out of patience. In 1398, the French clergy withdrew obedience from Benedict, and French troops blockaded the papal palace at Avignon. He was effectively under siege for 5 years, from 1398 to 1403, living in the palace with a skeleton staff, issuing documents that carried the authority of a pope and the practical weight of a man locked in a building. A nice building, but still. And he escaped in 1403, apparently in disguise. The accounts differ on the details, but the image of the Pope of Avignon slipping out through a postern gate in the night is confirmed in its essentials by multiple sources. He was briefly restored to French recognition, but the political situation continued to deteriorate for him. Kingdom by kingdom, as each major European power assessed its interests and found them better served by resolution than by his particular claim. The Council of Pisa of 1409 convened by the cardinals of both obediences, who had grown desperate for a solution, deposed both Benedict XIII and the Roman claimant Gregory XII, and elected a new pope, Alexander V. Benedict refused to recognize the council's authority. Well, in any case, they were now the claimants. The Council of Constance of 1414 and 1418, the largest ecclesiastical assembly of the medieval period, managed the situation with a little bit more success. Gregory resigned in a deal that preserved his canonical dignity. John the 23rd, the third claimant and the Pisan-line successor, was deposed. Benedict XIII was declared deposed by the council, but he really didn't care too much. By this point he had retreated to his fortress of Peñascola, a rocky promontory jutting out into the Mediterranean Sea off the coast of the Valencian region of Spain, connected to the mainland by a narrow isthmus that was easily defensible, and in the right light, eerily beautiful, I might add. He had with him 3 cardinals, a small court, and the conviction that he alone remained the legitimate pope. He continued to function, he issued bulls, he appointed officials. He was, at this point, at least 80 years old. At least, the sources are not certain of his birth date. He created new cardinals from among his small entourage, because the pope has to have cardinals, and the cardinals who abandoned him were no longer his. When envoys came from the King of Aragon, who had been his most consistent support and was now negotiating the Renmin's end, Benedict received them with full ceremonial dignity of the papal court and made his position quite clear, that he was the pope of the whole church. He had always been the pope of the whole church, and the matter was not up to debate, especially not a matter subject to negotiation by earthly powers. The big man upstairs had spoken, and he was digging his heels in. In any case, he died at Peñascola in 1423, still at his post and still claiming, still issuing documents under the name Benedict XIII. He was at minimum 85 years old, which is a pretty good run for the 15th century, I must say. The 3 cardinals who survived him immediately held a conclave and elected a successor, because that was what cardinals did when a pope died. The show must go on, as they say. So the Western Schism's last act was still being performed on a rock above the Mediterranean Sea. Now, before we move on, the correspondence that Benedict continued to issue from Peñascola in his final years had a quality that the term delusional can't quite sum up, because there is no evidence that he was deluded in the ordinary and clinical sense. He understood that he'd been abandoned. He understood that the Council of Constance had elected a new pope, and he understood that no kingdom in Europe recognized his authority. But he kept issuing documents anyway, because from within his frame of reference, the actions of earthly councils and earthly kingdoms did not determine the apostolic succession, and he was either the legitimate pope or he was not. And if he was, no council was going to tell him otherwise. The Spanish philosopher José Ortega y Gasset once described a certain type of Spaniard as someone who continues to be himself, regardless of what the world around him says or does. Now, Pedro de Luna is the limit case of that type. He was the most fully realized character in this section of our accounts. Interesting, I think. Anyway, let's move on. Alexander V, 1409 to 1410, also known as Pietro Filarge, born in Crete, raised as an orphan by Franciscan friars, educated at Oxford and Paris, eventually cardinal and Archbishop of Milan. Pretty cool origin story, right? He was one of the most genuinely respected theologians in the Western Church at the time of his election by the Council of Pisa in June of 1409. The council had proceeded from a straightforward and desperate logic. You see, there were two men claiming to be pope. Neither one of them was willing to resign. The schism had lasted 30 years, and the only way to resolve it was for the cardinals of both obediences to elect a third undisputed pope. Pietro Filargi became Alexander V. The difficulty was that neither of the two men declared deposed, Gregory XII and Benedict XIII, accepted the deposition. Can't really blame them, I suppose. There were now three simultaneous claimants, which is worse than two. So the original problem has just just made the whole thing worse, I suppose. Well, Alexander V was dominated almost immediately by the powerful Cardinal Baldassare Cosa, who managed the military and political operations of the Pisan obedience with a competence and ruthlessness that Alexander seems to be content to leave him. Well, Alexander V died in May of 1410, which solved that problem, less than a year after his election, in Bologna, where Cosa was in residence. Now, this death was extremely convenient for Cosa, who was elected Alexander's successor within weeks. Contemporary sources and some modern historians suggest that Cosa may have had Alexander poisoned. The evidence is circumstantial, but circumstantial evidence is, well, circumstantial. Anyway, let's go move on from that. Well, Alexander V was not a schismatic figure in his personal conduct. He was pretty legitimate in terms of his theology, and he found himself the instrument of a solution that did not work, and he found himself as a subordinate of people who didn't really need him. He left almost no individual mark on the office he held briefly, but still, it's a rather interesting story what happened around this trinity of possible popes. The Council of Pisa's logic was perfectly coherent, but completely ineffective. The cardinals who convened it had the authority, by their own reasoning, to act. They were cardinals of both obediences. They represented the whole church, and the crisis required action that the two sitting claimants were incapable of providing, because neither one of them would resign. The flaw was that the two sitting claimants did not accept the council's authority to depose them, and had sufficient support in their respective territories to maintain their claims regardless of the council's decrees. The result? Not a solution, just another problem. 3 popes instead of 2. The Council of Constance, 5 years later, would succeed where Pisa failed, primarily because it managed the resignations and depositions procedurally in a way that left the losing parties with something they could accept. Gregory XII's dignity was preserved by having him convene the council session at which he resigned, making the resignation his act, rather than the imposition of the council. Next one we have John the 23rd. Baldassare Cosa had served as an officer in the Neapolitan Navy before entering the church, and whether the naval service involved what his opponents called piracy, or what he would have called authorized privateering, depends on what account you find more credible, and who you ask. He was not a man of fastidious theological sensitivity. He was rather one of action, who had discovered that the church was a more efficient vehicle for the exercise of power than the Neapolitan fleet. He had purchased his way into the cardinalate, which was not unusual, and had served as a legate of Bologna. With a combination of military effectiveness and personal licentiousness that the sources record with varying degrees of horrified detail. He was elected by the Pisan cardinals in May of 1410, taking a number that had already been used in the legitimate succession, John the 23rd. He was the most militarily powerful of the three simultaneous claimants. He controlled northern Italy, he had military allies, and administered the revenues of a significant portion of the Church's territories. He convened the Council of Constance in 1414 at Emperor Sigismund's urging, intending, it appears, to use it as a vehicle for deposing the other two claimants, while keeping himself safe and sound. He had misread the situation entirely. The council declared itself superior to the Pope in matters of church reform and reunion, and then it turned its attention to him. When it became clear that deposition was the council's intention, Cosa fled Constance in March of 1415, apparently in disguise. Some sources say dressed as a groom, others as a servant, and he attempted to reach safety. Well, they captured him within days. The charges read against him at the council were the most spectacular set of accusations ever assembled against a single holder of the pontifical claim. Edward Gibbon, with his customary restrained appreciation for this kind of material, wrote that, quote, "The most scandalous charges were suppressed. The Vicar of Christ was only accused of piracy, murder, rape, sodomy, and incest." End quote. Only? I mean, what were the other charges then? Maybe he's talking about blasphemy. I don't know. Those seem worse than blasphemy to me, though. Now, the formal charges at the council included simony on a vast scale, the poisoning of Alexander V, sexual offences described in terms that subsequent historians have found too detailed for quotation, and various murders. Now, some of this was certainly political exaggeration and propaganda. Some of it was, well, almost certainly grounded in fact. He was deposed on relatively restrained grounds of schism, simony, and scandalous living. The most extreme charges were dropped, possibly because proving them would have been embarrassing for the cardinals who had elected and served him. He was imprisoned by the Emperor Sigismund, paying off his debts and negotiating his release over 3 years. He was eventually ransomed, submitted to the now legitimate Pope Martin V, and was made Cardinal Bishop of Tusculum in 1419, dying in Florence later that year. His tomb in the Florentine baptistery, a magnificent monument by Donatello, executed probably between 1421 and 28, is one of the finest pieces of Renaissance funerary sculpture, the quality of the monument bearing no relation to the quality of the occupant. The name was reclaimed 5 centuries later. Angelo Roncalli, elected Pope in 1958, announced at his first public appearance that he would be called John the 23rd. And that choice is deliberate. It acknowledged that Baldassare Cosa had used the number and declared that its use was void, reclaiming the sequence as if Cosa had never existed at all. The Church in 1958 quietly erased Cosa from the line of succession by claiming that number. Now, the tomb of Baldassare Cosa has sat opposite the entrance to the building for 6 centuries in the Florence baptistery, and it has been seen by everyone who has entered to be baptized, married, or simply just to take selfies for travel. It is a monument of the first quality, by artists of first rate, and you should see it, even though it commemorates a guy who was deposed by a church on charges of piracy, murder, and fornication. But hey, art is art, right? Anyway, let's move on. Alright, so when Benedict XIII died in 1423, his 3 surviving cardinals at Peñíscola did the only thing that 3 cardinals with a dead pope can do: hold a conclave, elect a new one. Guillermo Sanchez Munoz, a Spanish canon of Teruel, became Clement the Eighth. That's right, in June of 1423. The King of Aragon was his primary patron, and that patronage sustained him for 6 years. He had almost no international recognition, but recognition had stopped being the relevant metric some time before anyway. At this point, the Peninsular papacy was an institution sustained by inertia and Aragonese political calculations rather than any serious claim on Christendom's attention. One of 3 cardinals, Jean Carrière, dissented from Clement's election, and separately elected a Bernard Garnier as yet another Benedict XIV. Bernard Garnier is the most obscure person that we've talked about in this entire act, elected by one man, recognized by essentially no one, and his dates are uncertain. He simply fades from the record at some point before 1430. Clement VIII was eventually persuaded by Alfonso V of Aragon to negotiate his resignation, which he did in 1429. He was given a comfortable appointment as the Bishop of Majorca, and appears to have been genuinely happy with it. Can't complain. Majorca's pretty good. He died in 1446, having outlived the schism he nominally represented by 17 years. The Peninsular succession ended not with a theological argument or a military defeat. It ended with a diplomatic negotiation, not to mention a bishopric. Well, after 37 years of schism that had convulsed the entire Western Church, involving councils, armies, popes, antipopes, saints, massacres, and the systematic destruction of the Church's moral authority in the eyes of the reform movement that would eventually produce Protestantism, it ended with a Spanish politician persuading an elderly Spaniard to accept a comfortable retirement. The scale of the cause, the bathos of its conclusion, are equally characteristic of institutional history. The Western Schism's theological consequences extended beyond the immediate crisis. The conciliarist movement that produced the councils of Pisa and Constance, the position that a general council of the Church has authority superior to the popes in matters of faith, morals, and reform, emerged directly from the inability of either claimant to resolve the schism by papal authority alone. The argument was that if the Pope could not be trusted to provide a solution, the collective authority of the universal Church must be able to do so. This argument was used successfully at Constance and produced the unified papacy of Martin V. It was then explicitly condemned by subsequent popes as inconsistent with proper ecclesiology, the constitutional theory of the Church, that is. Now the Council of Basel, which produced the last anti-pope, Felix V, was in part an attempt to maintain the conciliarist principle against the papal reassertion. The defeat of Basel and the resignation of Felix V in 1449 represented the papacy's successful reassertion of authority over councils. Now, the Peninsular line's final collapse in 1429 removed the last formal alternative to Martin V's unified papacy, but it did not resolve the underlying question of which line had been legitimate during the schism. The Council, the Council of Constance had elected Martin in 1417 with the intention of providing an unquestionable new beginning, rather than declaring a verdict on the contested history. Martin himself never issued a formal statement about which of the previous lines had been the legitimate ones. His successors maintained the same judicious silence. The practical consequence is that the Catholic Church, whose institutional identity depends on unbroken successions of legitimate popes, cannot formally declare which man was the real pope in I don't know, let's say like 1380, it has simply decided to proceed from 1417 onward on the basis of Martin's election, and to treat everything before it as a regrettable complexity. Well, this is administratively wise, and historically it's honest, in the sense that it acknowledges the question's difficulty. It is institutionally necessary because any other approach would require re-examining the validity of every act, appointment, sacrament under the, quote, wrong obedience for 40 years, and no one wants to do that amount of paperwork. And last up, we've got Felix V from 1439 to 1449. He was first known as Amadeus VIII of Savoy, a widower, former duke, and man who had established a community of lay hermits called the Hermits of St. Maurice after his wife's death, a form of quasi-monastic retirement that was quite fashionable among the wealthy widowers of the period. He was elected by the Council of Basel in November 1439 to serve as its pope against the legitimate Eugenius IV, with whom the council was engaged in a prolonged dispute about the relative authority of popes and general councils. Amadeus was a layman who had never been ordained, a difficulty addressed by rapid ordination. Love that, rapid ordination, through all the necessary ranks, a procedure that had created problems in the case of Constantine II in 768, and that was here regarded with quite a bit less concern, I suppose. He took the name Felix V and invested considerable personal wealth in the project of being the Pope. He funded the council's operations and established a court at Lausanne and then at Geneva. The international recognition he received was modest and progressively declining. France, which had been once the guarantor of Avignon's alternative papacy, was not willing to support another schism so soon, not after the resolution of the last one. Germany eventually made its peace with Eugenius's successor, Nicholas V. Felix V's political space contracted year by year until it consisted primarily of its own Savoyard territories and a few Swiss cantons that found the Council of Basel's conciliarist theology to be a little more congenial. By the late 1440s, it was clear that the cause was lost. So Felix negotiated his own resignation in April of 1449. The terms he obtained were remarkable. He was made cardinal, given the rank of Cardinal Bishop of Sabina, which placed him second in the entire sacred college after the Dean of Cardinals, ahead of every other cardinal in the Church's hierarchy. He was also permitted to retain his papal vestments and be addressed as Papa informally. He was given the permanent legateship over his native Savoy. He died in 1451 as a cardinal in full standing with the Roman Church. He is the only anti-pope in 1200 years to retire on genuinely good terms, and the specific quality of those terms, Cardinal Bishop of Sabina, second in the college, the honorary papal title retained, suggests that Nicholas V found it useful to demonstrate that resignation could be made comfortable. In any case, the door closed behind Felix V in 1449, and it has not opened since. The Council of Basel's election of Felix V was a last attempt to assert the conciliarist principle that a general council could override a pope, deposit a pope, and elect a pope. And its failure effectively ended conciliarism as a practical program with the Latin Church for several centuries. Eugene IV and his successor Nicholas V managed the Basel crisis by a combination of patient diplomacy, selective accommodation of the Council's legitimate reform demands, and the progressive isolation of the council's intransigent core. And so by the time Felix negotiated his resignation, the council itself had lost most of its membership. What remained was a rump of theologians and minor clergy pursuing a constitutional argument that had lost its political teeth. The resignation and Felix's incorporation into the College of Cardinals showed not merely the end of the last anti-pope, but the definitive reassertion of papal authority over conciliar authority, a constitutional settlement that would hold out until the 20th century. And there you have it. Every anti-pope explained in about 3 hours. I mean, if you listen to the end of this, you really are quite special. So you should give yourself a pat on the back. I've enjoyed doing this one. I hope you enjoyed listening. And, well, perhaps some more papal history coming up. The Evil Popes series seemed to be quite popular. So perhaps we'll do a little more. Maybe we'll do evil kings, evil barbers, evil plumbers, evil nail technicians. Who knows? Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thank you very much to those supporting the channel in terms of crowdfunding us, keeping us ad and sponsor free. Links are in the description and pinned comment. And thank you to everyone who liked, commented, subscribed, told their friends. All of that good stuff. I have been your host, and I wish you all the best out there. Good night, and farewell.